amplify human effectiveness, but would also at the same time threaten human autonomy, the human agency and human capabilities. That while you had the opportunity through the digital technologies and the emerging industrial revolution with the artificial intelligence to create opportunities for us to harness, at the same time there would be quite a number of challenges emerging. But of course those predictions could have been further from the truth. As we witness today, artificial intelligence has come to shake a lot of sectors and legislations. It has also brought about constructive use, as it is the case for researchers. For us in the academia today, we utilize artificial intelligence to make diagnosis of the diseases, creating faster solutions and innovations, making it cheaper for more efficient as well as effective control systems that can help to attend to our ecosystem, the challenges of our ecosystem, including the quality of air. We have had pollution, but Makerere is utilizing the artificial intelligence to create some interventions that can address, that can detect the pollution, the air, and the threats in public health, and many others that I can mention. So to say that today, as we witness this sixth engagement of the Geopolitics Kampala conference, the new scramble for Africa, okay, is in terms of the new scramble for Africa, a few weeks prior to this conference in 2018, we have witnessed a number of episodes that are really coming to bear our environment. And the African Cooperation, in 2018, the forum that was hosted by China in Beijing, in the opening ceremony during that cooperation in China, His Excellency, the President of China, Jinping, in his speech said, and I quote, that China welcomes and supports all initiatives that meet Africa's interests, and he believes that it should be the same with the wider international community. And he continues to say that no one could stand in the way or obstruct international efforts to support Africa's development. Now from that, we can say that Africa, by virtue of her vast natural resources, it continues to be at the center of various global economic interests, and these interests therefore should be subjected to a good balanced discourse and engagement. And I believe that is part and parcel of our focus in this geopolitical engagement. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, I could go on and on to draw examples from other topical issues, such as the global digital divide, which is part of what the MC has indicated will be one of the issues on focus today. Our rapidly growing population and the demographic dividend, as we know about it, and how much has transpired since Makerere University held the first Kampala Geopolitics. All of those and many other topical areas will be of great importance in our discussion in this edition. However, suffice it to say, it is truly an honor and a privilege for us as Makerere University, Your Excellency and distinguished guests. It's a honor and a privilege for us in Makerere to annually provide a platform to debate current geopolitical trends in a light of sustainable development and in light of the global peace and international cooperation. I would therefore like to thank Your Excellencies and all heads of our partner institutions, Konrad Adenauer Foundation, Alliance Française, UN Women, Uganda, and the Institute of International and Strategic Affairs, IRIS, for once again choosing Makerere University as your partner in hosting this sixth edition. And as you are aware, as I end my remarks, we are not far away from the advent of COVID-19 that has ideally ruptured this world. and which has also been associated with many lockdowns that have caused a lot of pain and destruction, where we lost many lives, and also our economies were badly affected. So from this, I think we can be able again to pick one or two and more resilient ways of coping with the aftermath of COVID-19. And one of the most lessons that the pandemic taught us was the need to embrace the blended learning, teaching and learning, and as an approach to ensure that we reconstruct our nations, but also create more innovative ways of extending our services to our wider stakeholder communities. So as Makerere, we are very, very much honored in this, and I therefore pleased to note that Kampala Geopolitics Conference will not only be accessible to the physical participants. I am aware that this auditorium has been connected to the wider audience that is participating in this conference virtually. Your Excellency, distinguished guests, I once again want to thank you and the partner institutions for your generous contributions that have made the Kampala Geopolitics Conference an annual highlight on the calendars of our staff, members of our academic community, our alumni, our students, and the various stakeholders. And with those few remarks, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to appreciate all of these endeavors and thank you for your kind attention as we build for the future. Thanks very much. You are most welcome.
Give Professor Umar Kakumba another round of applause. Thank you very much. I listened to you keenly, and I'm happy for the statement you've made. We in Africa need to be talking together. We need to be strategic. We need to have a unit of purpose. We need to have these kind of debates. May I remind the audience that in the 1970s, when Uganda was having some kind of a conflict between Tanzania and us during the regime of Idi Amin, it had to take the Federal Republic of Somalia to sit us together. Would come to Mogadishu, the mediators. So when you look at Somalia having trouble now, you may not know that at one point we are looking towards them to sit us together and solve our problems. So it's not new when you find that we are also moving there. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, allow me now to invite the Ambassador of France to Uganda, His Excellency Xavier Sticker, to give us the opening remarks. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, merci. Dear Professor Omar Kakumba, Deputy Vice Chancellor of the Makerere University, Pauline Chibongu, UN Women Representative, Niels Vermer, and Director of the Konrad Adenauer Foundation Regional Program for Security in East Africa, Eric Touzet, Director of the French Alliance in Kampala, dear students of the Makerere University, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor for me to be here today in front of you currently, together with you in the course of this day. And let me make my remarks informal. I will disappoint the one who drafted the speech that I was supposed to pronounce, and that was a lot of sweat for her. My apologies. But I'm doing so precisely because currently I'm in front of you, and I want to know more about you. There is a lot of pride in Makerere University. a lot of pride in the country, in Uganda, because quite rightly, it's a major academic institution, not only for the country, but for the wider region and for Africa. That pride, I also feel it as the energies of the students, of the professors, of the academic community are brought together with the hymn of the Makerere University that I trust we will hear later. And we are here today together because Makerere University is viewed and is actually a temple of knowledge, a temple of academic freedom, of research, of science, and of humanity on that basis. But what are we? Who are we, actually? We are here together. No, I'm French. She's Tanzanian and global because she represents the United Nations. He's French also. He's German. Probably most of you are Ugandans. And we are together in this temple because we are believers. We are believers in Makerere University. We partner with the Makerere University as we are together as we sit today, and beyond on a number of other activities. But we are also believers in what university represents. And there is so much, there are so many interactions, and the words are so close between university and universality. So this is actually in view of the discussions that we will be having over those few days, something that we have in common. And actually, I would be interested in asking questions about your background, for instance, among you who are studying or have studied international affairs. If you can raise your hands. And for those who are in international affairs, a few of them who have studied or are studying international affairs, who is studying law, and who is studying history. Well, I think I will not have on that basis a representative panel of what the broad attendance has as a background. But your presence here today highlights the interest that you have and that we have in intellectual interactions and in debates. There will be 8 different panels in the course of this 2-day conference, the 6th of its kind, 6th edition, which shows that the Kampala Geopolitics conference has found its place on the stage in Kampala, in Uganda, and in East Africa. Let me introduce maybe what, like my other partners will do for their own institution, what the French Embassy has suggested as themes for this edition, this session of the Kampala Geopolitics Conference. One will be about cultural and creative industries and their influence, what they can bring in terms of soft power, for Africa, because ICCs are an economic sector, and they provide opportunities for the youth in Uganda and in so many places. That's part of the future economically. But it's also a way to shape debates, to shape mindsets, to exert influence. How does that apply in Africa and for Africa? How can Africans use their ICCs in order to project themselves, to project an image, the image they want, to the world? For the French participant, we will enjoy a video from a French Senegalese journalist and film director, Mrs. Elisabeth Gomis, whom we will hear later, and who has recently been in charge of organizing a global event in Paris with President Macron at the opening, specially dedicated to ICCs in Africa. And she will share with us the conclusions and the highlights of that important conference last week. Second, there will be a debate about water governance, transboundary waters, and peace and democracy. We are in Uganda, a country of plenty when it comes to water at the source of the Nile, with so many lakes and so many wet zones, 2 harvests in average yearly for the agricultural sector. That's exceptional, but that is changing. And Uganda is not alone on those rivers, aquifers, and transboundary waters. So how can we ensure that there is a proper governance for those transboundary waters and for water itself in the face of climate change, of water scarcity, and of the tensions that this triggers? So these will be 2 highlights. I would also like to make a remark with regard to the artists who will participate in today's and tomorrow's debate. Daoudi Karaungi, who is the director of the Afriar Gallery, will be one of those with us. We will also enjoy the benefit of the presence of the renowned cartoonist Jimmy Spire Sentongo. We will have also the poetess Gladys Destiny, as well as the musician Brian Aldeki. I would also like to recognize the team in charge of the workshops from Citizen Report and Debunk. So on that note, I will close my remarks and wish us all a very fruitful 2-day time of interaction, and my best wishes for that. Thank you very much.
Give His Excellency another round of applause. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for the opening remarks. I expected the students of Makerere to applaud, actually, when he talked about this university being the temple of knowledge, the temple of research, the temple of academic excellence, where you, Makerere, I thought you would say, you'll give him another round of applause. Can we hear that? Thank you very much. And he has also shown us the kind of topics that we have. One of them is on water and governance. I think water is going to be a serious issue as we move forward. There are some people who have said that the new conflicts of the world are going to emerge over water. And I was praying that something doesn't happen over the Nile, if you know what I'm talking about. And thank God it is still, everything is still calm. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now invite the director of the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung Regional Program on Security Dialogue for East Africa, Niels Wormer. Let's welcome him with a round of applause.
Thank you. Dear Honorable Ambassador Sticker, dear Vice Chancellor Professor Kakumba, dear UN Women Representative Dr. Chiwangu, dear Alliance Française Representative Eric Touzé, distinguished panelists, participants, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pleasure that I welcome you all to the 6th edition of the Kampala Geopolitics Conference. We at Konrad Adenauer Foundation are very pleased to once again co-host this prestigious conference alongside the French Embassy in Uganda, Makerere University, UN Women, and the Alliance Française. The Konrad Adenauer Foundation has been involved in this undertaking as one of the main organizers from the very beginning in 2018. This is the second year that our newly established regional program, Security Dialogue for East Africa, has been involved. After the first 4 editions were supported by our Uganda country office, let me on this occasion also welcome my fellow colleague, the director of the Uganda country office, Anna Reisman, and the members of her team. Ladies and gentlemen, about a year ago at the 5th edition of this conference, we extensively discussed the first war of aggression in Europe since the very establishment of the UN Charter in 1945, the unprecedented assault of Russia against Ukraine. We elaborated in detail on the multifaceted impact on European foreign and defense affairs, on the global systemic rivalry between the so-called political West and Russia and China, and of course on the implications for Eastern Africa in terms of alignment, but also in terms of food security, to give only very few examples. Some of us back then, about a year ago, thought, or at least hoped, that this devastating war might not last for another year, but might be over by now. This is not the case, and this is not even in sight. When we discussed on various occasions all these aspects of what happened after February 22nd last year, I sometimes reminded people that the Russian attack on Ukraine has not been the first shock to the American, European foreign affairs and security establishment in recent times. The first major shock happened half a year earlier when Kabul fell and when we had to witness the return of the Taliban to power in Afghanistan only weeks after the last soldiers of NATO's Resolute Support mission had left the country. And now I have to acknowledge that we just saw a third major shock within slightly more than 2 years to the Western world's belief in its own security order. What has been happening in Israel and Palestine is horrible. It came unexpectedly, and it won't be over soon. The opposite is the case. Having served, worked, and lived in the Near East for quite some time, I personally reckon that the worst is yet to come. Ladies and gentlemen, an ongoing major war in Europe and at least the possibility of a second major war in the Near and Middle East will continue to affect the African continent, at least economically and diplomatically. This will contribute to the challenges that are already apparent and might even fuel ongoing conflicts here. I'm not going into detail regarding the numerous security challenges in Western Africa, but let me point out only 3 security theaters in Eastern Africa that I'm concerned about and that we have to deal with when talking about geopolitics and regional and international affairs. This is first and foremost, from my point of view, Ethiopia, which is still far from being stable and also far from having overcome the recent war in Tigray. This is second, of course, Sudan, where an ongoing power struggle of 2 military persons descended a whole nation into chaos. This is going for 6 months now, with severe consequences for the region, and there is no a country that has been in turmoil for decades, with ups and downs, and once again at the crossroads in regard to the question of what comes after ATMIS. Having mentioned Afghanistan earlier in my remarks, I would only like to add one observation. The discussions in African capitals, in Addis Ababa, Nairobi, Djibouti, and Kampala, concerning the overall question of how to continue in Somalia, pulling out and risking to lose everything that has been achieved so far, or staying, if staying, under what circumstances, and how long for. This is exactly the discussions we Europeans and the Americans had in regard to Afghanistan a few years ago. We quite obviously took wrong decisions. We at least pulled out too many troops too fast and lost everything. Ladies and gentlemen, I will stop here. There is much more to be said when mentioning all these challenges regarding the international relations of East Africa, and there is too many topics that I even have not listed. But this is why we are doing an annual conference on geopolitics here in Kampala. And this is also why we invited experts not only from Uganda, but from a number of countries in the region. I'm in particular proud that partners of Konrad Adenauer Foundation from Addis Ababa, Nairobi, Juba, Mogadishu, Hargeisa, Djibouti, and of course Berlin have been able to make it to the 6th edition of the Kampala Geopolitics Conference in presence. Welcome to you all. Let me finally thank our partners from Makerere University, in particular Ayoub Chiranda and his team, as well as the French Embassy and Alliance Française, in particular Yves Mercier and his team for the great cooperation in recent weeks and months. Finally, many thanks to my colleagues from the 2 Adenauer Foundation's programs in town and involved here. I wish us rich and open debates on all the topics that are pressing. Thanks again for making the way to Makerere University. Thanks for your attention. Enjoy the program.
Give Niels another round of applause. He tried to remind us of the reality that we face, the wars that are engulfing the world as we speak. Guns are raging in Gaza. The Sahel is in trouble. In the Congo, you have almost 100 rebel groups in the eastern part. In Europe, the war is still continuing. I think the moment is now when the people of the world have to sit and talk Even though we are in this corner of the world, we also have to find a way of talking. You never know what is spoken here could also have an impact. After all, the wars that happen elsewhere have a direct impact on us. I think we have to keep that in mind. It appears humanity is facing an existential threat. May I, at this juncture, Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, invite the UN Women Country Representative, Paulina Chiwangu, to speak to us. Karibuni.
Professor Uma Kakumba, Deputy Vice Chancellor of Makerere University, the Ambassador of France to Uganda, His Excellency Xavier Sticker, the Regional Director for CAST, Security Program for Africa, Mr. Niels Voma, representative from the Alliance Française, Mr. Eric Tuzo, students of Makerere, representative from the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. On behalf of UN Women, I'm really delighted to be with you here today to inaugurate the 2023 Kampala Geopolitics Conference. This is an event of paramount significance in the realm of contemporary geopolitics. Every time I come to this great university, I feel proud and privileged. Our moderator mentioned before that we have some of the great leaders from the region who went through this university. The like of William Mkapa, one of the president of Tanzania, former president of Tanzania. The like of Julius Kambarage Nyerere, one of the presidents of Tanzania, the father of the nation for Tanzania. So I really feel privileged to be associated with this great university. Let's clap for ourselves. We sang in our East Africa anthem, Idumu jumuiya yetu, jumuiya yetu ya Afrika Mashariki. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu. Makerere University student, you follow me? Yes, Mzee said we have to speak Swahili. Eh? So, and we have heard from the director of CAS what is going on in the world. So you only value peace when you don't have it. Before coming here, I was talking to the director and he reminded me, oh, you mentioned that you worked in Iraq. Yes, I lived in Iraq, in Baghdad. So you don't know how it is to live with a 15 cages ready to evacuate any time. Your whole life is in this backpack, 15 cages, which you will be allowed to take if you have to evacuate. So that's why I mentioned these words. Idumu jumuiya yetu ya Afrika Mashariki, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu. Tuitunze amani yetu. Let's preserve our peace that we have. So the Kampala Geopolitics Conference emerged as a beacon of intellectual discourse dedicated to achieving several vital objectives, and these include creating a dynamic platform that bridges expertise between Europe and Africa, fostering open conversations in a manner that is both creative and informative. Here, we will celebrate the generation of knowledge in various forms, from enlightening speeches to artists' performance and printed works. I think His Excellency, the Ambassador, mentioned some of the artistic work which will go on here in the next 2 days. As UN Women, we are committed to promoting gender equality and inclusion. In this endeavor, we recognize the immense importance of amplifying the voices of women and young people. They will not only be subjects of our debates, but active participants in our exchange embodying the essence of a truly inclusive discourse. So we believe young women and men will be active participants of these debates. Globally, digital innovations are creating unprecedented opportunities for access to information and economic growth. In 2020, mobile broadband networks reached 75% of the population, but only 23% had access to internet. If the broadband reached 75%, but we are talking about only 23% which had access. This digital inequality disproportionately affects the poor, it affects women, it affects rural population, it affects elderly, it affects persons with disability. We know we are talking about the 2030 agenda, but we still have people who have been left behind. And we have only 7 years to go to reach 2030. Advanced digital skills are essential for fostering inclusive digital growth, particularly for small enterprises and startups. To address this issue, targeted actions and policy interventions are very necessary, including investments in digital education and infrastructure, promoting digital literacy, and ensuring widespread digital access. And I'm really glad when the Deputy Vice Chancellor was talking about AI, how Makerere University is also using AI in fostering academics initiative here at the university. So bridging the digital divide is not just about access, it's a matter of social justice, economic empowerment, and national well-being. Collaboration between all key stakeholders is essential to ensure that Uganda's digital future is inclusive and equitable. When it comes to the youth in Uganda, our country faces significant challenges and opportunities at the same time. Uganda currently holds the title of having the world's youngest population in Africa. I think we know this. The government has made commendable progress on youth participation, including designated seats for youth representatives in parliament. I think you know we have seats for young people in the parliament in Uganda. But in Uganda, like other places in the region, we still have challenges on youth employment and education gaps, amongst other areas. So how can we leverage the participation of young people to have more responsive policies to the needs of youth and create more sustainable outcomes through their systematic engagement? So these kind of platforms are the opportunities of trying to explore those areas. So let me share some of the topics which will be discussed in the coming 2 days that will epitomize the kind of forward-thinking, innovative discussions that this conference aims to promote. These are closing the global digital divide, advancing digital inclusions and economic opportunity for all. And we'll also discuss on empowering youth for effective leadership and participation opportunities and challenges. So these are just some of the themes, the topics that will be discussed here. There are many more interesting topics which will be discussed. So at UN Women, we are committed to advancing the Sustainable Development Agenda 2030. We are interested in advancing Uganda Vision 2040 and other regional commitments through the implementation of our strategic note. Through all our work in the areas of ending violence against women, the area of governance, the area of economic empowerment, the area of women, peace and security, and humanitarian action. We work closely with young people, in particular young women, to secure a more inclusive, peaceful, and prosperous future for all, here in Uganda, in Africa, and the whole world. We are committed to building on these efforts to continue working for and with young people. As we embark on the coming discussions, I welcome you to the Kampala Geopolitics Conference, where the power of dialogue and the spirit of inclusion will converge to shape a brighter future for our world. I would like to conclude by thanking our partners, the Embassy of France, CAS, Makerere University, Alliance Française, for the continued collaboration to make this possible. And in particular, I want to appreciate our speakers who will be joining us over the next few days to share their expertise and perspectives as we continue to expand the debate on global issues in Uganda and Africa broadly. We encourage you all to follow online with NBS and in person here in Makerere University. Thank you for being here, and let us begin the journey together. Thank you.
Like they say in Tanzania, asante sana. Tumeshukuru. Shukran. Thank you so much. Thank you. A round of applause to. Thank you. Thank you very much. And you said that the power of dialogue and the spirit of inclusion should descend over us so that we can be able to dialogue with respect, with good ideas, and add value to our region and our continent. At this juncture, Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, may I invite the Director of Alliance Française in Kampala, Eric Touze, to speak to us. And also Eric will take us through the opening of the poetry, or invite the poets to come, the first artist to come and perform for us. Touze.
Well, well, first I would like to thank, of course, all the institutions and all the people who make this event possible. That is, of course, Makerere University, the French Embassy, the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, UN Women, and the French Institute for International and Strategic Affairs, the IRIS. And also, obviously, thank to all of you, to all the assistants who came to attend that event. No event without assistance, of course. So today, we are gathered in this prestigious university to celebrate the geopolitics of Africa. We're going to have 2 days of reflection, of debates, but also 2 days of relaxations and cultural discoveries. And that's where the Alliance plays a role. As a representative of the Alliance Française, which is the cultural partner of these days, I would like to quickly, very quickly, present what is an Alliance Française, to explain its role in today and tomorrow, and to introduce some of the participant artists that I have under my eyes. So, the AF, the Alliance Française, the French Alliance, is a local law association that spreads about around 136 countries about. It was founded at the end of the 19th century, exactly 140 years ago, by a group of, let's say, universalist intellectuals, and they gave themselves the mission to promote the values of the newborn Third Republic at the time, and to do it through the teaching of French and classical French culture. At that moment, that's a long time ago, the idea was to make France shine around the world, and that was already soft power. But time has passed, mentalities have changed. Now we no longer seek to make France shine around the world. We consider partnerships on the basis of openness and mutual respect, and that's what we all do, I suppose. Today, therefore, the Alliance are not committed only to teaching the language, as it is actually spoken, but also to highlighting the French-speaking cultures and, above all, the culture of the countries in which they operate. Thus, in Uganda, the Alliance Française would also promote the local Ugandan cultures in their own languages. Of course, the Alliance seeks to promote artists of all practices and from all backgrounds, but also, and beyond promoting the people, they promote the values of exchange, diversity, inclusion, mutual understanding. Thus, it's quite natural that, as part of the Geopolitics 2023, the Alliance was tasked with building a program of cultural and artistic events which will take place during these 2 days. The idea is to introduce, as a counterpoint to scholarly discussions, moments of reflections, moments of relaxations, and moments of beauty, which is probably as important, in my opinion. Now I'd like you to maybe take one instant to contemplate the works that are hung on the wall, because these works fully belong to the event. They fully belong to these 2 days. They are part of an exhibition, which I'm now going to introduce. This exhibition is a collaboration between the Alliance, the French Alliance of Kampala, and AfriArt Gallery. We have chosen the works of 2 artists, 2 women artists from East Africa, Charlene Komuntale, who is under my eyes, and Mona Taha from Uganda, and April Kamunde from Kenya. The Ugandan, East African, and African cultural and creative industries are key to the geopolitics of the region, and the works presented here reflect this. Through the 15 works selected, we invite you to discover 3 different artistic universes that converge toward the themes around gender, femininity, self-discovery, self-awareness, and social identity. Now let me introduce 2 of the artists. Charlene Komuntale, maybe we could go for a round of applause, is a digital artist and illustrator based in Kampala, Uganda. In her recent series, Not Fragile, she portrays women, and her paintings aim to deconstruct patriarchal narratives as shaped by culture, religion, and politics, and provide a ground for inquiry and interrogation for visions of different futures. Her work, including some that are presented here around us, are currently featured at AfriArt Gallery as part of a solo exhibition, Sit With Me, a diary of a freethinker, which is beautiful. Please, you stand up. No. Then, let me introduce to you Destiny Gladys, right there. Destiny Gladys is a poet and a spoken word artist. She uses her art to tell stories about life as it unfolds in various facets of society. She is a first cohort fellow at the Content Catalyst program under the Media Challenge initiative funded by the French Embassy in Uganda. To mark the Kampala Geopolitics Conference 2023, she will be reciting, very soon, an exclusive opening poem entitled Voices of Africa's Renaissance. And really, I would like a large and heartfelt round of applause for Destiny, who is going to read her poetry right now.
The Deputy Vice-Chancellor in charge of Academic Affairs, Mackay University, the Ambassador of France to Uganda, the Director of Konrad Adenauer Stiftung Regional Program Security Dialogue for East Africa, the UN Country Women Representative, the Director of Alliance Française, dignitaries in your various expertise, fellow youth, ladies and gentlemen. These are voices of Africa's renaissance. In the vast, intricate geopolitical web, a unique mosaic waves its thread and abe, intertwining destinies and cultures as one. In this jungle of life opportunities and toil, Kampala's corners whispers in Uganda's hearts, sighing memories of political strife and doom, murmuring tales of good, glorious days, above all else whispering glories of the future's promising rays. This city is the soul of this nation, where dreams and hills collide in harmony, awakening, striving, destitute to the dawn of new optimism. Congregating power dynamics with political magnetism as emergent voices of geopolitical powers, cultures, governance, and economies magnify itself in harmony. This is a meld of possibilities and resilience, a symphony for unity, for Uganda's destiny. Gather at the sound of the drum beats, listen to the rhythm of the Ngalavi and Rakaraka dancers. A call across the heart of the Pearl of Africa to this region, and in the equator's embrace, she graces with strength. And thrilling in brotherly and neighborly love, a strategic delight for the East African landscape. Bridging connections with neighbors in sight in this geopolitical crossroad, her influence is undeniable, planting seeds of peace in strands of this regional community, weaving unity as destinies span beneath the sun. Out of Kenya's plains to Congo's jungles, from the source of the Nile to Victoria's refreshing shores, in the varying scenic beauty of its peoples, cultures, and governance. In this diversity, Uganda remains a nation of promise, progress, and possibility, a regional geopolitical anchor for the East African community. From the Rift Valley's depths to the Indian Ocean shores, garland visionaries awaken with unrelenting might like the Kilimanjaro's rise, a hub of innovations where creatives, innovators need creativity in transformative sustainability. This is a cradle of hope where youth leaders strive for change, take a stand. But when will their fathers bridge this cross-generational gap in long-awaited peaceful exchange of power batons? This is the East African groove, where history's ink flows resonate in ancient archives, where stories grow transcending melancholic tales for peace to bloom in this East African and African dynamic. This is a call for emergent voices of this region to strengthen their feet for a regional expanse as a gateway to Africa's delight. Have you heard the djembe's resounding call from Cairo to Johannesburg? The rumbles reverberate. Footmarks of creatives beaming with ingenuity so bright, voices of leaders defying the status quo of global inequality. Voices, can you fake really blindness and deafness to this harmonious call? No. From the Indian Ocean to the Mediterranean Sea, a new appeal is scribbled across the hearts of Africa's offspring, a petition amidst this new scramble for Africa, a plea redefining her distinctiveness for a supreme reign, a challenge of perception in geopolitics and cultural dynamics. This is a dazzling African affair of renewed hope, strength, and unity. A drumbeat assembly of leadership and participation to rewrite her destiny on the global scene in partnership, cooperation with friends around the world. These are voices of Africa awakening. Thank you.
Give Destiny another round of applause. That was a great performance, Destiny. Thank you so much. The spoken word is very sharp. I listened to some of them, but some I didn't. But at least I heard you say Uganda can be a country of promise, progress, and possibility. It can't be doom and gloom all the time. We can also be a country of greatness and grandeur. Thank you so much. Destiny Gladys Chaiga, thank you. I also had earlier Charlene Komuntale, who's an artist also here. Both of you, we thank you for being here. We're about to go to the next stage of our day, and if I look at my program here, we're supposed to be having some morning snacks. I suppose our break tea is ready at the back, and after that, I want to consult can we go for break? Is that ready? If it is not, then we go to the next step. Our first panel discussion will be handled by Dr. Suzanne Conrad, Policy Advisor, Rule of Law and Security in Sub-Saharan Africa at Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, headquartered in Germany. I will invite her at an appropriate time to come and also invite the panelists, and then we begin into the issue of a real debate. But at this juncture, I want to assume our break tea is ready, and then we go for that. So let us give a round of applause to our panelists, Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen. Professor Umar Kakumba, thank you so much. Your Excellency Javier Sticker, thank you so much. Mr. Niels Warmer, thank you. Madam Paulina Chiwangu and Eric Tuzi, thank you so much. As we go for break, when we come back, I'll be inviting Dr. Suzanne Conrad to take us through the panel discussion. She knows the panelists. She will invite them here and give them the rules of engagement in how this is going to be done. I understand our break tea is served at the back, so we'll be having that. Let us do that very quickly so we come back for the panel discussion. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We converge here in this auditorium in the next 25 minutes for the panel discussion, ladies and gentlemen. May I have your attention, ladies and gentlemen? I request that we take our seats because now we're going into the panel discussion. Real business begins right now. And the moderator for the discussion we're going to have is the policy advisor, rule of law and security in sub-Saharan Africa, Konrad Adner Stiftung, headquartered in Germany. Please welcome with me, with a round of applause, Dr. Susan Conrad. And from here, Dr. Susan will invite her panel and give you the rules of engagement, how this is going to be done. Dr. Susan, please carry on from there. The microphone's right there, right in the middle. There is a one-touch icon, right in the middle where you see different icons.
Here, hello. Is it working?
Yes, it is.
Ladies and gentlemen, where's the applause? Come on. Thank you very much. All right, so my name is Susanna Conrad. I'm working as policy advisor on rule of law and security issues in sub-Saharan Africa for the Konrad Adenauer Foundation of our HQ in Berlin. I'm very pleased to moderate this panel right now with our distinguished speakers, and I would like to ask, please, the speakers to join me on the stage. So, would you be so kind, please, to join me? Take your seat, please. There's still a speaker missing. Do we all? Okay, great. Welcome. Thank you very much. Okay, we're still waiting for the fourth panelist. So while we are waiting, I would like to introduce you to the first panel talking on the scenarios for Somalia and the region after ATMIS. So we're talking about the African Union transition mission to Somalia, the impacts on Somalia, but also the impacts on the whole region. Actually, the gradual reduction of troops under ATMIS command is underway, and the end of mission is scheduled in December 2024, rapidly closing in. Nevertheless, there's already a debate going on about continued international support, including boots on the ground, and neighboring countries at present intervene outside the ATMIS framework. With this panel, we are looking into the questions as of what does the withdrawal of ATMIS in about a year's time mean for the future of the Somali state, and how will it affect common efforts against Islamist terrorist organizations operating from Somalia? The second question we get into it, and we hope to get answers from the panelists, is what security challenges might derive from the broader Horn of Africa, and what might be the response of East African states? And third, with Uganda having been one of the biggest contributors at forces to ATMIS, the Kampala Geopolitics Conference 2023 is a timely and predestinated platform for that discussion. I would like you to introduce you next to the panelists, but I would let you know also to the audience that we are not the only one speaking about that topic. So I would encourage you really to get into the discussion, to raise your voice, take the chance, to ask also our dearest panelists to get deeper insights into the topic. So please don't shy. I know that normally African voices are not shy, so take the opportunity and get please into the discussion. Our first speaker will be the Lieutenant General Osman Noor Zubagle. He is to my very left. And the general is a distinguished military leader. He played a pivotal roles within the African Union mission to Somalia, to AMISOM, the former one, during 2016 and 2018 as its commander. His contribution to AMISOM were multi-faced, having previously served as Djibouti's representative in AMISOM's Military Operations Coordinating Committee and as Chief of Defense Staff at AMISOM between 2012 and 2013. General, thank you very much for joining this panel, and an applause to the General, please. His presentation will be followed by Samira Gaid. Samira is a leading regional security analyst with over 2 decades of professional experience in the Horn of Africa, including a decade in the security sector working on the highest levels in Somalia. Samira served as the principal security advisor to the Prime Minister of the Federal Republic of Somalia. She led the extensive transformation and reform efforts of the Somali security sector, one of the key priorities for Somalia, by leading, coordinating, and implementing Somalia's 4-year security sector reform. Samira, thank you very much also for joining this panel, and also a warm applause, please, to Samira. The second lady in this panel is Selam Tadesse Demisi. She's a researcher based in Addis Ababa office of the Institute for Security Studies. She's well known for her insightful contributions on regional security issues. Selam's research focuses on peace, security, and governance issues in the IGAD region. Her recent work includes analysis of recent political transitions in Somalia, South Sudan, and Sudan, as well as interstate relations in the region to enhance state relations and regional integration. Also, please, a warm welcome to Selam. Well, the fourth speaker is not on board yet, but he will join immediately, I very much hope, also this panel. It will be Brigadier General Felix Kulaiji. Maybe you know him. He's well known, I know, in Uganda because he's Ugandan, so he's the official spokesperson of the Uganda People's Defense Force. It's his second time in this role, and before he was elected as a member of parliament representing the UPDF in the 10th parliament from 2016 to 2021. We still wait for an applause for him when he's joining. I would like to ask you also to come with a warm applause. This is so far my introduction into the topic right now, and just to encourage also the speakers, please, to be on time. So we said 5 to 10 minutes, a maximum of 10 minutes. I will let you know if it's getting too long, because we would like to give also the audiences the chances to discuss with us the very timely topic. So let's get back to our first speaker, to General Osman Noor Zubagle. Please, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for giving us an opportunity this time. The topic that we want to talk about, what will be the situation of Somalia after the exit of ATMIS after 2024. This is an important issue, and it is a responsibility of everybody, international, African Union, UN, and Somalis also. This is, it's not a small topic. It is very important, and if you want to make Somalia collapse on the hands of the Al-Shabaab, it is the responsibility of the international community. We have to take a lesson learned about what happened to Afghanistan after the exit of the NATO or the Americans. That scenario could take place in Somalia. In order to avoid that, we have to think about important factors. We have to assess the threat. What is the strength of the threat? What is their intention? And also the information we are getting from the enemy, which is Al-Shabaab, is saying that now the exit of ATMIS is encouraging the Al-Shabaab, and they are recruiting militants in order to prepare themselves to take over the Somalis. So we have to assess the threat. If we as Al-Shabaab is the only significant threat to peace and security of Somalia and the whole region. Its intent and objectives is to take over the Somalia, establish a caliphate, Islamic emirate, and then extend to the region to their Islamic idea. Currently, Al-Shabaab strength is estimated to up to 9,000 fighters. They are spread in all central Somalis. Their strongholds include Juba Valley, Bai and Bakol, surrounding of Hiran, Hirshabelle, Lower Shabelle, Muduk, and also the eastern coast of Somalia. They spread to Somalia in order to take what we call zakat, in order to collect taxes so that they can fund their operations and also buy weapons and ammunition from outside. Their tactics is to avoid any confrontation of the military. When the Somali security forces and ATMIS attack the strongholds of the Al-Shabaab, they vacate, they go out, they don't confront them, and then on their way, they come out and attack. They operate in these small groups. They use IEDs, which is the improvised explosive devices. They use suicide attacks. They use VBIDs, vehicle prone. And also, they use assassinations to the important people. That is the enemy we are talking about. In order to avoid that, we have to, the Somalis and the international community must think the fourth generation of Somalis. The international community and Somalis must prepare the force that confront this enemy that we are talking. That the fourth generation, we have to not only a quick fourth generation. The number we are talking is not small. The Somalis must be equipped, disciplined, trained, and then must be financially supported. In that way, the Somalis can take over the security of the country in their hands. Otherwise, we are talking about risking the Somalis fall in the hands of the Al-Shabaab. Also, we must think whether the ADMIS is discharging its mandate. It was mandated to fight against Al-Shabaab, degrade. If they cannot eradicate, they have to degrade to the level that the threat of the Al-Shabaab is lower than the Somalis can handle. That is the enemy that we are talking. But what we see is now, we are talking about the exit strategy of the ADMIS. But we need to appoint what we call an assessment team to see if ADMIS discharged this mandate, whether the fourth generation is there so that they can take over the security of the country. And we have to also think about what if the international community prepared the necessary finance in order to support this. All that is what we are looking, what we have to think that. So the assessment team must be placed there so they can evaluate whether the Somalis are ready to take the security of the country in their hands. Otherwise, we are risking Somalis, Al-Shabaab take over them. I think that is what way, because of the time, I can stop there.
Thank you very much, General. Thank you very much, first of all, for being in time, but also to raise some important issues as of to describe really the enemy of Al-Shabaab. And when we have a look also what's going on in Israel, what a terror group as of Hamas can do in such a military state in Israel, we cannot really imagine when ADMIS is leaving Somalia with this terror group of Al-Shabaab, what could happen as well also with Somalia. And I would like to put the light also what's going on at the moment in the northern part of Mali, because we have also the withdrawal of the MINUSMA, so of the UN peacekeeping mission in Mali. And MINUSMA is not gone yet. But what you can see right now is a huge terrorist threat going next to Bamako and maybe taking also over the country with another caliphate. Maybe we are confronted also in Mali and not just in Somalia. So, and what I like to emphasize at last is also still the importance of the international community, that we have a look to Somalia as well, and that we try to support also the government of Somalia against the threat of Al-Shabaab. So thank you very much again. I would like to give the floor right now to Samira Gaid with, I guess, very much insights into the Somali government and also into the work you are doing in implementing this. Please, Samira, the floor is yours.
I'm sorry, I missed something. It's not very clear, but I'm assuming I'm to take over.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thanks for having me alongside this esteemed panel. And I would like to make special mention, of course, of my former force commander while I was at ATMIS, then AMISOM. He was the force commander during my time there. and is a highly respected colleague, and we assume a Somali, in quotes. I'd like to keep my remarks brief so that we could have enough time for question and answer. So I will begin with first prefacing my statement that a successful drawdown and exit of ATMIS, it represents to Somalia and for Somalis a pivotal moment in our history. There's been years of international assistance, troop deployments. The country is finding itself right now at a crossroads, grappling with issues of statehood, autonomy, nationhood. And because of all these other factors, aside from the security agenda, this debate and this matter offers opportunity to the nation to reclaim its narrative and take over over its responsibilities. But at the same time, it also is a point where these challenges that we're currently facing, that General Subagle has currently mentioned, could potentially derail the years of progress that we have seen under ATMIS over the last 18 years. From the Somali perspective, there's an unmistakable belief that the country has the capacity to uphold its sovereignty post-ATMIS. That's a belief that we have. The belief is underpinned by efforts that we've seen by the government to bolster its armed forces. Whether they're doing this in the right direction or not, that's another matter, but they have really, new administration came into place last year, May last year. Since then has generated 12,000 new forces, has taken over the fight against Al-Shabaab like we have seen never happen before. This was something the international community had kept asking, and I'm sure you've had President Museveni again and again speak of where's the Somali ownership, when will Somalia take leadership? And we've seen that over the past year, that Somalis have taken leadership in terms of force generation and in terms of the fight against Al-Shabaab. And the president over the past 3 months has been in the front line leading this effort. So from the Somali point of view and from the leadership's point of view, their belief is underpinned by these efforts, and because of this, they believe that this is a surmountable challenge. The transition is realistic. But I would say that this, the scale of the vacuum that can be created by, 20,000 strong AMISOM contingent. At its peak, we had 22,000. Right now, we have 18,000. The vacuum that can be created from the exit of that force in such a short period of time by newly minted national forces, like I've mentioned 12,000 new forces that have been trained, let's say three months, some of them, maximum of 6 months, others, over the past 1 year, to take over responsibilities of very professional, very capable, very equipped, resourced African Union forces. The challenge and the discrepancy between the size of the existing and the incoming forces, it of course presents a vulnerability that I think we should all be conscious of. So as a measure of this foresight, the government has also tried to mitigate this risk by going into some discussions with bilateral discussions with neighboring countries. There's been debate of frontline states stepping in outside of ATMIS. There's requests that go to this troop contributing countries, I'm sure to Uganda, to maintain some forces bilaterally. But aside from that, the reality is that we cannot assume 2024 December that we can release a formally 20,000 strong force with just Somali security forces with their current capacities, resources and equipment. I wanted to mention a few points that to me contribute to this debate and might spark some information. From the abstract that you've seen, we are assuming that this transition will happen in December 2024. My question is that transition really going to happen? Is it realistic that it will happen? And the first point that I would like to mention is the realism around the Somali transition plan. And the realism needs to be put to task on the part of the government, on the part of the international community, who have really supported the government in this transition plan. First, it was developed in 2018 during my time in government. It was again revived in 2021, 2022. In 2018, the exit was supposed to happen by 2020 and 2021. This one, the transition is supposed to end by 2024. And if we go by the history and the unmet objectives in the previous transition plan and the currently unmet objectives in the current transition plan, I think it's obvious to us that the timelines will not be met. is despite the transition plan being a strong political commitment by the government, the key line in our transition is it should be condition-based exit based on the capacities of Somali security forces. And somehow we seem to forget that. Despite what the capacities are, there seems to be one obvious fact is the issue of resources. The EU, the responsibility has been on the EU to finance the African Union. The pressure and the fatigue of an 18-year investment from the EU and other international partners is forcing a debate and an eventuality that we all realize might not be realistic, but we keep forging ahead with. So I wanted to mention first that I think we need to, when we're debating this, talk about the realism of the Somali transition plan, the objectives that are laid out there. The objectives was that within the first 9 months, ATMIS would revert itself into an agile force by releasing some of its forces from the FOBs. Those forces would be replaced by Somali security forces. That hasn't happened, and I think we need to be cognizant of that fact. Second is the issue of mutual accountability between the Somali government and the international community. There are commitments made not just to the Somali government, but also to ATMIS and the AU. This is in terms of force enablers, force multipliers. The AU has constantly said that the international community has not resourced it as they expect. Somali government is in the same space saying the resources that are going to ATMIS could have better served if there was a fraction of that was spent on the Somali security forces. So we cannot wish away the matter of resources, whether it's for SNSF or ATMIS. And so this issue of mutual accountability, what's the responsibility of the international community when it comes to the conflict in Somalia, and recognizing that that conflict is not one that is internal, but one that is an international conflict. And then the third matter that I think would really contribute to this debate is force generation. And this, I think, is also to my Somali brothers. While we have generated 12,000 forces over the past 12 months, what is the capacity of these 12,000 forces? And for the international community welcoming this move and saying, yes, the government has done this, we are ready to transition, I also question the international community's motives and their optimism in this regard. Because number one, if we've seen anything out of the setbacks in the operations over the past 3 months, is there's been a question of, are the forces able, capacitated, are they, do they have the experience to really take over from whether it's older SNA forces or even ATMIS forces? The question of their experience is becoming very obvious. The question of their leadership is also becoming very obvious. And the third issue of their sustainability. You have forces, you generate them, are they well equipped, are they able to be sustained out in the front lines, as were the ATMIS forces? I think this matter of force generation is a recipe for disaster, and our optimism about how they've been generated and how fast they've been generated should be tempered with their capacities. And the last thing that I'd like to mention is the operational imperatives in Somalia, the fight against Al-Shabaab vis-a-vis the transition, and how realistic are the objectives that can be met with these dual priorities. We see the government generating 12,000 forces, but these 12,000 forces have been taken to the front lines to fight against Al-Shabaab. They're not necessarily taking over FOBs that ATMIS has handed over. So are we able as Somalis to really take on these dual priorities that are both under-resourced and under-prioritized? Are we able to take those two priorities and get them to be adequately addressed? So I wanted to mention those four matters so that it could be, contribute to the debate that we have here today. But in conclusion, I would like to say that yes, we do need to draw down. There is need for an eventual exit of ATMIS forces or any foreign troops in Somalia, but the how is very critical, and we need to discuss the how and not bury our heads in the sand about that. We need to ensure that we do not compromise on the security guarantees that ATMIS offers, while at the same time not also losing the 18 years of investment by our African brothers and contributions of the IC. And at the same time, the government and the international community to work together to ensure that this transition is managed effectively, that state building efforts are intensified, that CT operations are sustained, so that we can prevent a resurgence of Al-Shabaab. And the future of Somalia and of course of the region will depend on this, on the success of this. I will leave it at that and leave the rest to our discussions.
Thank you very much, Samira, for especially pointing out the challenges the Somali government is facing at the moment. And there's also, if I'm right, a pause in a gradual transition of ATMIS at the moment. It came to the Peace and Security Council of the African Union. So there's a pause at the moment, and also there is a request for lifting up also the arms embargo to Somalia, because Somalia is also lacking arms. You pointed out as well the funding gap at the moment, especially with regards to the European Union as the main funder of the mission. And as you also know, as my colleague Niels Wimmer pointed out, we are also very much under pressure right now in Europe because of the Russian invasion war in Ukraine. So also, our budgets decreasing in the last weeks and months, and also in the ongoing weeks and months. So that's also, we have to get into the discussion in Brussels at the European Union side again. But I would like to quote you as well, just to say this. You said transition is realistic, and I think we should focusing on this, what you said. Thank you very much again. And now I would like to give the floor to Selam. Please, Selam, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. So I'll be looking at the scenarios post-ATMIS for Somalia and the region from the regional perspective. Ms. Samira has addressed the internal dynamics of Somalia, and I will be addressing it from a regional perspective. So I think when we look at the region, I think it's very important to look at the region in a holistic manner, and starting from the basics, of course. And when we say that, I think we need to start from the structural dynamics of the region, where we have countries that make up a lot of use in their demographic compositions. And these, of course, it comes with its own advantage, but of course it also has its own disadvantages. And we have seen it in the past few years, where we had a youth movement in Ethiopia, like the Cairo movement, that led to a transition of government. We also have a youth movement in Sudan. We also have some youth-related movements, of course, in Kenya as well. Some of the political movements are also framed under the movement of youth as well. So we have a region where there are many youths that are unsatisfied with a lot of demands that their governments cannot match. That's one element about the region that we cannot and should not be forgetting. Another thing is the economic dynamics. Post-COVID, with the global inflation and everything, the region has been hit so much that the governments in the region are so much struggling to provide services for their population, right? And the grievances from the population sides are increasing, making that society-elite relationship to deteriorate. That's also another important factor about the region to determine what's to come in the future for the region. And third element, of course, is the advancement of technology in the region, making the issues that we have in this region fueling issues that we have in this region, right? So why am I saying these things? Because these are very basic elements and characters about the region that has taken attention of governments in the region to divert into internal affairs rather than putting attention into things that happen beyond their borders, right? And we've seen this as a result, the internal conflict in Sudan, the internal conflict in Ethiopia, both in the northern part and the different conflicts that are taking place as we speak now. And of course, Kenya also has its own issues. So this leads to shift in priority in the region, right? It used to be interstate relations that we used to have in the past 2 decades maybe. And now we're seeing an increase in intrastate conflicts, meaning states experiencing conflicts within their borders. So that means resources, attentions of governments in the region are going to be directed inwards and not necessarily towards regional issues, which takes me back to the Al-Shabaab in Somalia, which is a regional threat. So currently, it seems we are faced with a situation where we have a regional threat with less appetite from governments in the region to address it because they're busy with their internal situations. That's generally the situation where we are now. And unfortunately, it doesn't stop there because we also have the unfortunate circumstance where we have a global power imbalance that we are experiencing, both at a great powers level, at a middle powers level, and even at the regional level. And of course, these power dynamics and these power competitions are reflected in the regional power balance as well. And unfortunately, not necessarily to contribute to the management or resolution of the issues that the region experiences, but rather to accentuate it more, right? And these global competitions have also contributed to division of the region, for countries in the region to take different sides and therefore not necessarily cooperate on the common issues they have. With these 3 points, now it takes me to my last point, which is the lack of a leadership in the region, right? Due to these internal issues in the region and also division in the region, basically, we find ourselves in the region where we don't have an anchor state, so there is no leadership in the region to take agendas forwards. And that's the unfortunate case we've seen in Sudan. For example, the regional bloc, IGAD, was supposed to champion that process to bring a resolution or, well, to start at least with a cessation of hostility in Sudan. But unfortunately, that initiative cannot be owned by any leadership in the region, and therefore the process has just stalled there, right? So this lack of leadership in the region to advance agendas has also contributed in not really being, for the region not really being ready to address its regional issues as well. So now we have this 4 characters of the region that can describe how the region's readiness in managing its issues. And then on top of that, we have issues in Somalia internally, as described by Ms. Samira, that the readiness of the country, particularly militarily, to take over the country from ATMIS. And then on top of that, again, we have the strengths of Al-Shabaab, which is still very active. And then when you bring these 3 variables together, then it shows that neither the country nor the region is ready to resist Al-Shabaab post-ATMIS. So I strongly argue that because there is a shift in priority in the region, like I said, from more a regional threat to becoming more inward-looking, and because Al-Shabaab is still strong, I seriously think that any options beyond ATMIS, beyond December 2024, needs to be considering these very critical variables about the region. So I'll stop here and we can come back during Q&A.
Yes, it's working. Salam, thank you very much for describing the characters of the region. And when I was following your thoughts, I was thinking it's a really complex situation. So we cannot just taking the situation in Somalia into account. Is as well the security threats for the region. You said that the countries are very much into the internal affairs of each country post-COVID. You mentioned Sudan, Ethiopia, and Kenya. And on the top, we do have this global power competition worldwide we can see, and also this global power competition is affecting what's going on in Somalia, but also for the whole region. And also what you said is there's a lack of leadership you can see in the region taking responsibility to tackle the security threats and to stabilize the region, and especially a country as Somalia. So thank you very much for all speakers to bring your thoughts and your knowledge into the discussion. And I would like to ask you, please, the audience right now, I can imagine that you have some comments in your mind popping up. And please feel free to join the discussion right now, ask questions. If you do have a comment, please feel free. And I see a gentleman to the right. Please, the floor is yours. Is there someone with a microphone for the gentleman? From the organizer side? Is coming. maybe the other ones think about a comment, a question. That's the chance for you to talk to our distinguished speakers. Please, can you introduce you shortly, and maybe if one speaker you address the question, or if it's a general question.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Moderator, and I thank the panelists for having dissected the theme or the topic. For me, I'm not called, but I am Musana Jafar, author of the book called Silencing the Guns in Africa. We are talking about the ATMIS, the exit strategy. I would like to ask the General to pose questions of the 5 Ws. Why the exit strategy? And how are we going to implement the strategy? Then, is it because there is shortage of financial resources? That's why you want to exit? And how sustainable is the strategy going to be? I will end by saying there is an author called Powell, Jonathan. He wrote a book entitled Talk to the Terrorist. Have you tried some avenues of trying to talk to the Al-Shabaab terrorists? You know, because the conventional welfare or arrangement of engaging enemies has ended some time ago. I know it is required, but in this century, 21st century where we are in, can we try to talk to them, or have you tried some avenues of talking to the Al-Shabaab terrorists? Because if we don't do that, I think personally, the trend shall continue. You will exit like this, then Al-Shabaab will continue with operations. To conclude, you remember the September 11th, you know, whereby there was a mixture of ISIS, the Taliban from Kabul, Afghanistan, and then Al-Shabaab, you know, of how they bombed the Twin Towers. It was a surprise attack. So, can we talk to these terrorists, or have we tried some avenues of talking to them? I thank you.
Thank you very much for the question, and I would like to give the floor to the General, please.
Thank you. The gentleman asked about why the drawdown. The drawdown was not requested by the Somalis alone. You know, ATMIS, before it was AMISOM, African Union Mission in Somalia. It was composed of 6 countries. This mission cost a lot of finance for the international community, especially EU. So the international community and the UN request, when the security of the country taken by the Somalis. It is very expensive. The mission was very expensive and is still very expensive. And the financiers request a timeline when the Somalis take the security of the country in their hands. Also, the Somalis are tired enough when the African Union mission in Somalia will end, and what is the transition, and when will be the exit. But the question is, what will happen after the exit? That is what is important. the neighboring countries come together in order to replace the ADMIS after the exit, but it's still not finalized that one. So ADMIS is leaving, and that is for sure. But we have to think about how to save the gains that we make for the last 16, 17 years. There was ultimate sacrifice was made, and it will be a very embarrassing to the international community if Al-Shabaab take over the Somali government as a whole, or if it takes some of the member states also. Your second question was if the Somalis tried, or international community tried to talk to Al-Shabaab. Al-Shabaab doesn't want to talk to anybody. Either you have to accept their way, or there's no way.
Mm-hmm.
That is what they are. They want to take over the Somalis, establish a caliphate, and then gradually spread their ideology to the region. And it will happen that if we don't think now. Al-Shabaab does not want to talk anybody. Either they have to establish, or they have to die and go to hell or to heaven, whatever they are believing. But that is their way. So please, if you know a way, you can try, and then we will
Thank you very much, General. So I do have the gentleman on the right now, and I see this gentleman. And then I'm coming back to you, please. First of all, this gentleman, and then you are the second one. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm called Frank Tatu. My question is, how can a regional organization put an end to conflicts that spread beyond national borders as long as some governments are accused of supporting terrorist rebels? So, madam, the second question, are governments prepared to address internal security challenge without input from the international community or regional organization? Let me give you an example. In DRC, UNESCO have been there for 25 years, and actually the president of DRC requests to MONUSCO to leave the country. Besides that, DRC governments call to regional organizations like East African Community to support in the search of the peace. But still, things looks to be, there's still not solution on this. So do you really think that international community or regional organization can really put an end to a national security threat? Thanks.
Thank you very much for this question, and especially bringing the MONUSCO case into the discussion, because this is also on the table right now. Because you've been talking and requesting a regional approach and why this should be of importance or not, I would like to give the floor right now to Selam, because I think you are our regional expert in this, to answer this question. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. I think the basic principle that regional organizations have engaged in national matters, at least for Somalia case, is because Al-Shabaab is considered as a regional threat, right? It needed the cooperation of countries in the region beyond Somalia to fight Al-Shabaab. That's why it was framed under a regional response, right? Because the threat was regional anyways. So now, whether the regional efforts are bearing fruit or not is, I guess, a different discussion, right? For Somalia's case, we can come up with many different factors. To start with the recent one, for example, the previous regime during the ex-president Farmajo, there was too much focus on political power, and therefore the fight against Al-Shabaab was a bit abandoned, right? So factors like that, and like I said, if you look at the regional dynamics, objectives in the region were getting divided over the last 5 years, and therefore different countries were supporting different wings in Somalia, and therefore leading to, again, weakening the fight against Al-Shabaab. So we can go on and on and on about the lists that contributed to not being able to tell a successful story now about other. Actually, we are actually talking about the complete opposite, right? So there are different factors to it, contributing to it, but the idea of employing regional efforts and regional interventions to national issues, like it's because it's a regional threat. Yeah, and I'm sorry, sir, I didn't get your first question. Can you repeat?
The first question is, how can a regional organization put an end to conflict that split beyond national border as long as some governments are accused of supporting terrorists and rebels?
Okay, I guess, again, we can look at this based on a country-specific cases, right? If we are to talk about Somalia, then yes, maybe Samira can speak better. Yes, there are sources coming out indicating that Al-Shabaab has infiltrated the government systems and circles. But I guess we need to just stick to the official government statements where, as we know, the Somalia government is up for fight against Al-Shabaab and not necessarily supporting Al-Shabaab, right? So, yeah, maybe we need to look at it country by country specific cases. But for Somalia, that's what I can say. Maybe Samira can add some.
If I understand the question, is there state support for Al-Shabaab in Somalia? If that's the essence of the question. No, I would say absolutely not.
Well, I think because we have a lot of questions, and I would like to give the floor right now to the gentleman. Maybe also after the discussion, there's a chance to talk to our experts. Yeah. But I would like to invite.
I think it's an important point to make and to clarify.
Okay.
That absolutely not. From the highest level to I think the lowest level of government, there's absolutely no support for Al-Shabaab in that sense. There's no state support. Whether there's individuals that infiltrate government, and this constantly happens. We've had a federal MP who was a suicide bomber. We've had incidents where the mayor was killed by a suicide attack by a staffer. Things like that can happen, and just because this is a 18-year-long insurgency, and so they're part of the Somali community. But I do not believe there's state support for Al-Shabaab in Somalia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Samir. Also, the General?
I just want to add from where he got this information. I think the Somalis are victims of the Al-Shabaab. So how can the state support the Al-Shabaab? Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to give the floor to the
Finally, after waiting for a while. My name is Brian. I'm a student at Makerere University, and I would like to interest you to think about this. My issue or my question is, have you considered the legitimacy of Islam? the sentiment around the world, and especially in the United States, which is a big player in the regional conflict, is Islam is associated with terrorism, and there's not much legitimacy to the love for Islam in the region. An example is, I think it was Ethiopia that invaded Somalia, which is largely Christian. I would like to draw your attention to the fact that we should acknowledge Islam as a legitimate religion, a religion of peace. I am a Christian, an Anglican, but have you considered that they have a legitimate cause in the sense that Islam has been looked down upon in the world? Look at Palestine, for example. So my point is, have you considered Muslims creating solutions for Muslim problems? Have you considered Islam solutions other than Christian solutions? To ignore the role of Christians in trying to sort out Islamic problems could be part of the problem. For example, we have the Arab League and we have other Muslim leaders. What if we said, in your opinion, what do you think? Can Muslims only be engaged in trying to sort out Islamic terrorism? That's my question.
Thank you very much for your question. I think it's a general question to each of the speakers, but I would like to give the floor first to Samira. And yes, please.
I'm not sure how to respond as a Muslim. First and foremost, as a Muslim and as a Somali, I'm not sure how to respond to your question because I'm not sure what the premise is. But I think your argument is also Al-Shabaab's argument, that the war in Somalia is an Islamic war, and that for that reason, other Muslims should come in Somalia and fight the international community. And because that premise is wrong, I'm not sure how to respond. The war in Somalia is, Al-Shabaab might have made it about Islam, but it's really not about Islam. It's about refusing to abide by the state system that everyone else everyone else in our region, the rest of the world has conformed to, wanting to create an Islamic caliphate, not for Islam, but for their own personal gain, for their own interests. And so by asking Muslims to resolve that problem, I think it's to minimize the challenge that is being faced in Somalia. So I think the premise of the question is wrong, and I don't think that it's up to Somalis or Muslims to resolve the problem that's happening in Somalia. These are conflicts that happen in countries where there's long-standing grievances. You had a very long conflict in Colombia. You had a very long conflict in Sri Lanka. And these are really conflicts between people, grievances between the nation and how the nation was formed. And those conflicts attract others that externalize it and internationalize it. And it's up to the international community to see that that's not an internal problem, that there's a responsibility of the international community to come in place, especially when it gets out of hand, like it has gotten out of hand in Somalia, to try and stabilize the situation. So I don't think the responsibility lies with Muslims or with Somalis, but it really lies with the international community, the UN, and the state system that we currently all abide by.
Thank you very much, Samira, for pointing out your opinion. Salam, please. General, first of all, Salam, please.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. All right, just to get to come back to your question, I think that's a bit, that might be a bit oversimplified view of the situation, really, because if it was just about rights of Muslims, then I would think that we would have solved the problem long ago. I think there are a lot of different other dynamics playing in this dynamics, right? There is a question of economy, there's a question of power dynamics as well. So a lot of things come into play to make the situation where we are now. So like Samira said, I think it goes a bit beyond what you just said. It could be one narrative, yes, but it should be seen in a more broader view, I think. Yes, thank you.
The General, please.
I want to add a few words. The Al-Shabaab is not Islam, it's not Muslim. Al-Shabaab is It's a very different. So don't call Al-Shabaab a Muslim. It's a sect. They use Islam as a vehicle to reach their objectives. That is what they use. But it's not Islam. It's like the organization that fight in Nigeria. What do you call that one? Huh? Boko Haram. It's a Boko Haram. Boko Haram is not Islam. If you understand, Boko means it's a haram. Learning or school is haram. That's what they say. Al-Shabaab is like that. So it is shame to call them Islam. They are not Islam. They have their own objectives. And so if you call this Islam, why the international Muslims fight, it is wrong. These guys they are terrorists, and they have their own objectives, and even they kill themselves. Islam is the most victims for the Al-Shabaab. You know, they kill more Muslims than anybody else. So we don't call that Islam. Please, let us eradicate that.
Okay, thank you very much. Other questions? So I see the gentleman right in the middle with you right now, and then afterwards the gentleman in the second row with the glasses.
Yes, thank you very much. I will thank the panelists. My name is Bashir Umar from the College of Education and External Studies. Mine is just a solution. We understand that Somalia is not much incorporated into the East African community or other organization. But then, is the East African community so strong as a region to combat the Al-Shabaab terrorist attacks and all that? As I conclude, if we speak of other players that deal with the Somalia on a basis of one-on-one, what are their objectives? We will not dispute and dismiss the issue that these players also have their own objectives and aims. With that, I beg to submit.
Thank you very much for a lot of questions. If I remember well, you asked for the aims of founding ATMIS and also the objectives, and I would like to give the floor back to the General for that question. Maybe you can start, and then we are jumping also to the other questions, I guess, but maybe let's start. Yes.
The objectives of AMISOM was not yet met. The objectives was a secure, a peaceful Somali free from terrorists. That was the objectives. So AMISOM has a mission, a mandate, and their mandate was to fight against Al-Shabaab, defeat them, and then let the Somali government must establish this authority to the whole Somalis. That was this objectives, and not yet reached, but it is on the way. That is the, if you asked me if AMISOM or ATMIS reached their objectives, it's still not reached its objectives. but it is striving to reach these objectives. I think Samira will conclude, add that if he...
Yes, Samira, and also I would like to give you the question of the aftermath of the exit, also to avoid the Afghan scenario in Somalia. Maybe you can also give a feedback to the question.
I agree with the general that the objectives have changed over the period of time that AMISOM has existed, and I think from defeating it has now come to degrading and allowing a government to form and stabilize. So in some ways there's some successes, but on the general objective of defeating the group completely or degrading it to a point where they are no longer consequential or no longer a threat to the state, we are not yet there. On EU funding and why they're the major funder, I think this has been a contention from the beginning and the formation of the mission. EU was the first organization that opted to fund Uganda's small force at the time that was 5,000 forces in 2007, and somehow it has inherited the funding, the personnel costs. But to say that the UN, through assessed funds, also provides logistical support, the troop contributing countries also offer some support. There's a number of other countries that do that, or institutions that do it bilaterally as well. So, but the major funder is the EU and remains the EU. On why Al-Shabaab is as strong as it is, I believe it's an insurgent group. There's local grievances, historical issues that need to be.
Yeah, thank you. I'm saying that we've seen many players, for instance, various countries. You have US intervening, and other countries, but particularly US, because it is not inherently an African country and a regional country. You find that after incurring some losses with their forces, they say that no, now this is a regional issue, this is a Somali issue, let's go. So what were their intrinsic objectives at the first place? Did they come in because they wanted a free Somalia from Al-Shabaab and all that?
All right, you mentioned the US. Who would be ready to answer the question? Maybe Salam, you would like to get into the question. Thank you.
Okay, let me try to address it in a general way, yeah? So in Somalia, we know that there are different external actors involved, not necessarily just the US. We have the emerging powers like the Gulf countries. We have Turkey, India, I think. But we have a number of actors playing a different role in Somalia. So yes, they all have different interests, and for some, actually, even different parties that they want to support. And yes, this creates a problem in trying to resolve be it the political or the security situation of Somalia in general. So what I would suggest is really, as we have been saying for the other issues as well, I think coordination is very important. Coordination of the external actors involved in Somalia, not just in Somalia, in the region as a whole. Coordination of efforts, alignment of objectives. We really need to see that in the region so that we can prevent further divisions within politics of countries, within countries' politics, and also regional coordinations as well, right? So, yeah, we have different actors playing a role in the region and also in Somalia, and perhaps the best way to go forward is to bring about coordination. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. I just would like to add also, because of the external actors, that the European Union is not just the main funder of ATMIS. We are also involved with a training mission in Somalia, still by the European Union. And there's also the maritime mission of the European Union, Atalanta, still operating at the Horn of Africa. So there's always the question of what Salam said about coordination. It's always a problem to bring all the partners or the external actors on board. But the European Union is not just funding ATMIS, but also very much involved with other missions in Somalia. I just would like to add this as well. But now I will give the floor to the gentleman with the sunglasses.
Thank you, the panelists. My name is Marva Isaac. In first year doing law here. I do not know when, and I do not know the reason when we're intellectually speaking, why we usually lock the door for patriotism to take place. I haven't heard it being raised anywhere. Our Somalis brothers and them, in Uganda we have a very big Somalis population, and not actually all of them are doing something useful. And even if they are doing something useful, it's not more important than their country. So instead of us trying to preach to the Somalis how they need the peace, we would rather preach the news to the Somalis themselves so that they contribute to that force against Al-Shabaab. It's very annoying. At one time, I was reading some article of how the AU was trying to raise $80 million to aid in the mission in Somalia. $80 million. That's the money some of these Somalis businessmen, some of our African businessmen have as pocket change. So as long as we have the people who have the will to stop Al-Shabaab, trust me, Al-Shabaab will cease to exist. And when we talk about Somalia being pacified, and we are not ever overemphasizing on the point of training the troops, when we leave, we should, at least those people should increase on their forces so that they are trained to the highest level to be able to curb threats like Al-Shabaab. Al-Shabaab not having the state support of the people makes it an easier target. So I really do not see, I personally do not see why Al-Shabaab should be. The general talked about Al-Shabaab having a 9,000 force, 9,000 men, honestly, and that's the problem we've been grappling with. So I, at that point, tend to think that some of the people actually go there to curb Al-Shabaab down, do not actually have the will, or they are just go there to show that they are there. As a matter of fact, and by the way, to make things clear, we should know that now pacifying Somalia is harder than ever before. We have a neighbor like Sudan that is divided against itself. So much as we think about the peace, that worsens the situation. We have a country like Ethiopia that is now far from talking about the Somalis problem, they have their own problems. As Uganda is also trying to think about that, we are thinking about supporting Congo because Congo is becoming more insecure. We also have our own threats where in Congo. We have Kenya that also has to bring peace in Congo.
Gentlemen, would you be so kind to finish your comment? Thank you very much.
So to be true to you people, with the current situations, I think it's harder to pacify Somalia, and it's up to the Somalis people to stand up. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. Someone interested in reacting on that, or should we? All right. So there's the gentleman to the right. You've been waiting a while, so please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, moderator. My name is Leandro Komakech, a former member of parliament, and currently I'm a regional facilitator for the return of the Lord's Resistance Army, which we have managed to succeed, actually 100% from Central African Republic 2 weeks ago. My interest is on the submission of General and my sister. The statement is, we are currently under-resourced. We are currently under-prioritized. I quote those statements as very fundamental on the situation of Somalia. Because looking at the neighboring sub-country, I call it a sub-country, Somaliland. This was British Somaliland. And the current one is Italian Somaliland. Why is it that Somaliland, which should be part of the bigger Somalia, is so peaceful on its own? They have managed to curb Al-Shabaab on their own. Not a single Al-Shabaab can actually walk free in Somaliland. What is this magic of security in Somaliland, which is supposed to be the bigger part of Somalia? Now, looking at ATMIS and AMISOM, is there a position that explains to us clearly why African states in African Union have decided unanimously to agree that they are under-resourced, this is under-prioritized, and move to form ATMIS when objective one to sort out the issues as AMISOM was created has not been fulfilled? Or it is a way of what we would call in defiance doctrine. If you are defeated, the only way you say is that I'm walking towards home. You don't say I'm withdrawing. Is that what ATMIS is trying to explain to us in the context of the security threats in Somalia? Because if Al-Shabaab is not defeated in Somalia, I bet all of us will be subsumed in the fire from Horn of Africa. So I think there is a serious need to retable the agenda of Somalia, either in the UN or in African Union, to ensure that these resources that we cannot get, why don't we commit all African states to a 0.5% GDP on the struggle of Somalia? Because that is where the threats are. But it is so absurd to hear how people are dodging away the exact root problems of Somalia, which will actually engulf the whole of Africa and East Africa. So I would like General and my sister, is the governance architecture of Somalia okay, or it requires, because what I understand in Somalia is that the clan system is very strong. How do we marry the clan system with the current governance state structure to allow leadership from below to move up the ladder? Because it looks like traditional leaders are very powerful in terms of managing their clan system. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the General. Yes, please. Thank you very much for this crucial comment. And since the General and Samira already mentioned, please, the General first, and second, then Samira. Thank you.
I think you began with Somaliland and the governance system in Somalia, and I think it's also a lesson in history. A lesson in history is required. The state collapsed in 1991. Somaliland immediately announced its breakaway from the former Somalia, and immediately closed ranks and began, reconciliation talks within the communities, within Somaliland, within that region, and have had, success in that regard. When you compare that to what happened in the rest of the country, you would say a region called Puntland is similar to Somaliland. It didn't declare independence, but it also declared that it's semi-autonomous, and also tried to create peace within its region. But for South Central Somalia, that wasn't the case. The competing communities that had, overtaken the government at that time continued to compete for power and resources, and that was what led to the prolonged civil war that Al-Shabaab came into being in 2007. So that history would inform why you see peace in Somaliland and peace in Puntland and in other regions of Somalia, but not in South Central. And that really explains that issue. On the issue of resourcing, I think for those who deal with the matter of Somalia for the past 20 years, would attest to this matter being at the forefront of all debates. It has been at all AU PSC meetings that the AU is not resourced as it should be to be fighting this fight on behalf of the UN in Somalia. the forces, the AU forces that went into Somalia in 2007 went into Somalia under the understanding that they would only be there for 6 months, and that would then lead to a UN mission being formed in Somalia. The conditions have never formed for there to be a UN mission, and there has been that argument that because this is an AU mission and that it's performing the tasks of the this is an AU mission, it's performing the tasks of the UN, they should be resourced as other UN missions can be resourced. And if you look at the facts, if you look at the resourcing towards the UN mission in Congo compared to what AMISOM has taken over the past 18 years, it is a really small fraction compared to what the UN mission costs. So that debate on resourcing, on lack of prioritization on the Somalia matter, on a matter that I believe is a containment of Somalia's problem and not a resolving of Somalia's problem, continues to exist. And even now when we talk about transition, I mentioned in my remarks that there is a fatigue, a donor fatigue, and specifically from those donors who have stood up ATMIS over the past 16 years, who believe that this is the responsibility of others and others should come in and support. And because of that, if they're not coming in, then we should leave. The exit should come sooner rather than later. So there's a lot of conversations that happen, heated debates. I think the troop contributing countries have said this several times. President Museveni has said this. President Uhuru Kenyatta, during the last debate in 2017, when there was talk of transition by 2020, spoke on the funding cuts. I think the funding cuts to ATMIS at the time by the EU was a reduction in personnel costs, where the salary of an AU soldier was $1,028. It went down to $800 for each AU soldier. And then for the Somalis in the room who don't even receive that, whose soldiers are receiving $100, which is generated from local revenue generation. That matter has been on the cards for the past 18 years. And I don't think that the AU or ATMIS is shying away from its responsibilities, but the fact on the ground is that they don't have the multipliers, the enablers that they could have done, they could have had to take the fight to Al-Shabaab. They didn't have, at the time they said, able partner forces. Now you do have able partner forces in the Somali security forces, but then you have a drawdown. You have AU not being able to move out of their base camps, out of their FOBs. They have been asked to form agile forces. They can't form agile forces while they're still holding FOBs and their numbers are being reduced. So I think there's contradictions in the directives, in the objectives that we keep giving the AU in the drawdown. But the reality is, at the end of the day, the responsibility of the security of Somalia will lie with the Somali government and the Somali people, and there is a reality that these resources are not going to be open-ended. There's priorities, like was mentioned, of Ukraine, of other conflicts in West Africa and the Sahel. All those conflicts affect the attention that Somalia is receiving, and so it's really up to, number one, the Somali government, number two, the region that will feel the impact of the Somali conflict to really come together and come up with a resolution.
The General, please.
I think
she did a good job, you think? Okay, thank you very much. So there was a lady with the green long shirt, and then maybe the lady with the yellow dress. So first of all, please, the lady with the green shirt.
Thank you very much. My question was actually also resource-based. And I just wanted to follow up and say, sorry, my name is Geraldine and I work with Friedrich Ebert Steve Tank. So what I've been hearing is that the transition or the fate of Somalia is still largely the responsibility of the international community. The resources are still lacking, while there are small voices of we are ready to transit. My question though is, what is the backup plan? Having noted that there's a lot of change of dynamics on the region, with priorities changing towards internal issues maybe, what would you say is the plan B by Somalia as a nation in case this transition actually happens? How prepared? Give us a faint image. How prepared is Somalia ready to handle the stability, the war on its own. I am really interested in knowing how far can Somalia on its own stand without international help, without regional help? What is that picture looking like?
Thank you very much. Hard question also to answer, I think. So, Samira, since you are the expert, I guess, for that question, please.
I just want to mention our former state minister, my former boss at the office of the Prime Minister while I was there, could be an able government representative today to respond to some of the questions that I feel are, some of these questions are to the Somali government, but I'll try and answer them as they would. I think it's very grim for a country that 70% of its budget is funded by the international community, 30% comes from local revenue generation. The country that has, at this point, 18,000 troops, including other non-AMISOM troops in Somalia holding security positions so that Al-Shabaab threat cannot be felt. There's so much other, support that has come towards Somalia in terms of humanitarian response, in terms of health sector, education sector, that is coming from the UN agencies, the Arab League, all these other international organizations. So I don't think you can quantify what the rest of the world is doing, and if that doesn't happen, what that means for Somalia. I think that that picture is very grim. But when it comes to the security agenda, there's an argument, one argument that Al-Shabaab exists because it has convinced a good group of the population that this is external forces interfering in internal matters and they need to go so that we solve our internal Somali matters. So there is a small fraction of people who believe that if ATMIS foreign troops leave, Al-Shabaab will no longer have the local legitimacy that it currently holds, and then the Somali forces or the Somali communities will fight back. But it's a gamble, and I don't know who is willing to take that gamble, that small, that a percentage of the population will actually fight against Al-Shabaab because they will recognize that foreign troops don't exist. I think it's quite grim. I think we all have to be responsible as members of the international community, as Somali government, on what the facts are with no foreign intervention in Somalia, what it would look like. And I don't think that looks very positive at the moment.
Actually, I would like to follow Samira's recommendation because we have two more Somalian government representatives here in the audience. One of our partners, would you be interested in to comment also on with a short comment on, I think, the burning questions to Somalia? Please, can you come with the mic to the gentleman in the front row? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not government official at this point of time. I was, and if you can repeat the question, I wasn't paying attention. I would love to have that question back.
It's been a question about the plan B of the Somalian government if AMISOM is leaving, and maybe also the international community is getting out of your home country. In how far is Somalia prepared after the withdrawal of AMISOM to secure on your own, with your own power, the security situation in your country?
Thank you. Thank you for the person that asked the question. I think it's inevitable that Somalia will have to take its own security on its own hands at some point in time. More you delay, I believe, more you rely on other people, more you become, time will drag. So the time will come eventually. So Somalia has strived for the past 5 years, for the former government, I was part of it, and this government, to make sure that Somalia takes reign of its own security. International community, I'm not going to say we don't need them. It's still a very important partners in securing Somalia. Somalia is still vulnerable in many cases because of the internal fractions. Also makes it difficult for Somalia to hold some of the positions because of the fragility of the internal politics. So I think international community should not leave Somalia on its own at this stage of time, but the time is very near where Somalia can take reign of its own security. and I'm pretty sure of that one. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. A last question from the lady in the yellow dress, and then unfortunately I have to close the discussion.
Panel, may I add?
You would like to come? Okay.
Just I want to add what the Samira and the former minister said. I mean, for the backup, I think the neighboring countries also has the responsibility to support the Somalia. The president of the federal government of Somalia invited the neighboring countries, and he requested their forces retain their respective positions after if ATMIS exits on 2024. Also, he requested Uganda to remain and secure where it is now. So the neighboring countries has a responsibility, because if Al-Shabaab takes over the Somalia, the neighboring countries will be online also. So the neighboring countries has a responsibility to the security of the Somalia also. Thank you.
And now please, the lady with the yellow dress.
Thank you very much. My name is Jakisa Charity. I'm a student at Makerere University. I heard you talking about Somalia training forces that have come up to 12,000 that are under-resourced and under-prioritized. So by the exit of ATMIS, I feel like asking, haven't you thought of coming together with them, all of them together, and fight against them? Simply because leaving them alone will be like leaving a dog that can bark, but it cannot bite. So I think that thing is just going to more intensify the struggle, because this struggle has been there. I've completed my secondary education, I've completed my primary education, and the war has still been there. So by ATMIS leaving, and probably 2024 is going to be next year. We're in 2023. So ATMIS leaving is going to show that the objective of securing a peaceful Somalia free from terrorists is not going to be accomplished by 2024 December. Thank you very much.
Well, yeah, thank you very much. I take this as a comment, and also I would like to close the discussion right now because we are running out of time, unfortunately, but I invite you, the experts are still here, so if you're interested in discussing issues with them, please feel free. First of all, I would like to thank very much for our distinguished speakers. Please, a broad applause to them. And thank you very much also for the audience for this highly also passionate debate about what's going on after the exit of AMISOM in Somalia. Actually, I very much hope for the best for the country, because I would like to close maybe just having some hope still that we will have a successful transition. I very much hope that for Somalia, and we see also with representatives as a mirror that are very much looking into that issues and fighting very hard. And I still think that the European Union and also the international community is interested in supporting the Somalian government to succeed with this transition. Thank you very much again. And yes, I hope you enjoyed the discussion, and there are also other panels coming, and thank you very much for taking your attention to that panel. Thank you.
Give the panel and the moderator a round of applause. The General, Samir, and each one of you, you have been phenomenal. Thank you so much. And we thank you, Suzanne, for the good work you've done, and the audience for the questions, for the information you've given. I hope we've added value to the understanding of the Somalia question, but it appears this is a story or an issue that will have to continue. And I also feel fear when I hear that from AMISOM to ATMIS. I'm asking myself, what next? Because you had an objective to go to Somalia, it has not been realized, and now we have ATMIS. I'm sure as we move on, we shall find a solution. Thank you so much. This is taking us to a lunch break, and for that matter, I'm going to ask Mr. Ivan Otim from Conrad to advise us on how and where to get lunch. And we'll be off for an hour. We come back at 2:30 to continue with another panel discussion, which will be looking into the role of cultural and creative industries for the African soft power. Please, Mr. Ivan Otim.
Thank you so much, Kamara. Yes, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to have our lunch, but we're just going to have our lunch in an ordinary way, and we believe that all of us are going to have that beautiful lunch. So, get up. And we have coupons. They're going to be bracelets. And for those that have bracelets with them already, we have 2 open doors. Someone will come and pick you. And for us who don't have a jet, we be patient. Someone's going to come and give us those bracelets. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ivan. I think you have spoken with a lot of clarity on that, and let's follow the advice. Thank you very much. Let's reconvene in 1 hour. Thank you very much.
For those that have blue bracelets, we have 2 serving points. Please, we're going to be picking about 3 lines. Just walk either in this door. If you're this side, walk in this door. For us that don't have yet, please let's get seated. Someone's going to come and give you one. So for us who have bracelets, the blue ones, you can walk through the door, and we shall serve from the extreme left. And for us who are this side, we can be able to serve from this easy end here. For those that have bracelets, let's keep moving because we have time to basically sell. Yes, this is a kind request. Please don't leave your phones plugged in the sockets. Don't leave your bags uncared for, because I may not know who is carrying that bag. It's difficult for me to know who the owner of that bag is. So I need your kind assistance in this process. Don't leave your phones, don't leave your laptop bags under the chairs for your personal security.
Women's Africa in Paris. Thank you for having me virtually.
May I have your attention, ladies and gentlemen? I would like to suggest that for some of us who are done with lunch, let's take up our seats so that we can begin the afternoon session. I'm requesting those of you who are done with lunch, can I have your attention so that we can begin the next session? I know some of our colleagues are still having lunch, but in the interest of time, I propose that we resume our conference. But before I invite the moderator for the next session, allow me to give a few minutes to Charlene Komuntale. Charlene was supposed to have made a small presentation on the art, and that was skipped. So Charlene, your moment of fame is now, and I'm only giving you 2 minutes to tell us what you have prepared for us as the panel gets ready. Charlene.
Thank you, everyone. I'm happy to be here. Ladies and gentlemen, protocol observed. So I'm an artist. I would like to say that a very good friend of mine told me that an artwork is not complete until it's seen by its audience. And my artwork is the one on your left, the pieces with the box that says not fragile. It's a part of a 3-year demonstration of art on the visual narratives about women and redefining what it means to be fragile and advocating that intimacy and vulnerability do not equate to fragility. And it's a celebration of the voices of women, the voices of youth, legitimizing their thoughts and the part that they play in society. Each of these paintings is breaking a false narrative, a post-truth narrative. Post-truism is when we believe that our subjective feelings matter more than the objective facts. And we have seen the time again and again, women's voices and the voices of African people have been undervalued, have been poorly represented, and these works are my attempt at making amends for that and taking responsibility for the roles that we play as women and as society. Women's issues are a human issue, and so it's my honor to get to represent women boldly, beautifully as they are, and give them a platform to be seen and heard and understood. Thank you so much. I know that we might not be uniform, but we can be unified. Thank you.
Give a round of applause to Charlene Komuntale. You can actually see Charlene's work on the wall, and I was actually wondering those little boxes, but now you've tried to explain a little bit. I think I need to go around and see and understand. Sometimes I'm told we can understand art from our own perspective. Each one gets their own meaning. Thank you very much. And at this juncture, allow me, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to invite the moderator for the next session. The role of culture and creative industries for the African soft power.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Frederick Nsivambi. I should start by apologizing. On the program, you might be seeing Barbara Babwetera. Barbara Babwetera is my executive director, but this morning she was not feeling very well, so she called me to come in and stand in for her, and I hope to do justice to her session. my session, or Barbara's session, is supposed to focus on the role of culture or creative industries for the African soft power. And I think when we talk about culture or creative industries, there is one thing that comes to our mind quickly, and that is culture. So partly what we are going to discuss this afternoon is how do we use the soft power in our creative or cultural industries to cause a development. And as, given that I had an opportunity to be around for the morning session, I think we should also make an effort to make a connection between the conversations we had this afternoon and the conversations we had in the morning and what we are going to discuss this morning. So what exactly do we mean when we talk about a creative industry, and more so in the context of Africa? The creative economy, as many of you might be aware, is a constantly evolving activity driven by the cultural industries, which make up a large and interconnected sector. The arts and culture impact the creative economy in many ways, including education, innovation, collaboration, and networking. Our cultural industries are one of the most rapidly growing sectors of the global economy. This sector is gaining prominence as a solid path to economic development, especially in less developed countries, with their focus on culture and creativity as sources of job creation and innovative tools in the quest for sustainable development. However, beyond a mere praise for economic and social benefits that creative industries produce, the soft power that accompanies these results should not be underestimated. Creative economies have shifted the international focus from mere economic development to human development. In a fragmented world, in a fragmented country like ours, widespread insistence on the integration of culture as a catalyst for development is more than ever needed. In many African countries, awareness is growing of the importance of the important role played by the commercial creative sector and the creative services industries. Africa is going through a transformative cultural revolution, and increasingly the creative and cultural industries have become a vehicle for the soft power on the continent as well as on the global stage, where societies can express themselves freely and form partnerships to employ new technologies that connect cultural industries to markets worldwide. So, ladies and gentlemen, for us to be able to dig deeper in this conversation of the creative industries, allow me invite the eminent individuals, eminent Ugandans, who are going to help us to dissect this conversation a little further, so that by the time we end our 1.5 hours, we are all on the same page when we talk about the creative industries and their position in the development processes of our country. So first and foremost, allow me invite Miss Barbara Atusasile, apologies. Barbara is a founder and the director of Tassos Films Limited. She's a screenwriter, film producer, director, and corporate event planner and media consultant. Her drive is to influence the world through positive media practices, social justice, advocacy, and charity. This she does through films, documentaries, and various social events. Ladies and gentlemen, let us behave like we've had lunch. Let us give a huge hand clap to our first panelist this afternoon. Next is Mr. Philip Ruswata. Ruswata is a highly respected performer, a writer, and a director who founded Theatre Factory. I think many of us who have time to watch TV, Philip is a common figure. Philip lectures in theatre and film at Makerere University. He has contributed to numerous TV dramas, stage productions, and radio plays, as well as directing a number of film features. He has also facilitated community theatre projects and mentored many talented young Ugandans, especially in the culture sector. So ladies and gentlemen, let us clap for Philip. Then finally, allow me to invite Miss Fina Mugerwa, also known as, do we have some Ugandans in the audience? Miss Fina Mugerwa, also known as Masanyalaze. So when we are in this room, we are catered for, okay? We have the Masanyalaze, we have electricity in the room, okay? Miss Mugerwa is a musician and a dance maestro. When I was still doing some Italian classes, maestro is something that, you know, something strong and big. So when it comes to dancing, Madame Fina is a real maestro and a leader at the Uganda Musicians Association as a general secretary. She heads a body that brings Ugandan artists together with a common goal of a better and a more profitable music industry. She has been a stakeholder in the culture and creative sector for over 8 years and is a managing director of Mwenya Culture Troupe with over 30 employees. Fina Mugerwa is also a fitness trainer and a member of the Rotary Club of Bukoto. So if you have problems with your fitness, I think she can also help. That is the team. Let's clap for all of them. I have a long list of questions that is going to guide our conversation this afternoon. So what I'm going to do is to put across these questions across the board, and I will ask my panelists to write the questions down, and you feel comfortable to respond to the questions you feel you are in a position to respond to. Apologies. And so my first question is goes like this. So how are the cultural or creative industries becoming a tool for Africa's influence in the world? How are the cultural or creative industries becoming a tool for Africa's influence in the world? The next question, what are the major developments and trends in the cultural creative industry in the West and in East Africa? Question number 3, how does the restitution or repatriation of African artifacts or African museum objects acquired during colonial times demonstrate an African soft power? It's a bit loaded, but it's a very useful question for our conversation this afternoon. The next question is, It's focusing on the practical terms. So it goes like this. In practical terms, how can we help the emergence of African creative enterprises to support African development? Practically, how can we support the emergence of African cultural enterprises to facilitate African development? And then to make a link between the conversations we had this morning and the conversations around culture, I want us to also write down this question. We might answer, but we might also ask support from the audience, because I felt it is really important that we make that connection between culture and peace building and conflict management, since we discussed a lot about it in the morning. So the question goes like this. Is there a role that culture can play to promote peace and conflict management? Is there a role that culture can play in promoting peace and conflict management? And then finally, what are the gender dynamics and the role of women in promoting the creative and culture in the culture industries? So that is what we have on our plate. I'm not saying that we should eat it all, okay? We don't want to have issues. We can eat what we can and leave what we can't to the audience. And I wanted to suggest that to start off this conversation, let us start with a small, a short video, which was done by our colleague from Senegal, called Elizabeth Gomis. You can excuse my pronunciation of the word. I come from here. But the film has a lot to communicate in terms of the creative and also the promotion of our culture. And then after the film, we shall quickly jump into the conversations in light of the questions that we put across our eminent panel. Okay?
Hello, I'm Lise Gomis, head of the prefiguration for the forthcoming Maison des Mondes Africains in Paris. Thank you for having me virtually. As you may know, we just wrapped up the first edition of Creation Africa, a forum dedicated to showcasing cultural and creative industries coming from the African continent in very specific disciplines. And what I learned from those 3 days of professional meetings, exchange, and demonstration was that CCIs are power. Power to establish new terms on a global scale, and on who's leading the discussion and who's influencing the world, and an African narrative to create a pop culture movement just like the US did a century ago through cinema and music. Talking about music, we all know how music from the continent is today competing with global American music and winning more and more markets, which prove the point that CCIs is a tool to spearhead African influence in the world. Who could have thought that a boy from Lagos would sold out the Madison Square Garden in New York? CCI did it, and we can do this with all the fields. So what is ahead of us? We need to expand the movement on many different fields. Fashion, for example, is having a shot right now, even if all the high fashion industry was already influenced by the African continent and African style. Today, we're more into taking the lead. I'm thinking of Thebe Magugu, the South African winner of the LVMH prize in 2019. I'm thinking of Imana Yisi from Cameroon, which is the first designer from Africa invited to showcase his work in the official calendar of the High Fashion Federation in France. I'm saying this because it means something about the shift that is happening currently. And our forum, Création Africa, just confirmed that. 300 professional meetings have been set up in a day. 65 French and European companies signed up to be here, and they all went back with a catalog full of creation to develop, partnerships and business partnerships to develop, and not that we were on very specific disciplines such as animation film, gaming, immersive world, TV series, and edition through comics. So our mission right now is to ensure that the development of those fields, from the idea to the realization of it, is strongly secured. What we are saying with transformation of raw material is the exact same process for cultural industries. We have the creatives, but we don't have the pipe to process that creation. And that's why, in a way, the outside world is coming to harvest that creativity in Africa with no effect on the local production in terms of job creation or economic benefits. So yes, we will be able to talk to the world and lead the global discussion only when the production chain will be sustainable. We have the power, but we don't have the transfer to process it. And that's what we are trying to implement with that Maison des Mondes Africains, which is at the crossroad between creation and business. This house will give tools for a new generation of African youth and its diaspora to create the next global narrative. Thank you so much and have a good panel.
Well, can we jump in? All right, thank you so much for the opportunity. The organizers that were able to organize something this important, because I feel like these conversations are a necessity every time that we meet. I will take a go at the first question that you asked, Mr. Moderator, that how are the culture and creative industries becoming a tool for Africa's influence in the world? And to give basis to whatever it is that I'm going to say in regards to this question, I'm going to, first of all, I'll say that the CCIs are contributing to the diversity of culture experiences, you know. And when I look at the culture market, when I look at the culture and creative market across the globe, I look at it as a dining table, a very big dining table. And on this dining table, you have all these countries, and they have all come to do a cultural trade exchange. And I'll use two, and on this table, everyone is just going around and looking at what this country has and what this continent has and what this, so you are looking like at a platter, and I'm going to use just two examples. I'm going to use India and I'm going to use Uganda. And if you look at the platter of cultural artistic exchanges on the Indian platter, you're probably going to find their dress code, how they have influenced the world with that some people in different other countries have decided to take it on as a bridal wear. You're going to look at the film industry and how the expressions of their culture through that have been consumed by us all over the world. And I can say that, even bring it back to Uganda, that our TVs are playing, you know, the Indian films, and they just have some art of making it so much that the episodes are like they can take you for 4 years, you know, watching the same, you know. So you're looking at probably their cuisine, the vegetarian cuisine that they have created, so diverse, you know. And probably there are people that are going around that culture table and they're saying, I'll pick from this, I will take from this, I'll take this and I'll take that. Now, I'm giving basis to whatever it is that I'm going to be contributing. Now, you look at the African platter, that is the culture and creative industry, you know, platter from Africa. And in there is our very rich literature that is there. And I love the way that we are unique in the way that we present our culture through the literature, because growing up, now like my mom had stories that she had from her great-grand and her mom, and these stories were in such a way that the African tells the story in such a way that there is something to learn from it. And that is the uniqueness that we bring to some of our storytelling. They can tell you a story about not staying outside of the house late, and you will go to bed early without even the doctor's orders. So you find that I see certain, you know, uploaded writings, and people are quoting the African proverbs. And so there is something that we are also culturally trading. So imagine if India wasn't on the cultural arts exchange, platter or the market. Imagine if Africa wasn't there. So we are actually influencing the world. And the CCIs in their different domains, if you look at the aspects that make up of CCIs, they are all influencing the world differently, independently, but also jointly. For example, I'm just going to use very simple examples. For example, if there is an artist's meet, let's say a painter's meet, and this painter's meet is bringing the artist from Italy, it's bringing an artist from Uganda, it's bringing an artist from, and let's say all of them are doing sculpture. You're going to find that there is a little bit of a uniqueness in the different presentations by the different continents, by the different countries. And then they are learning and influencing each other and making themselves better. I see the African drum being picked up, onto footage, sorry, not footage, but the stock that is being sold, or even in live music concerts or recordings of music. So there is definitely an influence that our cultural, artistic, everything is adding to the world. And my other point could be that we are actually shaping, the CCIs are shaping the economy. And that will be my last for this one. The CCIs are shaping the economy. I would like to give an example, because now we're talking about Africa, and then we can bring it back to our country. If you look at Nollywood is the second largest employer of its people, the sectors that they have in their country. It's the second largest, And then if you look at it, unless if the statistics have changed, but it is actually the biggest, the largest film economy, the largest film economy in the whole world, next to India. So what does that spell out to us? That definitely the CCIs are making a contribution to the economies, because if you're the second largest employer of a country, a whole country like Nigeria that has some good money and some good economy, that means that the CCIs are important and they are making a contribution as well to the economics of our world. And that's my submission for now.
Okay, thank you very much, Barbara. Is there, Fina, Philip, do you want to add something on the first question? And I would appreciate if we can also be a bit analytical of what has been done in terms of using our cultures to influence the global perspectives. Where is still the gap, and what needs to be done to address that gap?
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone, and thanks for this opportunity to be talking here. I'll start with a disclaimer. I do totally believe that the CCIs have some power. But when I looked at the question, the first thing that came to me is how persuasive have we, as participants in the creative culture and creative industry, how persuasive have we been in influencing the world, if at all? Then it brought me this old story about the antelope and the elephant. So this antelope goes to the elephant's home and finds a big party. There's all kinds of food, the best music, and the elephant tells him, go and tell others that there's a party at my home. And this guy goes dancing, jumping up in the air, and telling the lion, telling the snake, telling who there's a party. By the time he got down the hill, he was tired, and he slept. So he missed the party. Now, are we really part of the party uphill if we celebrate? If we go around, oh, this is where we are, are we really participating in this party? Because when you look at the participant in the creative industries in Uganda, we are very much jumping around like that antelope, telling everyone else but not participating ourselves. As artists, being able to sit up here is the exception. Having a Luswata here, for every Luswata you see seated up here, there are like 100 who didn't make it to this seat. We are perpetually poor, perpetually starving. We are limited in investment opportunities. Right now, if you make a theater play, I've seen many people who have come here and thought, oh, in this very space, what if these guys had thought that this place could also be used as a theatrical space? But you see what the stage looks like. You can hardly even dance from here. So nobody is thinking about what we can do. Nobody is investing in this thing. I've been to filmmakers every single day. I met a woman who makes films every single day of the year, from January to January. She wakes up to make a film, and she makes one feature film every 3 days. So I asked her, okay, you seem to be making the money. She said, no, there's no money. I just believe that if I'm working for the name, I want the name. So most of us are here working for the names, and when you hear Luswata, you think Luswata has made it, Luswata is impacting the world. There's no market. You make a film, where are you going to show it in Uganda? You make a theater piece, we just have one national theater. So how are we being impactful at all internationally? With a huge youth population in Africa, but let me think about Uganda in particular. For instance, in France, 23% of the population are below 20. In Uganda, 56% of the population are below 20, 56%. Now, which of these two groups would you expect to birth the next dance, to birth the next story? You'd expect the youth would have a lot to express themselves about. But no, it's the one who has the resources. He who pays the piper calls the tune. So most of the time, we are telling stories that are making it to the festivals, stories about malaria, stories about female genital mutilation, stories about, all those, how we survived Ebola. Those are the stories. You'd say we're not being appreciative of the Queen of Katwe's that have come our way. Queen of Katwe was about a black girl who played chess and made it really big. How many of us Ugandans who watched it understood what chess is about? What if she was this girl who went, and I do appreciate Queen of Katwe, what if it was this girl who played Omweso with his elders and turned the whole village upside down? How would we have received that story? Look at the stories that are being told about Africa, the woman king. It's stories that are convenient. Women going around thrashing men, and I do appreciate women thrashing men. Blood Diamond, Hotel Rwanda. Where are the stories about victory? I see Afande Kulaije there. I've always asked myself, these guys went to the bush, fought really hard. There are so many stories, but for nearly 40 years later, I haven't seen one single film about the NRA bush war. I haven't seen one single film showing us how Salim Saleh used to turn into a cat. And what that meant. I haven't seen one single film. And there is really, even amongst these people who participated in this story, a lack of willingness to support the telling of these stories. Nobody sees the relevance in actually investing in this. I also tell you, apart from, of course, we had the war film recently, Who Killed Captain Alex? Was it Who Killed Captain Alex? Yes, I think that's the biggest cultural export we have had to the world. Is that really us having soft power to influence the world, to persuade the world to think about us, to love us better? 20 years ago, an American creative came to Kampala and had a competition where we were encouraged to write stories, our experiences with house girls and house helps and house boys. And over 1,000 entries were made. Only one person won. That person was to win, I think, must have been $1 million or something like that. $1 million shillings. That's the only guy. Out of all these 1,000 stories that were told, one fellow won 1 million. And of course, the American playwright went on to make their film about the houseboy.
Okay,
I participated.
Filippo, you need to wrap up.
Okay, I can stop there. Because I'll keep going. I see so many problems. But we should not be content at participating in world conversations on the peripheral, because that's what is happening. We are all happy as creatives, creating work for tourists, creating works for festivals, so that we can get accolades. I'm always on the airplane. We should now be unashamed about telling stories about that person next door, stories that people immediately identify with, as opposed to having Jambo Sana on a t-shirt. Say Oliotia. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Philip. I think we can, Fiona, if you have a say on the first question. If not, you can
I have
jump on the next question.
I have a supplement. Thank you very much. To wrap it up, with our report and non-funded creative sector, we have tried to influence the cultural diplomacy, but on personal basis. For example, our very own ghetto kids managed to penetrate into the America Has Got Talent, but on personal basis. So all what has been done in the creative sector has been done by the stakeholders. So there is more need for government support and other sectors, because whenever you penetrate into the world, it is the country to celebrate your success. It's still the same as being crippled industry. It has managed to employ at least the 80%. You know, we have at least over 8% is youths in our country. Most of the youths are coming into the creative sector because it is to do with entertainment, being happy. We don't have any education certificate. We don't have qualifications to this industry. You can come in, everyone can become a star at any time. So the industry has really employed the 80% of the youths and of the population. The creative sector has also become a tool in sensitization and awareness, though the African governments, I don't know, if I'm to talk about Uganda, it doesn't normally use the creative sector to communicate, but it's one of the biggest tools that can do effective communication, because it's the quickest. I can produce a song and it reaches the home of Afande Kulaiji when I don't even have a dream of going there. So music is the quickest communicator. So we just argue to the government that they should get on board and use the creative sector to communicate all the causes that are about our country. I submit, sir.
Thank you. Can we jump with discussed question 1? And it's good that all of you had something to mention or to say on question 1. Can we jump to question 2? And who would like to start?
Let me go first so that I take most of the time. So question 2 was, what are the major developments and trends in the culture and creative industries in East Africa? Of course, there are so many scientific trends that we could talk about, but for me, I would like to simply celebrate the small and mundane achievements that we are having as Africans, as Ugandans especially. And I think I would like to especially celebrate the recklessness with which the Ugandan filmmakers go on to make films, even when they know they are not earning out of them. Because it just goes to keep the trend of simply archiving stories, because stories must be archived in one form or the other. That's something to celebrate. It was never really about the money traditionally, and many people will argue that you can't make art for no money, but that's a story for another day. We also must celebrate innovations like mobile money. Mobile money has brought money closer to the artist. I do know that for the longest time, we have been, you go on stage and you're praying and hoping that the guy at the door is not going to walk away with the whole basket collected. So with mobile money now, of course, you can access cash in an easier way as a creative person. And I think we need to be helped by those people who are running such platforms to be able to benefit better. Think about the artists and the challenges of the artists towards being financially literate. How does this help us? Then also the rise of active content creators and at the same time content consumers. People are creating their own content on YouTube, on TikTok, and consuming it as well. And I think there is so much potential recklessness in this direction. And probably this is a point at which governments, the Uganda government needs to take interest and say there is such a huge conversation going on in the social media. How do we support people to start thinking critically? Because when you see the people who are running knowledge, social knowledge, and how we know, these are people like Kefko on TikTok. These are people like the presidential advisor. What's her name? What's that woman's name? The presidential advisor, the Kantakara's presidential advisor. At one time we had the late, the guy who was shot. These are people who are driving popular social conversations. So there needs to be conscious investment by our government towards getting people to be more critical in how we express ourselves. Then, of course, we must also celebrate the many women who are choosing art. Because when you see Barbara here is a leading filmmaker, and just like Kenya, Uganda is slowly being taken up by women. The cinema industry is slowly being taken up by women. The stories they tell in the work they do, that is a story for another day. But at least it is something we must celebrate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Philip. As Barbara and Fina come in, I think Philip has dwelt so much on the internal dynamics and development. Could you also think about the general context?
Thank you.
In which, for instance, we look at issues of gender, we look at issues of climate change, we look at the population dynamics. So what are the implications of those kind of changes and trends on the creatives, the CCIs?
All right, thank you very much. As per my last update in September 2021, keeping in mind that the landscape may have evolved since then, the general trends may include music and Afrobeats. West African music, especially Afrobeats, gained international recognition with artists like Wizkid and Burna Boy achieving global access. So we are penetrating with our Afrobeats. And then when it comes to fashion, there is a way Nigeria has branded itself. If I could comment about Uganda, we have not tried enough to brand ourselves as Ugandan content. You can't, it's very rare to have some content which identifies Uganda. It is at a low scale. So there is more need for identifying ourselves and branding ourselves as Ugandans. When it comes to fashions, they have gained prominence, blending traditional and modern styles. Then when it comes to the film industry, it is obviously Nigeria which has done it, and it has done it not because they have special content, but it is just because of branding. They branded themselves, and there is more market internationally when you have something very, very special and unique. So there is more space for Uganda to brand ourselves when it comes to content creation. I submit.
To make an addition to what has been said, I'll pick it up from something that Philip said. The trends, the major trends, development trends in the culture and creative industries, and you said it was West and East Africa. I'll pick it up from something that he said. The women are actually, the trend is that the women are becoming key participants in the creative economy. And for me, I celebrate that a lot. you cannot disconnect the CC eyes from the face of the woman. And I'm just going to give you context for probably someone that doesn't know some of the things that we are talking about in the industry that we're talking about. I'll just give you some of the culture industries that we could be talking about. We have the traditional and cultural expressions in arts and crafts, festivals, celebration, culture sites, archaeological sites, museums, visual arts, that's painting, sculpture, photography, antiques, publishing. Publishing is also part and parcel of it, the media, the books, the press, and other publications. There is design, interior, graphics, fashion, and all the performing arts, live music. There is also the audiovisual, that's the film, radio, and broadcast, the new media, the gaming, the creative services, architecture, things, advertising, and all. So we are trying to bundle everything up. So when you look at the trend that is happening, let's just look at the cuisine, the African cuisine or the Ugandan cuisine as a cultural thing that we can export as a cultural product. You cannot separate a woman's face from that. When you look at the film industry, some names are going to run in your mind. When you look at the music industry, when you look at the fashion and design, Arapapa and the like, so in almost all these domains, you're going to find the face of a woman. And that is why I'm celebrating that trend, that the woman is becoming a key participant in the creative economy. The other trend that I should point out is the digitalization, as a business model. We are starting to embrace the digital economy. There are more online markets. But of course now for our government is to really do a lot of training to the CCIs so that they can really have full knowledge on how to take advantage of the digital market, how to market ourselves and how to sell our things. But definitely there's a trend that began and it is growing continuously, and we are embracing someone is ordering something from here and someone is ordering something from here and I am shipping it to them in another place. But definitely the magnitude of it is what we need to look into, developing and growing ourselves, and also us who are in the audience that are part of the CCIs. So, the other trend that I'm seeing is a lot of skilling and capacity building that is happening. I can't say for all the domains that are in what we're talking about in the CCIs, but there is definitely, I hear this one is that there is a skilling here, there's a skilling there, not on the magnitude that we want, but there is some growth. And for us that are here is for us to pick it up and we see how to, sell this gospel of skilling and capacity building, because it is something that is going to preserve our culture and will increase, our cultural products and how on the global market. The other trend that I'm seeing quickly as I conclude is the awareness of the potential of the CCIs. There's something that Philip said, and I can build up on it. There is a lot of potential with the CCIs. So I'm seeing people, for example, I think I don't know when I last met Philip recently, but we have been doing a lot of we have been doing a lot of boardroom talks, trying to push our government into paying attention to the CCIs, paying attention to the budget, to the budgeting for the CCIs. So that is one of the things that is happening, that the industry itself, the CCIs, are understanding that there is a market potential there. They're doing the skilling, and they are more aware of even their interdependence with other industries. But it's not on such a big scale in Uganda. So that's why we need to really take this gospel around and see how to improve ourselves in that regard.
Okay, thank you very much, Barbara. I think the other takeaways that we can think about when we think about the general trends and developments, as I said, we need to look at the general context. A lot of things have changed. We've talked about the gender dynamics. There are certain things that were never done by women long ago, by now everybody can do. There are some music instruments that were never allowed to be played by women, but these days the women can be allowed. Long ago, art and music used to be treated like a hobby. You don't do it as a business. Today it is business. Nobody does it for free. We have new laws that have come on board that guide the way we engage in the cultural industry. I was told the other day that the reason why some people can't use the animal skin is because the Uganda Wildlife Act doesn't allow the killing of the black and white monkey, which is used by Baganda when they are doing the traditional performances. So that is a new change, and it means that the Nankasa group, the Baganda who used to do Nanduja, they have to find an alternative. Then issues of climate change. They have also come in. With climate change, a number of trees have disappeared, which trees used to be very good in drum making, and they can't be found anymore. Then we have popular cultures. You know, as a country, we can't afford to have perimeter walls across Uganda, so we have cultures coming from different directions, and these have had a lot of impact on our local cultures. And because we've not done enough to teach young Ugandans, young people, to embrace and appreciate their cultures, so they have been quick to embrace whichever cultures that have come their way from whichever direction. So that is a new trend that we need to take care of and ensure that we really safeguard our own cultures for the benefit of the future generation. I think we've also dealt in one way or another with the question on gender dynamics. So could we quickly discuss the issue of restitution? And I'll give each one 3 minutes if you have something to say on the need to repatriate our museum artifacts or cultural objects that are being kept in European museums. Who would like to start?
I'll go. I do hope I do not come out negatively, and I'm happy to have been invited here. I hope I'm invited again. Now, the question was, how does the restitution of African artifacts acquired during the colonial era demonstrate an African soft power? What is soft power? Being able to persuasively influence action, persuasively influence action. Is this something you can say of how these things came back? Because this question might assume that these artifacts were simply pieces of art for art's sake. But no, history will tell you that most of our artifacts as Africans had worship value, they had spiritual value, they had his archival value. So we archived a lot of information in just a simple rock painting, a lot of information in a simple mask, a lot of expression in these things. So what happened was not simply acquiring. It was more of kidnap. They kidnapped these spirits of ours. Because what is to acquire? To acquire is to obtain, gain, or come into possession of something that you didn't have through purchase, exchange, effort, or other means. And what are the other means? The other possible means would have been to steal. Now, to take someone else's property, belongings, or possessions without their permission or without the legal rights to do so, with the intention of keeping or using those items for oneself. And these items were kept in the libraries, in the museums in Europe. This is where they have been. So what does restitution of these stolen artifacts demonstrate for me then? It demonstrates a sense of closure and redemption, a sense of closure for me, the victim. And of course, redemption and forgiveness for the kidnapper who took these things. So do you call that a victory for me? Would that be a victory, something to say, oh, it shows that you have soft power, soft influence, you can spiritual abuse? What needs to be happening is to have a sense of forgiveness for us as Africans and a resolution of that issue. Because when a thief brings back what they took by force, that doesn't make you, and they give you back just what they choose to bring back, just what is convenient for them to bring back to you. That doesn't mean you are any less powerless. You remain powerless, and I don't think we were party in the way we should have been to that decision, because it was an injustice to start with. So maybe the question should have read, is this justice after all? Yes, it is.
I would like to make a submission, because I've been following the debate on the restitution, and it's quite interesting. I'm just going to use a story. There's a friend of mine, her mother died when she was young, and the mother left her a piece of land, and it is in such a lucrative place. So what the auntie did when she got married to her husband, they decided to develop the piece of land, to put their home and put rental properties. And when the child grew up, when my friend grew up, I was with her through the process. So she starts to ask about the land. And they say, don't talk about the land. You know, don't talk about the land because we have added value to it and it's different, don't talk about it. And I can understand the dilemma and the frustration of these people that have raised this child, but I hope they knew it was just a lease, because ownership is ownership and legality is legality. There is no way around it. We can't flip the coin anyway. I'll give you another example, just an analogy. Imagine you phone me when I am sick, you incapacitate me, because I'm talking about those that were actually just raided and taken, you know. You find me incapacitated as a person, and you see the uniqueness of my child, and you take the child. And you say, probably wherever it is I take this child, they say this person is unique, you know, you take my child. And years down the road, this child grows up. I did not give you that child. And I see that child, and they are old. And I say, that's my child. I can see the birthmark that shows that this is mine, you know, because something that is yours, there are characteristics that are going to show that it is yours. And you tell me, you know, I know that this is yours, but you see I've added value. I've added value to this. I've dressed your child well. I've given them importance and all. And so I know they're your child, but you can't take care of them. That is, I will ask for my child. Even when Moses grew up in Pharaoh's house, he decided at some point and said, I shall return to my people, and I helped them. If those artifacts could talk, they would say, return me home. There is a thing, I just want to dwell a little bit on the discussion.
As you wind up.
As I wind up. This is the discussion that is still being held. That who do you give the art back to? Who do you give the art back to? This is our father's work, our forefathers' work. It's a law of inheritance. You just bring it back and give it to the country. We have museums. We can take care of our own art. And there is another one that said they won't be able to take care of the art as well as we are able to take care of the art. Art is an emotional process. I know that Philip is an artist. He creates his stage plays, he creates his work. I create my films. It is an emotional process. And I want to say that even any other person in the world, whoever it is an artist, there is an emotional process that you're going to put to that sculpture. There's an emotional process that you're putting to your work. So you cannot tell me that when you give it back to me, then I'm not going to be able to take care of it. It is mine. By the time I made it, it means something to me. Like Philip was saying, there was a spirituality attached to it, but just art in itself is an emotion. You can't say that we're going to get the art and then we're going to put it on fire. We don't know how to use it, it's useless. No. By the time our fathers put time and effort and emotion in creating these artifacts, they knew what they were doing. It's not like they were doing it for someone who say they know the value of it more than we do. So as a concluding sentence, I think it's not so much of a demonstration of the African soft power, it's an issue of justice, and some could even call it an international crime.
Thank you very much, Barbara. This is a very interesting discussion, and we can't claim that we can exhaust it in this room. I've been part of this conversation in some other spaces. It is really, really interesting, very sticky, and very sensitive. Because there are so many questions that we can raise around the whole notion of restitution. We need to look at the issues of the law, because like most of the artifacts that are being kept in British museums, they will tell you they are now protected by the law. And if you want to take them back to Africa, then you have to amend the law. So as Africans, if we want to have our artifacts back, then we know where to start from. We need to start from the perspective of amending the law. Two, we also need to put our house in order. One of the artifacts that I know that is being kept in one of the museums in Britain, Pitts Rivers Museum, the royal stool of Bunyoro Kingdom, the original stool actually that they used to crown the Omukam of Bunyoro. And the question is, if it was returned yesterday, where shall we keep it? And there are so many other questions we can raise. I've been part of the conversations on museums in Uganda. Personally, I started the movement of community museums in Uganda. But wherever you go across the country, they are struggling. A museum opens this year, the following year is going to close. So we also need to change our attitude. We don't want to bring back these precious items only to rot or to be stolen again. So we really need to ask ourselves those hard questions and use the right approaches and the channels. Fina, you have something to say on this, or we jump on our last question?
No. I have something to say. If I'm to wrap it up all, due to the ignorance of the African continent, it contributed to losing our content. We lost what belonged to us rightfully. But through the process of reclaiming the rightful ownership of what was taken, we have gained something. We have reclaimed the cultural heritage. By seeking the return of looted artifacts, African nations assert their culture, identity, and heritage, emphasizing the value they place on their history and traditions. This demonstrates their determination to protect and preserve their culture legacy. We are ready to protect. After getting them, we are ready to protect. International recognition. The global community has increasingly acknowledged the importance of repatriating these artifacts, reflecting a shift in international attitudes. African countries' efforts to secure the return of their cultural treasures highlighted their ability to influence global discourse on cultural heritage and restitution. Diplomatic negotiations. Negotiating for the return of the cultural artifacts involves diplomacy and international relations. African nations engage in foreign governments and institutions, showcasing their diplomatic skills and diplomatic soft power. Another point, we have gained cultural diplomacy. Repatriation efforts often lead to cultural collaborations and partnerships between African nations and foreign institutions. These interactions can promote African culture on the global stage and enhance soft power through cultural diplomacy. Global awareness. The campaigns for restitution has raised global awareness about the historical injustices of colonialism and the significance of African art and heritage. This increased awareness contributes to the shaping international perceptions of Africa and its cultural history. Then there has been unity and Pan-Africanism. The push for restitution has also fostered a sense of unity and solidarity among African nations. Collaborative effects for restitutions demonstrate the strength of African unity. Now you've talked about the chair. Now the Banyoro have just known that our chair is there, so they are coming together to get their chair. So it has brought about unity and Pan-Africanism. Last but not the least, economic and tourism opportunities. The return of the cultural artifacts can stimulate tourism and economic growth in African countries, further enhancing their global influence and economic soft power. In summary, the restitution of African artifacts is not just about the recovery of historical treasures, but also about demonstrating Africans' soft power through cultural preservation, diplomacy, and their ability to shape global narrative and the perspectives.
Okay, thank you very much. I think it has to be very clear when we speak about restitution, why are we doing it, how are we going to do it? Is it for tourism? Is it for diplomacy? Is it for education? Is it for socialization? Why are we doing it? And I think the other thing we can do is to benchmark and learn from our neighbors who have done it successfully. I know in West Africa, Nigeria, Benin, they have repatriated a number of artifacts. And then Namibia has also successfully repatriated a number of artifacts from Germany. So maybe as a country. Okay. Now I'm going to combine two questions, because we are running out of time. We need to understand, we need to hear from you on what needs to be done to support the cultural enterprises to support African development, and what kind of challenges are we likely to encounter when we try to support the cultural enterprises. What needs to be done to support the cultural enterprises, to support African development, and what kind of challenges do we anticipate? Again, 2.5 minutes each, and then we'll open up the discussion to the audience. And I want to start with Fina.
All right, thank you very much. This connects back to the other point where we've been. Due to ignorance, we lost what we had. So there is need for education and training and capacity building. Then the government and other institutions should invest. The sector needs funding, encourage investment in African enterprises. This could come from government grants, private investors, or international organizations. Funding can help business grow, create jobs, and expand their reach. Then infrastructure development. For example, in Uganda, we have only one national theater, and it's not ours. It is just there. We don't know the owner. So there is need to improve on we need to improve on the infrastructure of cultural enterprises, including facilities. Thank you very much. You can see the pain. We have only one national theater for the whole country. For the 80% participants in the creative sector, it is just so absurd, and the government is busy getting revenue from the sector and it's not investing. So it's high time they invested. This goes to the government. Please invest in the creative sector. You will get more revenue from the creative sector. There is need for promotion, support market and promotion of African products and services on both local and international levels. There is more need to promote our products. There are so many people, there are so many youths who are having the products. Phil talked about the lady who produces music and films on daily basis, but she doesn't know where to sell them. But for the government, when you have so many, very many connections, connect the creators to the market and support you should support the creatives when it comes to market. Pay for their trips so that they can go and look for them. That's why I told you we have globally matured, for example, through the Ghetto Kids, but on individual basis. So there is more need to search for the market. And government policies.
Finally.
Yes, I think others will talk about any other thing, but I have to talk about the government policies. Up to this time, in the creative sector, we are having the 1948 policies, And that is why you always see us going to Parliament to improve on the policies. We want amendments. We need more amendments, and besides the amendments, policies are there. Yes, they can help the sector, but they are not functioning. They are not functioning. So we need them. They are not applied. So we need more enforcement. And then there is intellectual property. Our products are not protected. So we need to strengthen intellectual property to safeguard African cultures. Access this will encourage creativity and innovations within the creative sector. For example, we are talking about stuff which is outside, which are in other countries. If they were protected, if there was intellectual property, they wouldn't have talked about the policies which govern them. We would have gotten them back to our stores and museums. I know when we get them back, we can keep them. So, okay. Last but not the least, okay, last. Last, collaborations. We should encourage collaborations among cultural enterprises, fostering network and partnerships that enhance their visibility and sustainability. I wrap it up by encouraging the government to support the creative sector because it has a big potential when it comes to the GDP contribution.
Okay. Philip, is there something FINA has forgotten in terms of supporting the cultural enterprises?
Yeah, definitely. This is going to be my shortest answer. FINA has talked about infrastructure. She has talked about protection. She has talked about investment. She has talked about the policy, environment. And I know today I have worked really hard to avoid sour graping because we have been, for the better part of over 15 years, we've been agitating for all these things, and there has been no movement, no action whatsoever, and no commitment to any action. So what I remembered was what the conqueror of the British Empire once said. What is it? Last King of Scotland, Idi Amin. He said that if you're having a problem with these boxers and the referees who are cheating you, knock out the fellow. Then you cannot be cheated. And I think that's what us as players in the creative and cultural industries need to do, to force these people to see all these other things that FINA is talking about. When I was coming here, I received a WhatsApp inviting me to a master class by a great British playwright. And I must say, I have been the beneficiary of many of these master classes. And whenever you see this master walking in, you know that this master is going to change your life. This master is going to... So this master comes in front of you and starts changing how you think. I have been told that a play has a beginning, a middle, and an end. I have been told what the protagonists of a film should be, what the structure of a film should be, what a villain in a film should be. And we attend these things every day, up to a point where we forgot how to express ourselves, how to tell our own stories, to the point that we have become irrelevant to the people who are consuming our content here at home. For instance, I'll ask you, who is the protagonist in our traditional folk tales? If you think about Ugandan folk tales, who is the protagonist? They tell us in these films that the protagonist should be one who starts with a problem, then they meet a big controversy in the middle, then they start resolving their issue, and they change at the end of the day. But I know that our protagonist was always this guy called Wakaima, who never changed. He was, he was the villain protagonist. Always he would do clever things to get himself out of trouble. And in the event, we would end up learning. If you go to the Batoro, if you go to the Banyoro, if you go to the Acholi, there is this fellow. But instead, if you know the story of the Kapere, I write a lot of development drama as well. And we always have this Kapere guy who at the beginning has no clue, very stupid. He's the one who is defecating in the bush. He's the one who's not using a mosquito net. He's the one who's doing everything silly on earth. And then there's this guy who walks in and saves him by enlightening him. Then at the end, he says, oh, I should not have defecated in the bush. And those are the films we are making. But our star of the movie was this guy who from the beginning is using the net. Everyone else is not. While everyone is dying of malaria, for him, he has a way of surviving. So we need, I think everyone needs to hear the fact that we should not be ashamed in telling our stories in our way and going back to the utilitarian value of traditional Ugandan art. Traditional Ugandan art was not just for the sick.
Okay.
A story told,
Okay.
So, okay, let's use what we get from the West by way of innovations to host our stories, but not so that it is a means to an end and not the end to itself. So I don't say no to these master classes. I say yes, let's go to these master classes to learn what we shouldn't do and perfect what we should.
Okay, thank you. Very strong statement. We shouldn't feel ashamed telling our own story. Okay? I think for me that is the starting point if you want to change the perceptions. Barbara, 1.5 minutes. Philip has taken most of your time.
No.
1.5 minutes.
I bargained for 2, and I have some. I just want to make 3 points, 3 crucial points to me, to the industry. And one is the budget amnesia that our people have in the industries, in the places where we are placed as CCIs, or just the country at large. There's a budget amnesia. It's like when it comes to the CCIs, we're the stepchild that just gets the crumbs. You don't know where the child is or the school fees that they're paying or how they are getting to school and what they are spending, but you just want to just allocate, small little crumbs. So for me, that is one of the biggest problems that we are having, and we're trying to get into these boardrooms, and it is amazing that, I'll just use an example. This person that is on this laptop, they are deliberating for us in the CCIs, if they are, that is singing, let's say, a Judith Babidi song, Yesu Vera Nange. They don't know how this person did the song arrangement. How did she pay for the song arrangement? How did she pay for the studio? How did she market that song for it to be even on your phone? You don't even know if it is, if you're observing the copyright for that song. You have not helped the system that is helping this person to do what it is that they are doing. So when it comes to the government, for me, I'm calling upon my government and African governments that this budget amnesia that happens with the CCIs should stop, because the youth are actually in the CCIs. The shift that happened is that it used to be the doctor, the lawyer, the nurse, the secretary, and all. That is what, we grew up knowing that is what we're going to be. And the young people right now are saying, there is this gap in the creative sector, there is this gap in the culture and creative sector, and I want to take my position in it. And so when we have this budget amnesia and we are not helping them to get to the place where they can have a global say and compete globally in a nice way, then we are just killing the economy because they have chosen to trade in that manner. So the budget amnesia of our country people needs to stop. Number 2. I'll just apply something that I got from The Guardian some time back. And they say that the solution to poverty and unemployment in Africa is entrepreneurship. And I just want to say that so that it can sink. The solution to poverty and unemployment in Africa is entrepreneurship. And we are looking at the cultural entrepreneurship right now, the cultural and creative entrepreneurship. It is a very important point that we need to look into. How are we going to work out this entrepreneurship? First and foremost, the education system. Starting from the grassroots, we just have to look at the systems. We have to be intentional about teaching financial literacy as a subject standalone from nursery. We just can't start, because growing up, our parents would say, if you get money, you're going to get spoiled. If you get money early, you're going to get spoiled. But that is going to be solved in the whole financial literacy. So a child grows up knowing that because if we're saying that we have the problem of poverty and unemployment as a continent, and we have sung about it, and we have sang about it for so long, and we can't go back to the system and change the education system to make these children start from a young age to think entrepreneurship. I've got to have an idea. I've got to economize it. I've got to make something of myself. Then we are doing nothing, and we're going to have the same song, and I don't want to be a part of it. That is why, for me, as a person, I've gone ahead to actually begin student mentorships, and I hold them every term at the National Theatre. We're trying to go into the districts. I, as a person, and when I go out and look for partners, they come, they don't. I try to create a system in which I can afford. Because if I at least take this, and we're doing financial literacy as well as part of other things, as part of the other things. So we've got to change the education system and let the child start to know that I can be an entrepreneur starting from the ground. And my last point is the markets. The markets is how we can be helped as a creative industry. That, number one, is creation of new markets. Number two is protection of markets. If you look at the TV, they told them that you have to have 70% local content. But if you go there, actually, you will find that really that's not really the principle, you know. And so we make the films, and you have no market. You make the film, and the country is the one that is supposed to protect your market, you know. The country has to protect the market, and the country has to also make new markets. I'm looking at all these ambassadors that are everywhere in all these countries, and I'm thinking, isn't there a cultural and arts desk? Isn't it there? Can't you organize cultural exchange markets for us? Can't you organize a festival? Can't you organize these fairs that we can be part of, and we extend? Lastly, I was impressed by the Kenyan government. This is what they did. They went and they are starting to sign deals for their artists with distribution companies for the film and the arts, especially film. Now, you see, a country has such a bargaining power, and it can bargain for its children. It can bargain for its people. But so it's just a call to our governments. You have the power to bargain for us and open new markets for us wherever it is that these ambassadors are and these embassies of ours are. That is just one way that you can open us to these markets. So that is how we can be helped. The education system in financial literacy, the financial amnesia needs to die of the government thinking we don't exist, or we are stepchildren, and yet we are paying taxes like everyone else, and my kids go to school, I pay school fees, but my system is not enabled and not being helped. And these are the conversations we're having in the boardrooms, and we're going to break these barriers. And then the markets, the creation of new markets and the protection of our markets. Okay. That is how we can be helped.
Okay, I'm looking at you with a bad eye, because we need to open up the conversation to the audience at least for 3 minutes. Just a sec. Two things quickly. I think when we, as people in the culture sector, if we are demanding for budget allocation, it has to be very clear. The people in government need to be told how much do we think is sufficient for us in the culture sector. The last time I did the analysis of what goes to the culture sector in the last two financial years, it was 0.003%.
It's a crime.
Of the national budget that goes to the culture sector. That is, if you look at the Department of Culture and Family Affairs and the Department of Museums and Monuments, the two departments combined.
Those should be salaries for the people.
And that is salaries and wages.
Yeah, salaries
okay?
and wages.
So that was the situation 2 years ago. What is the situation? It could have improved, it could have worsened. So we need to do our homework, so that when we are asking the people in government, we know how much we are asking, and we tell them the situation. Two, we also, as I said earlier on, we need to look at the issues of the law, because that is what government understands. At the moment, the law that provides for establishment of regional theaters and the national theater, the UNCC, is of 1959. Okay? And it says there shall be, I've forgotten the sections, there shall be regional theaters. But since 1959, where are the regional theaters? And the National Theater, the way it was in the 1950s, probably it hasn't changed much. Philip, you can advise, you're always there. Is there anything that has really changed significantly? So we need to advocate for the right laws so that we can get what we deserve as actors in the culture sector. Fina, you have a fraction of a second to say what you want to say, a fraction of a second, and then we'll have 5 minutes of the conversation with the audience.
Thank you so much. I had forgotten about the most painful challenge, which is in the creative sector, about the policies. The government is not investing in the sector, but it's just exploiting. On behalf of the Uganda Musicians Association and the musicians, it is real broad-day robbery. When it comes to telecom companies, URA, and that is the government, it gets 48%. A callback tune, that song you always listen to when someone calls, it costs 700 shillings. So URA gets 48%, that is 336 shillings. Telecom company, the MTN, the Airtel, what? They get 35%. That is 245 shillings. Then the aggregator, Kayungirizi, he gets 15.2. That is 106.4 shillings out of 700. Then it comes to the content creator, a person who goes to the studio, you compose the song, you invest in money, you market it. Actually, they had just forgotten us. And they said, you know what, we had forgotten the artists. Let us give them 1.8. Can you imagine? That is why you see artists, they're having big names, but very poor. The government is really exploiting the industry. So we have the statistics. And when it comes to our contribution to the GDP, according to our research, in 2017 statistics, we contributed 3% to the entire, as the entire creative sector. So how about now? So the government, we are coming to parliament, we have decided to put on the suits the way you put them on, and we are talking from the papers. Please, we need to amend the policies. We need the artists to gain from what they do. Thank you.
Okay, we are coming to parliament. So wait for us. This is what we are going to do. We don't have a lot of time. I'm going to have two hands from this side, the gentleman in the purple jacket and the gentleman in the black shirt. Kindly stand up. Kindly stand up. This side, I'm going to have the lady over there and the gentleman at the back and the gentleman here. Kindly stand up. And finally, we'll come to the lady at the front. Let's start. And I'll beg that let us raise all the questions at once. Would that be okay, my panelists? So that you respond at once.
Okay. Good afternoon, and thanks for the feedback from the artists themselves and the content creators. I don't want to claim that I know much from your industry, and I actually don't so much follow. But why I want to inquire, or what I want to understand, is that we are in a global society, and there's a lot of content generated from the global community, which at the end ends up influencing what you guys do, because you are creating for the market. But there's a lot of information or content within our cultural establishments. Like, for instance, the other month, there was a cultural week for the Karamajong. It was a cultural week. It was in a park. So I was passing by, and for some reasons, each day I would end up, like, I have friends, they would create some content out of their cultural week, and I would end up posting it on my socials. So in my mind, I'm like, but these people have a very rich culture, but how comes nobody ever talks about them? At the end of the day, we tend to frame the Karamajong to be backward, but they are one of the communities that have tried to preserve their culture in the whole of Uganda, I think better than the rest. So what have you done as the content creators, as the leaders of the cultural, is it art and culture, whatever it is, to showcase some of these very important cultures and our heritage? I think it could be the basis of promoting whatever that you do, because this is quite unique. To me, it was very unique, the extent that sometimes I would even find myself putting on their gears, their cultural gear, their hats, and it was quite unique. I don't see it in our culture. So what are you guys doing to promote what we already have left amid this globalism? Thank you.
Okay, I want to beg that let's keep the question short. Let us use the 3 W's. Start with the what is, why, when. That will help us to keep the question short.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good afternoon. I'm called Alto Jorarali. I'm from Chenjojo, for Port Tourism City. I came for this conference. My question goes to the General Secretary for Uganda Musician Association, Fina Masanyarazi. He was saying that the government has not helped for the artist. It is very true. Here in Uganda, we are seeing very many associations you are doing. We have Eddie Kenzo, we have For You as Uma, you have what that means. Every artist in Uganda can make an association which cannot help the artist.
So what is the question?
My question is, as the Secretary of the Uganda Musician Association, how are you going to help these artists so that you can form one association to help the all artists of Uganda, so that you can copy from those artists from Nigeria? Another question goes, another question I have.
No, I'm not going to be very kind on this.
Just in 2 seconds.
Kindly pass on the microphone to the next person.
Thank you. My name is Nasimba Janita. The title, the role of culture and creative industries for the African soft power. Thank you for all the submissions from the moderators. But when you were starting, you said you wanted your discussion to flow with the previous discussion we had. Kindly help, I particularly, I don't know about the rest, to connect your discussion. I've had it, very impressive, but kindly help me connect it to the geopolitics aspect.
Okay, I think that might also come to us in the audience, because there is a question we've not deeply discussed, and that is the question on how we can use our cultural resources to address conflicts in our region. Is there something in our culture that we can use to promote peace and manage conflicts? And that can be homework. We may not have the time to discuss that, but it can be homework for all of us. Close your eyes, look back into your community. Is there something that has always been useful, something that has always been used to promote peaceful coexistence, to manage conflicts? It can be conflicts between families, between clans, between communities, and so on and so on. Okay? Because in the morning we discussed geopolitics and security and conflict in the region. And yet culture is something that is always available and around us. Is there something we can build on to promote peace and security?
Yes, sir. My name, I'm called Alex Oharere, student of Chambogo University. Okay, my question goes to Fina. You discussed about the challenges faced in the music industry, but are there the efforts you've made really to convince the government that the music industry has contributed a lot to this country? Because we see there is a lot lacking and there is a gap between you and the government. Next, I think it goes to Mr. Luswata. So you were discussing about the creative industry. How best have we done also to make sure that we get security for our culture and the creative industry? We see there is also a gap because the government has gone ahead to even interfere with some cultural practices. I am Umasaba, a Gishufrumbari, but one time when we organized a cultural activity within Kampala here, we were arrested and detained. I don't see why there was such, but it is culture. Thank you.
Okay, you can pass the microphone over, but I can tell you issues of cultural rights and cultural expression, they are done in a relevant context. Okay? So if it is, if I'm a Muganda, if I go to the streets of New York and I want to dance Chiganda dance, I will become a nuisance and I might be arrested. If I do it from Kabaka's Palace, I will be given soda and everything. So context is also very important when it comes to promotion of our cultures.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Cyrus Kingsley Wagga. I'm a student at the School of Social Sciences and a major of international relations. This is my question. What can be done for information to be available for all the people that are aspiring to be part of the cultural and entertainment industry? When I was young, my teacher asked me, what do I want to become when I grow up? As if to suggest that we become after growing up. And all that time I was in school, I never thought I could be whatever I can have as a talent and nurture that gift until I grow up. And I actually started, I won the first music auditions that I won when I was in Form 5. Yet I would have started way earlier. And then the other thing, it is precise. One of our panelists said that there is a lady that makes movies and she does not know who to sell them to, but she makes many of them. And that explains that she has the tactic, but there is no strategy. A man called Sun Tzu wrote a book called The Art of War, and he said, strategy without tactics is the slowest route to victory. And I can assure you that without a strategy of information flowing throughout the whole nation about how people can be nurtured, about how people can access market, about people can distribute music. I have done music for long, but I never knew that you can distribute music worldwide. And it has occurred to me.
There are two people behind you. They need to have that microphone.
Oh yes, sir. Oh yes, sir. There is no information. That is the main info. The question I want to ask.
Okay, thank you.
And how can it be spread?
Thank you so much. My name is Nyombi Haruna from the Faculty of Law at Islamic University in Uganda. Thank you for this discussion. There is a point on our discussion. In practical terms, how can we help the emergence of African cultural entrepreneurship to support African development? I want to raise my concern in regards to in the Ugandan context. A few days ago, I read a tweet from Dr. Spire, Jimmy Sentongo. I think he's in France apparently. And he met Ugandans who are in different activities, and one of them is doing animation, and he said he's doing very well the other side. And when he was talking to him, asking him to come back to Uganda, it was like, we have got no support to do our things from that side. That means Ugandans in our country, however innovative people are, they are not getting enough space and even enough support from the government. And now my questions, how are we going to do about it to preserve our heritage? Because it's through these things that we try to preserve our heritage. But you find in many circumstances, even the languages in schools, the local languages, people are denied the chance to speak their languages, and these are the only things that they can learn, their cultures, even practice them. Mr. Philip Swata is a filmmaker. I believe countries like China have thrived through their languages, developing their countries, their languages through art. But in Uganda, the space that's being narrowed for people to exercise their cultural rights and even
so
the
language. Question is?
How are we going to preserve our heritage without the support from the stakeholders, especially the government?
Thank you. How are we going to support the preservation of our cultures?
Thank you very much. The name is Barbara Muyinda. I would like to appreciate the panelists, Mr. Philip, Miss Barbara, and of course my General Secretary, Mrs. Fina. I would like to bring your attention that this topic of the CCI is not a one-day thing or just for hours. So direct my question through you, Mr. Moderator. How can we organize a week of CCI with all these sponsors here? Please, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much to all of you. I think let's come back to, hey, apologies.
Yes, I'm Julie Nakalanda Matova. I'm an organic farmer. This is my first time here. I usually go to the embassy and so many other things where we're talking about farming. I'm happy to be here. Philip is my OB. He nurtured us a lot in theater works at school. I'm happy he got there. My question is about the commitment for all of us as stakeholders, parents, government, but also people in the industry. The other day, I slept just across this hill in Kasubi. There was some night when there was a show here and people were speaking vulgar language. So when we look at why I'm asking about the commitment, if people are frustrated, people in the industry, the art industry are frustrated, the result might be that people will end up with any form of content. How are we going to manage this? And how are we going to make sure that we finally use this to get what we want to get? When we were in primary, they made us sing about corruption. I still remember those songs. A corrupt man conceives his movements. But corruption is everywhere. Where is the commitment? So as we try to nurture this, the message we are passing on to the next generation is distorted. Thank you.
So if I might rephrase your question, where is the commitment some of these contemporary corruption? Okay?
Okay, well, I had the fewest questions to answer, but how do we get security for our culture and industry? And Fred, I think I do disagree with you to have said that, oh, it's context, you have just to think about context. It's giving people excuses. I think there are organizations that exist that should provide backup for practitioners. As a Ugandan, I should be able to go and dance Nankasa without any problem and also be understood as a Muganda in Karamoja. Otherwise, if we just leave it as a blanket thing that always think about context, think about expressing yourself. Then when you also need to think about the question you've brought about content. What kind of content are we giving and how is this content moving people? And I think I would like to put this question together with the other one on the geopolitics. How do we push for conflict resolution and peace? One thing we all know is that when we are creatively engaged, we have alternative channels of self-expression. Right now, I remember growing up in Nairobi in the 80s, we used to have, when we had conflict between estates, we'd go and have breakdance competitions. And then you go and reorganize if you're beaten. You don't throw stones at each other. Right now we have become so uncritical, and even our president has been on record to say that the arts are pretty much a waste of time. Why listen to, why listen to Shakespeare? And I always say, why invest in tear gas? Why invest in batons when you can invest in theaters, when you can invest in dance spaces, so that people with their frustrations can go and sweat their frustrations away People can create stories and dramas that talk. Someone was saying also that we might get censored by government if we create plays. And I said censorship is the best thing ever, because as Africans, it has been our culture never to say things as they are. We have always been symbolic about how we express ourselves.
No, I'm just telling you to wrap up
I'm done.
in a few seconds.
I'm done.
And that's what the audience was saying by clapping, I guess.
I'm done.
Okay.
I'm done.
So if I'm to wrap up some of the questions that I had about, I think, preservation of our culture, what are we doing about it and all. I teach a screenwriting class. I teach screenwriting classes. And one of the things that I've added to my topics, or whatever it is that I teach, is the authentic African story. And every student that passes through my hands, I tell them, let's come back and tell the authentic African story. Because just like the analogy that I used of the platter, I mean, you don't want to dress up like, try to dress up like the Chinese culture, and yet there is the authentic Chinese culture. The people can tell the difference. So I'm trying to, I personally, and I'm trying to create ambassadors for the change, just like Philip was saying, for us to come back and tell a story the way it is, dress our people the way they are, do the soundtracks in the movies and use our Africanness, you know, in just making these films. So I personally, and as I am creating ambassadors in this, we're trying to change the narrative. And if you look at the movies that I'm doing as a preservation as well, I do movies about about our country and the things that we are going through. Yeah, I've done a movie about domestic violence. I've done a film on education of the girl child. I've done so many films, marriage and all. And in all these films, something that is very central is the Ugandanness of it, the Africanness of it. I do not want to lose it to anyone. And what I do is, when I do a film, I tag an event to it. I tag a campaign to it. And that is why, let's say, the mentorships that I'm doing through film with the students at the National Theatre, like every term, we actually have one mentorship coming up of like about 8 schools, you know, and what happens is they watch the film, and the film is made specifically to encourage the children to stay in school, trying to curb the problem of dropping out of school that started a long time and was intensified by the COVID. And so you're being relevant at the same time you are expressing yourself in the gifts that God has given you. So that is one way we are preserving culture. I am doing that, creating events around them. And finally, we are trying to change the narrative. We are really trying. Okay, I personally am trying, and I'm trying to bring people. We're trying to create events, and I think that any of you that is here, if there is a message that you have and it is a pain on your heart, don't throw it here. Take it back and say, what can I do about it? And I have realized that when you create events like these ones, there is someone that you inspire to think differently. For example, on the 26th of October, we have a business summit for women in film. And the women registered. There are so many, and some are traveling from up country. What are we going to talk about? Some of these issues. These are some of the issues that we are going to talk about. So I encourage each and every one of you that has an issue on your heart. It is not for any of us to take on. We are also trying to take on a couple of things. Create the events, call the people, have the discussions, write the papers. Also you push, you know, for this thing that you're seeing. It has to be a force for some of these things to change. So yes, and I think that's it.
Thank you very much. The gentleman from Chenjojo, he has asked, why is it that we're having several associations, several organizations? This one I can submit openly by saying that it is the government sponsoring the disorganization of the music sector. It does divide and rule. You can't tell me that there is an established association which has been there, which has a taproot, and you have registered another organization owned by 2 people and another government personality is the secretary. So it is the government, I believe, and I'm very sure it sponsors the disorganization. So I humbly request the government, please, let us organize ourselves. Please sponsor the structures. That is how you're going to gain from the creative sector. Then Mr. Alex. Alex has said, yes, I have to answer his question. Alex asked that, what have we done for that period of time we've been in leadership? What have we done about whatever is going on? When it comes to the policies, I told you we decided to put on suits because these people put on suits and they speak from the papers. We have spoken. We have written letters. I have a number of received letters from all government entities, UCC, Parliament. I'm going to pile them up and show that we've never gotten any answer. That is why we tell you it is doing it, the government is doing it deliberately, not to foster and to support the creative sector. Otherwise, we are ready and we are on paper, the policies, we've learned them, and we are ready to sit with the government on paper. So, Mr. Alex, just be calm, we will reach where we're going.
Okay, thank you very much. Can we put our hands together for our beautiful panel and for the beautiful discussion that we've just had? We've come to the end of our conversation on the creative and cultural industries. Thank you very much for your submissions, and sincere apologies to all of you whose questions couldn't be, taken, because you can't have each and everything, and you can't stop the sun from moving. Okay? So from me, bye-bye. Thank you.
Give that panel a round of applause. Thank you very much, Barbara. Thank you, Philip, and thank you, Fina. And thank you, the audience, for having been able to participate through this very important discussion. I know we seem to be a little tired, but I'm also hopeful that in the next session, we'll have a vibrant group with a vibrant moderator who will inject some more energy so that we can move. We still have 2 sessions to cover. And our next session is looking at the new scramble for Africa, emerging geopolitics and international relations in Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome with a round of applause a journalist and a lawyer by training, to come and moderate the next session. He'll be able to invite the panel, and then they'll carry it forward from there. But may I suggest, this time around, let us try to use time sparingly, because we are not doing so well. Can we, with a round of applause, welcome Mr. Charles Mwangusha Mpagi to take over here on this podium. Charles, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Patrick Kamara. Thank you very much to you members of the audience and the organizers for Kampala Geopolitics Conference 2023. My name is Charles Mwangusha Mpagi. I'm a journalist. I've been introduced, and I host a talk show on NBS TV called The Frontline, and an interview one called NBS Face Off. The session I am moderating is the new scramble for Africa, emerging geopolitics and international relations in Africa. I will be assisted in this by the following people. I'd like to invite to come and take up seats here. Let me start with Professor Philip Kasaija. Professor Kasaija doesn't need a lot of introduction. He's a professor of politics in the Department of Political Science and Public Administration, Makerere University, Kampala. He holds a Bachelor of Arts degree in International Relations from Makerere University, Kampala, a degree in Diplomatic Law, University of Westminster, London, Master of Laws, and Doctor of Philosophy from University of Sussex, Brighton, UK. He was just telling me not to read everything, so I'll stop there. Respectfully, sir, I am stopping there. Let me invite another very eminent Ugandan, Dr. Nansozi K. Mwanga, Executive Director of the Julius Nyerere Leadership Center, which is a presidential initiative co-hosted by Makerere University and Uganda Management Institute. A Ugandan national, she holds a PhD in political science from the University of Toronto, Canada, a BA Hons in political science and a master's degree in area studies from London University. She also has a postgraduate diploma in international relations and development from the Institute of Social Studies at The Hague, the Netherlands. Dr. Mwanga, very nice to have you on the panel. I'm looking around for my friend Ahmed Haji. Don't seem to see him in the audience, but he's supposed to join me up here as the third panelist. Yes? Ahmed Haji, okay. I hadn't seen him in a while. Ahmed Haji is an adjunct senior fellow and founder of the Center for Policy and Strategic Studies. He's also the president and provost of the Lincoln Institute of Diplomacy and International Relations in Uganda, affiliated with the University of Delaware, United States of America. He designs and leads accredited training for diplomats, military personnel, and multilateral staff on national security, foreign policy, international migration, counterterrorism, and engagement with non-state actors. Join me to welcome Ahmed Haji. I also need Louis Namwanja Kizito. Louis Namwanja Kizito, where are you? Louis? Yes. Louis Namwanja Kizito, you're most welcome to join the panel. I'll be reading Louis' profile. Yes. Louis is a commercial lawyer with specialist knowledge in legal practice areas such as international trade, capital markets, venture capital, taxation, transfer pricing, structured financing, fintech and payment systems, legal compliance, land transactions, data protection laws, and banking. He advises Web 3.0 technology, business on legal compliance requirements for virtual assets, and asset tokenization. That's my panel, and we're discussing geopolitics in Africa. I can see some people in the audience that we need to discuss this very interesting subject with. Let me shift and take up a seat in the middle there, and we'll have this conversation, and I'll invite the audience to make contributions along the way. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we're discussing the new scramble for Africa, emerging geopolitics and international relations in Africa. Let me start with a very broad question to Dr. Suzy Mwanga. Could you briefly explain to us what this one scramble means and what the new scramble is? What would you describe as the new scramble for Africa? But before we get there, what is this scramble for Africa?
Thank you very much. Philip and I were just talking before we got onto the stage, and we're asking ourselves, what is the new scramble for Africa? And we didn't conclude before we actually got onto the stage. The assumption here is that this there is a new fight by global powers to have access to resources in the African continent, pretty much in the same way that they did in the late 1900s and early 20th century. And I am assuming that that is what we are talking about. Talking about the idea of, of a scramble means that there is a fight. And this leads us, and I'm sure eventually will lead us to the question is, what are they fighting for? And who is fighting, for that matter? I think that the assumption here is that at some point when you had the initial scramble for Africa, you had Europe partitioning Africa, colonizing it, and therefore having greater access to resources and so on and so forth. So the question is that how different is this new scramble? Is it, is it being revitalized? Is it about something completely different? And here, as I said, we didn't come to a conclusion, but my assumption is that you have the same players, maybe a few new players wanting exactly what people wanted in the 1900s and early 20th century. In that period that they wanted in terms to be able to have access to African.
Dr. Mwanga talks about the period of the first scramble for Africa. You're talking about the period between 1880, running up to about 1914, when you're concluding the scramble for Africa and the cutting of Africa into different territories of influence. I was reading up The Economist in March 2019 had an article about the new scramble for Africa and the opportunities it creates, and also talked about a second scramble for Africa around the period of the Cold War. What is it that defines a new scramble for Africa in 2023?
Well, thank you very much for having me, and thank you very much, Makerere University, for putting this together, Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, and many of the partners that have really valued places and spaces of policy discussions. It's good to sit in a space where you have two of your teachers and you're now colleagues within the space of the intellectual space. So Dr. Kasaija, this other side, and Dr. Susie were very much of my early inspiration into the realm of international relations. So it's good to be back to Makerere, and you're sharing the space with your once your teachers. And I think for me that's a very critical issue. Yeah, if you look at the new, what people say, it's not even a new scramble because it's been happening. If you look at the French colonies, France never left Africa. They have a system called the Franco-Afrique. So they've never left these continents. They've had a very close engagement within the continent. So this idea of it's the second coming, it doesn't buy out within the realm of international relations discussion. Some of them they've never even left. We just see them repositioning themselves in new ways. And majorly, I want to highlight the 5 major contours. One is you have the underground scramble for our strategic critical mineral resources. If you look at Africa, we have the largest deposits of these critical minerals that are going to be driving the energy future. We're talking about transitioning to the green energies or green technologies. We want to move towards low carbon economy. You need the raw materials, and the raw materials are in Africa. 30% of these strategic or critical minerals are in the continent. You need manganese for military applications, for permanent magnet manufacturing. You need, 70% of the cobalt that we will need for the entire battery system for any electro appliance is in the DRC Congo. You need lithium, for example, for all sorts of technologies. You're talking about quantum technologies. Most of these are in the continent. And what is actually different is China is ahead of everyone. It's been refined. China has been within the space of rare earth elements or some of these strategic critical minerals that we will need for any communication system, for any, if we want to manufacture fertilizers, if you want to go renewable energy, solar. Everyone is telling us that we need to go solar. Literally, China has a monopoly of almost 80%, manufacturing in terms of mainstream, downstream, upstream, and all that. So the second thing that is also very critical is there's also the scramble for the waterways, especially if you look at down Indian Ocean up to the Mediterranean. That whole, many would call the Red Sea arena, and I know Kasaija has really written and talked about this quite a lot. You see that so many military bases are there, close to about 11 countries are there. They've set up military bases, they have commercial ports. I think the last one is Berbera that is being built by the UAE. Over almost 11 countries are there, and this is a very critical route because annually you're looking at about $700 billion of trade on that route. Literally everything, almost like 90% of oil, from oil or goats or anything, it's the most busiest route, and you see many of them there as well. I think for me the other critical issue you see is the scramble for land. And I think for me, after the Arab Spring, it was more clear that when the cost of wheat was affected by the climate in Russia and Ukraine and other countries, bread went up, and the connection with the Arab Spring, because bread prices went up because of wheat. So we started seeing many Gulf players, the new players who are not traditional players, rushing to the continent to lease land so that they can grow food and eventually be able to keep the supply of bread and protect their regimes. And then you see China, for example, because they're moving towards urbanization, they have limited arable land. Africa has almost 60% of arable land. China owns almost 77% of the continent land. So there's a land rush, or the rush for land. The market. Africa has the largest market base for anything, arms sales to consumers. And the last thing is you need allies. We are the largest voting bloc when it comes to the UN, and I think it was clearly evident when we took sides, with the critical vote of the Russians. Should we condemn Russia or not Russia? So you need allies. So Africa has all these main contours that people have to ally with or rush with. So anyone who wants to lead and maintain global leadership will need Africa. So there's a scramble for all resources, land, and most of these issues. And I think for me, Africa needs to reposition itself and assert itself so that we don't actually lose out from the multiple scrambles that have happened in the continent. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me take this question to Louis. Louis, I'm picking it out of what Ahmed has just said. What's different from what we had before? You had the Nile River as a critical resource, not just a resource, but a critical sea route that, a critical route that the scramble of the late 1880s was interested in. You had the building of things like the Uganda Railway, primarily, precisely to do exactly what Ahmed Haji is explaining. The resources that were needed then are still needed today. So what's new about this particular so-called new scramble for Africa? And the question again is there an actual new scramble for Africa?
Charles, I don't think there's actually a new scramble for Africa per se, because look, nothing much has changed. And allow me to do a detailed historicization of this issue, now that you're asking me what much has changed. You see, in the event of the end of World War II, we had what we call the Bretton Woods conferences that sat in Bretton Woods, New Hampshire, somewhere in the United States. Now, those conferences formed the geopolitical order as we know it. Because before then, what we had basically was empires parceling out what they could take, and there was no what the British had could not be taken by the French. So it was pretty much a fragmented market. What the Bretton Woods conferences did in 1944 is basically the Americans actually gave a bribe to their allies, what they call their political Western allies. They told them that for you to get access to our market, we are the only country that has not been ravaged by the war. To contain Russia, join us, and we shall patrol the global oceans on your behalf, and anyone who is anyone can trade anywhere. That was a new historical order. Now, Africa, how do we fit into that perspective? Suddenly, Africans were not represented in the Bretton Woods. I think it was only Egypt and a few other two African countries that were in the Bretton Woods conferences. What we see now is that this new scramble is not something new, but it has changed tact. It has changed form. So the system we have now is more on voluntary exchange. It's more on technology transfer and who can scale his market and businesses to unseen territories yet. Now, where do Africans and where do we fit into this equation? As Africans, we do not have an elite consensus. You see, it's very easy for the Europeans, and I don't know how, to have an elite consensus at a certain level on certain things. Now, as Africans, we don't know what our position should be on major developments. So I don't think what we are seeing is new. It has just changed tack because of now, since 1944, we're having this free trade orthodoxy. So each country is looking for where is the market, where are the resources. So if you have the capacity, you can negotiate. What we, the African elite, should look into is, can we generate an elite consensus? On not everything, really, on certain fundamentals, and I think we should discuss that. But I personally don't think there is anything new in this scramble, but it has changed tack because of the geopolitical order, and now this order that is based on free exchange, technology transfer, because look, I do a lot of structured financing and venture capital for tech startups. But you find that most capital is coming from the UK, US, maybe South Africa. It's coming into Africa. But what are they looking for? They are looking for how can they control what is there with the existing people. And we do not have enough venture capital funds to scale our businesses. So the geopolitical order of free trade, which I think is coming to an end, but anyway, we still have it, is people are looking for the next big thing. So if you are British, if you are American, if you are Chinese, how can you scale your business? So it's up to us to determine what are our interests. And I don't see them as clearly yet.
Professor Kasaija, let me come to you. You're looking at what people might describe as the third scramble for Africa. The first one being the Berlin Conference, resolved by the Berlin Conference. And those guys sat for a whole 3 months to discuss how to partition Africa. The second one, Bretton Woods, 1940s. And then getting into real effect after the end of colonialism. And bringing into play a new player who is the United States of America. The third would be described as now, you have new players, especially China, India, and the others. Two questions. How does Africa fit in? How ready is it? And can it play in this new scramble?
Thank you, Charles, and thank you for the organizers for inviting me yet again to attend this. How does Africa fit in all this? It's a question of agency, African agency. The point of how do we position ourselves in this, what you are calling new. I was actually arguing that I don't think there's anything new in what we are trying to do or what we are trying to discuss. The players have always been the same. African agency has always been lacking. But I think in this context, because as Haji says, we are 55 countries. It's a big block. And I think if we can get that consensus which Louis is talking about, the elite consensus on what we want, or define what we want in this relationship, then I think we can make a difference. But what has been lacking? What has been lacking is that to get that consensus, how do we generate it? Is it through regional economic communities? Is it through the African Union? What vehicle do we use in order to promote those interests? And as far as I can see, it could be the AU, but the AU has structural limitations in terms of how issues are discussed and how we come to decision making. So really, it's the ball is in our court to define what we want. So far, I have not seen it. We all have these diffused programs. I hear of the AFCFTA, the African Free Continental Free Trade Area, I hear the African Peace and Security Architecture, I hear the African Governance Architecture, but all these things are aimed at what? What is the end product? I don't see it. We don't influence much. We are basically objects of study, not subjects of study, which is really very unfortunate. And I think we need to scale up our involvement in all this so that we also become subjects where we discuss issues and people listen to us. Presumably also I could also mention the fact that generating African positions is very, very difficult. Why? Partly because of how we are colonized. We are being divided into these zones, the Lusophone, the Swahilophone, the Francophone, the Anglophone, the Arabophone. So to get consensus has become very, very difficult. So I think the question that you're raising is very pertinent, and I think all of us will have a role to play in terms of how do we advance that African common position, and can we really generate an African common position because of the way how we are colonized and how we are structured. Thank you.
Let me stay with you for a moment. We're discussing about Africa and how it should arrive at the table to become a subject, not an object, to use your words. We always speak in what we can, what we should, what we ought to do. When does the doing start? What impedes the doing? And the second question I want to put to you is related to your pet subject, which is geopolitics. How is the geopolitics, regional, continental, playing in all this?
Look, the problem is you're talking about generating common positions. Where I sit and what I have seen is we are really very good at talking. If you see the kind of programs that are run by the African Union, I'll just give the example of the African Union because I'm really very familiar with the AU. Where people talk, you can attend a meeting at the African Union and you'll get the minutes of the meeting after 2 years. This is how ineffective the organization is. The decision making is so warped that at the end of the day, when you find 55 African heads of state, when they sit, the talking is fantastic. Oh my goodness, people can make speeches. But the doing, but also the doing involves resources. May I remind you that where the AU sits, that building is a donation from China. The headquarters of the African Union is a donation from China. African presidents are very ready to sit in a Chinese built headquarters. You mean that we cannot raise money to build African headquarters? The problem here is, and I'm always very critical about some of this when they talk about them, it's because people just talk. It's as if we were born to talk. But when it comes to doing, that's where the problem is. We have fantastic programs. You look at AGA, the African Governance Architecture, the African Charter on Elections and Governance, we have the Anti-Corruption Bureau, we have the whole architecture. You go to the APSA, African Peace and Security Architecture, the African Standby Force, Continental Early Warning System, all those things. We have AFCFTA when we come to trade. How many countries are trading with each other actually? And I want to give you numbers here. And this has been established. Africans trade with themselves 14%. Intra-African trade is 14%. Intra-European trade is 65%. So we rather trade with the people who from outside the continent than with ourselves. The AFCFTA is supposed to address that, but how many countries are actually trading? So my problem here is this, not the lack of programs, it's not the lack of mechanisms, the problem is the doing. But the doing, we need to put our money where our mouths are. But we don't do that. And that's really the unfortunate bit.
Dr. Mwanga, let me turn to you for a moment. You know, Professor Kasaija, we are whispering with General Kulaije there a while ago, discussing exactly the same subject a few minutes ago. And he said he had recently discovered that we have a whole commissioner for African continental trade at our ministry here. And he said, if I the spokesperson of the UPDF, is learning about your office and you being the office holder for the first time today. What about others? And I told him, I only learned from him this afternoon that we had an officer like that in the continent. So it contextualizes the 14% intra-trade between and amongst Africans. Dr. Mwanga, the scramble for Africa in the late 19th century was about, 19th century I think, yes, was about resources. The Africans were not players. We're talking about resources today. Africa has been independent on average 60 years today, on average. Every country on the continent has been independent for about 60 years. We have a lot of important people all over the place. And we haven't gotten to discussing how to protect these resources. There's a lot of lamentation, lots of bodies. We are withdrawing troops from Somalia. We were supposed to be running things on our own. Part of the problem is the African governments cannot finance a mission to stabilize Somalia. We cannot finance initiatives like NEPAD. They need to be handheld by European money, American money, and other monies. How does Africa protect its own resources? How does Africa become a player in the new scramble for Africa when the attitude is that you must depend on someone else to foot your bill? And it's funny because you might have to ask for an allowance to participate in certain discussions.
To a certain extent, and I put a proviso on what I'm about to say, is that the question you're asking is no different from the question we ask ourselves on a daily basis. We lament, the roads are really bad, we have a problem with corruption, and we have problems with all sorts of things, the education system and so on and so forth, in the national setting. Yet we find that we are unable as citizens to be able to get up and say, you know what, enough is enough. This is what we need to do in order to move forward. I find that you can juxtapose the same thing when you come to the, African countries. We do lament. We have a culture of dependence. We have a sense of, when it comes to the idea of sovereignty, we guard it very strongly to the point whereby we cannot let go in order to be able to forge and leverage, amongst ourselves to be able to make decisions. I think that it's not, the issue is that it's not that African countries or Africans are not aware of what they need to do to protect themselves. It is the fact that we lack the agency to be able to do it. I recently went to Zambia, and the first thing that struck me, which I found very strange, but only I didn't realize that it was coming home as well, is that I found at the airport that most of the signs were in Chinese. Then, on top of that, there were two people who I assumed were tax collectors at the airport, who were also Chinese. And we got out in Lusaka, we drove, and I kept asking myself, there's something very wrong with this picture. Why are there these big billboards that clearly not a Zambian could not understand because they were all in Chinese? Now, the reality is that when one speaks, or when I got to talk to Zambians and I said, what's going on and, why this? And they said, well, the thing is that, us Zambians, we are not really used to hustling. We like jobs, and therefore when they come and they bring us the what we need, we therefore accept it as is. Now, the idea of accepting not only handouts or aid or grants or whatever you want to call it, we can dress it up as much as we like, but basically what it means is that somebody is paying your way and you have to sing and dance to their tune. This has become the norm in most African countries. We have lost the idea and the sense of identity and sovereignty that allows us or makes us be able to fight and protect what is ours. look at more recently here, the idea of the investor. The investor can do no wrong. But is that really the right way in which to protect your people when it comes to small things, for example, factories that are owned by individuals and don't keep to the kind of standards that they're supposed to? No, but it happens every day, and you're not allowed to say anything. So on a global scale or on a continental scale, what has happened is that in an attempt to attract, to be the ones that are chosen, a lot of African countries have tended to decide to keep quiet and therefore not question, and therefore not fight, and therefore not do anything. I'll just close in a minute. In the recent past, not even one, just over the last year, how many coups have we had? How many coups have we had? 2 in Mali, 1 recently in Guinea, 1 unsuccessful coup attempt in Niger, and a military takeover in Chad. Now, what does that say to you? Does that give you an idea of countries that are going to be able to come together and be able to work together in order to be able to not only counter the new scramble for Africa, but be able to progress and lead to the progress of their people? I'm just leaving that with you to think about.
Interesting. Ahmed Haji, let me come back to you here. What defines the geopolitics of West Africa, for example, the cause that Dr. Suzy Mwanga is talking about, is whether ECOWAS could actually take a position and act on it. In East Africa, East and the Horn of Africa, you're discussing the position of troops, ATMIS, in Somalia. You're talking about stabilization of South Sudan. Sudan joined shortly after that. And that pretty much defines the geopolitical situation that the continent finds itself in. In that circumstance, where does the continent stand to negotiate up its diplomatic engagement with the rest of the world and negotiate for its space on the table?
Well, I entirely agree with Professor Kasaija that where you have multiple nations, multiple histories, multiple identities, it's very hard to form that common ground within the international arena. Now you have these structural challenges. The AU is entirely less funded by the membership because, I mean, that strategic ownership, when it's not there, it gives room for those with all sorts of strategic. That's why you see a unified world, be it from the Gulf or from Greater North. Not start setting up military barracks by just bypassing the of Niger. 30%. If you do a collaboration to the African Union, to give these examples, but you know, obviously as an
spread to the last. If you take this back to 1880, 1879, they able to sit generate interest. Other interest party, because the Chinese leaders in Beijing.
Yeah.
When they return home, they don't even land. Head to
US.
Sochi. Sochi in Russia. The Afro-Russian conference.
Istanbul, Japan.
Then you head to Istanbul, Turkey becoming a major player.
Yeah.
Then India is also calling the shots. Yeah. The other day I met a vehicle in town written on Slovak aid. I'd never known that we have Slovak aid. Slovakia might also call African leaders to have a discussion about Africa. You'll be called to Washington, you'll be called elsewhere. I have never...
Well, to understand is Africa different. If Uganda system in a way impedes Africa to and pull you down, we do as the continent globally, as in the entire continent, is we fail to understand their current Museveni, and because of that you see. So I don't want to really paint a picture that African leaders are not doing anything. It's just that they're within a system that has sort of capped them in. And that's why you see, like Zambia case, it's under the debt trap diplomacy. They accepted the Chinese, taken most of their monies, and we have to let some of these money on the new express
venture experience. And they have all these is this continent in reality devoid of venture capital? Is it devoid of propping up its own in terms of who populates the factories that we're talking about, whether it's in Uganda or in Zambia or elsewhere? Or there's something else that's lacking? The definition of that investor. You hear the cries. If you go with someone from elsewhere, they'll be welcomed easily, they'll be given incentives, and they'll go running. If you find the panel that we have here and went as investors, one will spend the next, you said the minutes take 2 years, huh? We'll spend the next 5 years looking for an appointment. What is the problem? What is the critical lacking element?
Charles, thank you for that question. Let me contextualize what you have said with some background. You see, what annoyed me about African leaders was in 2021. In 2021, and not very many academics know this, but it happened, and I'm not exaggerating what I'm saying, it happened. In 2021, the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, sat down to allocate money. It's not money that they have in reserve somewhere, it is money that they printed out of, and I am not exaggerating, printed and allocated to member countries. Now, it so happens that Africa in the IMF, Uganda, our shareholding in the IMF is 0.09%, that's our quota. Now, last year, African leaders made a trip to Washington. And they were interfacing with a leader whose country has 15% voting veto rights in the IMF. And they did not even prioritize the fact that, number one, you need a reform of the international financial architecture. Because when the IMF printed that money, it's called special drawing rights, and gave it to member countries, we got the list of it, and yet we needed it more. So that interest articulation did not come out. But what did we hear from the African Union, the leaders that were imprisoned in vehicles to go and talk to Biden, was, please remove sanctions. Now, colleague Mnangagwa is really suffering, he's choking on debt. Please do not sanction. But there was no elite consensus. Now, that geopolitical interface with the West trickles down to how we handle their business. When you look at most venture capital funds that are domesticated source of capital, they're not Ugandan, they're not African. Now, the problem is, and it's going to go back to what I was trying to say, is if you have a fragmented market where, for me as a European, to put money, I have to first understand the peculiarities of Uganda. Recently, investors are looking at, if I'm a tech startup, can I scale to East Africa? But it's not that easy, because one, you have regulatory, and I work with capital markets quite a lot, I've told them these things, but I don't know. I think I have to engage them a little bit more. You have regulations that are out of date, out of fashion, not fit for purpose. So from our interaction from the international financial architecture, I think we need to come, because we have the resources, we just need a little bit of an elite consensus. And like I said, we don't have to agree on everything. Because look, again, I've just mentioned that the IMF printed money and gave everyone. Now, because we got very little of it, in France, I think the G20 last year, they pledged to reallocate the robust printed money to Africans. But to date, because of, they don't have interest in doing it. What is happening right now is only 0.5% of that money has been actually reallocated that IMF printed to us. 80% was pledged. So, and I have not seen any, again, elite consensus on telling these Europeans, you pledged this, what have you given? But instead, you find that a few European-dominated civil societies are pushing, and we're not having our political leaders. Maybe because these issues are very technical, and we do not, even our technocrats don't pay so much attention. We lose track of what is happening. But to answer your question a little bit more specifically, what I think needs to be done from an investment point of view, capital allocation, capital, attracting capital is one, we need to stop the nonsense of, and I am answering your questions broadly for that. Right now, air travel in Africa, if I'm going to invest in Africa, is very hard. Our airspace is negotiated according to bilateral air service agreements. Now, for me to fly from Entebbe to Kinshasa, and I think we saw it recently, you need to negotiate that air route. In Europe, they actually did away with that. In Europe, the entire market is dominated by 3 air carriers. Actually, it is 45% more expensive to travel across Africa than anywhere else in the world because the air tickets are much more expensive. It's cheaper to travel from here to Dubai than from here to South Africa. And what we need to do is if we want to improve the inter-Africa trade, which is beyond 14%, we need to find a way of these bilateral air service agreements. We should ditch that, no, that's slang. We should do away with that practice. We should find carriers that are financially viable. Ethiopian Airlines is doing it well, but what we need to do is, there's no reason why someone's going to travel from Europe for an investment conference in Africa should really struggle to go around the continent. So we should have these issues. I know the Africans sat down in 1980 to negotiate some of these air routes and all that stuff. They haven't gone very far. Again in 1970. So again, my talk today is going to be on, can we have the political elite generating an elite consensus on issues of a superstructure nature that affect us? Until we have that, I don't think we will ever have the venture capital to keep flowing from the Europeans, from the Americans, and they will control the stake in our businesses. And actually, of late, what is happening, safe border, I don't want to mention certain trade secrets, but safe border recently used to be 100% African, and I'm concluding, an African Ugandan business. But because they are raising venture capital in millions of dollars, it was not financially viable from a tax point of view to domesticate their operations in Uganda. So what they did what you call an inversion. They just inverted their corporate structure. They went to Mauritius, created an offshore company, and all the money that comes from Europe goes there. Now what comes to Uganda is a trickle-down effect for operations. Why? We have been telling URA we need seed enterprise investment schemes, and that's a discussion I think East African countries should have. We're not doing that. So let Minister of Finance with other finance ministers on the continent look into how we can, number one, seed enterprise investment schemes to attract more capital. 2, bilateral air service agreements should be done away with so that anyone who is African with a carrier can fly anywhere. And then we should manage our airlines as a business. No need for Rwanda Air, Uganda, because they're all loss-making enterprises anyway. So we should have, like Europe, there are 3 carriers. We need also, I think in East Africa, we need like 2 or 1. So I'll conclude by saying, an elite consensus needs to be generated on some of these superstructure issues. The Africa Free Continental Trade Area may not be enough by itself. It is. I'm one person who was telling people that it's going to be very easy for a Chinese to domesticate his business in Ghana and then leverage that Free Africa Continental Area to just re-export from Ghana, but it's a Chinese because, again, capacity issues. So, elite consensus, we need it. But
I was watching your lips carefully when you navigated and used how cheap it is to fly, how easy it is to fly to Dubai than South Africa, and forgot one of, once upon a time, the most expensive 45-minute flight route from Entebbe to Nairobi, from Entebbe to Jomo Kenyatta International, which I think was one of the most expensive in the world at some point. I don't know if things have changed. And you have something called the East African Community. And also it's been much easier to fly into Brussels and then come down to Kinshasa than fly from Entebbe to Kinshasa. I don't know what that says. Yes, I don't know what that says. But Professor Kasaija, This is your area of interest, and I want to take you to a subject I will ask General Klaija to talk about in a few minutes. You have African initiatives to create stability. Take the example of the African peacekeeping mission in Somalia, which now has changed to ATMIS. Uganda is a player there, was the first to walk in. Actually, before Uganda walked in, Ethiopia had been there briefly to chase out the Islamic Courts Union. Then Uganda arrived with the idea of AMISOM and said, we shall go in anywhere. But the Americans were deeply involved in getting Uganda to Somalia at the beginning in 2007. Then you have Burundi joining. You have promises. Kenya joins much, much later. And a few others who made promises and have not arrived in Somalia. Now you have arrived at that point of drawdown. But the question I want to put is the economics of stabilizing Somalia. Who are the major players in Somalia from the economic front today?
Thank you very much for raising that question. You see, we did Uganda's foreign policy review a couple of years back. And one of the things which I remember was kept on coming in our consultations was, why is it that when Uganda stabilizes countries, Ugandans don't benefit? Ugandan businessmen don't benefit. And the example of South Sudan, we went, stabilize South Sudan, and the best that Ugandans could do is to ride borders in Juba. But the people who are running hotels are Ethiopian. The people who are constructing roads were Eritrean. So, but the point then was, the government said, we don't do these things because we want to benefit. We do these things because of Pan-Africanism. Now, you can put it in whichever way you want to put it. Pan-Africanism has been a constant in our foreign policy since 1962. But the issue that you raise, who has benefited out of Somalia? Uganda's stabilization of Somalia for the last 17 years. I think it is not Uganda, certainly. But again, also, will give you, to run AMISOM, the African Union mission in Somalia, it used to cost about $1 billion a year. This money was mainly paid from the European Development Fund, EDF. When the Europeans cut down the funding by 20%, this was in 2012, the money came down because every soldier used to get $1,020, if I remember off my head. This was cut to $862, and the government takes $200. So a soldier gets $662 effectively. Now, the argument then was, so why would anybody die for $662? But I can tell you, and General Klaija is here, I have even been approached by some soldiers who told me, can you lobby for us to go to Somalia? Why? Because it is very lucrative. $662 on top of your salary which you get here, it makes a very big difference. In some countries like Burundi, Burundi uses the peacekeeping missions as forex raising, foreign exchange raising enterprise, kind of. So to answer your question, who has benefited out of this? I don't think really Ugandans have benefited out of this because of the policy of the government, because this is Pan-Africanism. But if we had made a deliberate effort, and it's not only Somalia, by the way, because we have also Eastern DRC, we have South Sudan, we have Central African Republic, we have Equatorial Guinea, we have, and we can go on and on and on and on where we are, where we're involved. So it's a question, I think, of us defining what we want to get out of these missions. Kenya, for that matter, they run banks in South Sudan, but who stabilized South Sudan? It is Uganda. We were given land, and I know this for a fact, to build an embassy in Mogadishu. Up to now, we have failed to build an embassy. We have failed to build it. But Turkey, which came later on, is the most important player in Somalia. So that really shows you, I mean, where we are as a country.
Where is the problem? Because we need to be able to locate the problem. If you take back to the 1880s, which I keep going back to, 1870s, 1880s, the original scramble for Africa, there seemed to be a strategy to this thing.
Yes.
You had the religious wing taking the lead in opening up the continent, together with explorers. Those were followed not by political actors. The religious were military background.
Yes.
What followed were businesses. The Imperial British East African Company, the Imperial British Indian Company. They were taking the lead. The mission, for example, Belgium's mission to the Democratic Republic of Congo, the king says, I haven't taken anything, so this one is a private estate to the crown of Belgium. When do you get, and then you have, in the 21st century, a discussion that puts lives at risk, that exposes the country economically, and the overarching mission, the overarching interest is the spirit of Pan-Africanism. What sense does that make?
No, you ask your government. It's not me. You don't ask me. You ask your government, because that's government policy.
I know you advise government and you speak to government people.
I don't speak for government and I don't advise government. We put the caveat there. You cannot speak for the government. No.
General Klaiji is offering to answer the question, but you first give us an answer, then I'll go to you.
The point is, you ask your government, that's government policy. But if it were me, if I was not making the decision, certainly, I would have something like called Uganda Imperial Company, so that when the Klaijis go and pacify, the Ugandan businessmen will follow. That's how I would approach this. Because clearly, you cannot lose lives. I will tell you, a life of a Ugandan soldier in Somalia is worth $50,000. This is what they are paid as insurance. If it was a United Nations mission, you are paid more than $1 million. And I know this for a fact. So you can imagine you are putting your life on the line for $50,000. It's not even $200 million, it's 200 million shillings. So then there, that's when we have to question the government. But then again also, if we are intervening in these, participating in this mission because we are driven by pecuniary interests, then there will be also a question mark on what do we stand for. And precisely I think that's why the government is coming in and say, look, we have to stand for something. We stand for Pan-Africanism. We are helping the Somalis not so much for anything, but because we want, these are African brothers. And presumably also makes sense. But equally you are making sense because someone has to benefit somewhere. I can tell you this because Nigeria was supposed to contribute to AMISOM. The Nigerians asked, what is in it for us? If we come, we'll come with our equipment. We want reimbursement up front. If we come, you have to pay us as the United Nations. And we didn't have the money. So they said, look, what do we do? Keep away. You have your mission. This is your substandard mission. It's not for us. We'll participate in UNAMID. In fact, Nigeria had forces in Darfur, but not in Somalia. Because for them, they were very clear. They want to get something out of these missions. So you ask your government why it has adopted that stance of Pan-Africanism.
Ahmed Haji wants to say something.
Well, I think in international relations, there's this connotation we call DIME, which is diplomacy, information, military, and economics. And what you see is, for that particular context, Uganda goes with the M. So you leave the economics, you leave the information, and these are very key elements to project power internationally, also relevance. Because these are nationals, even when EU was giving money for stipends or for salaries, the Americans were the ones actually, funding the training. I think somewhere around on your way to Singo, around there. So one of the challenges we have in the continent is we are clear on what we want, but we don't define what we want. And that's why you see that with so many people that are coming for our resources, it's very clear that 30% of the natural wealth that will power the economics of the world is in the continent. The market is in the continent. But we are not very coherent in defining what we want. And that's why you see that Uganda has not really benefited quite a lot in terms of seeing that beyond just combat experience, we've served in Somalia, You don't see much coming here. And I think for me, partly because our foreign policy is designed in a way that it doesn't project the Ugandanness out there. We don't project how much we can contribute out there. It's just a few people who within the elite system that benefit from these policies. And I think for me, failing to project our element of power as nations, as a continent, we will end up being objects and followers of whoever wants to come in our countries or whoever wants to come in the continent. We should not assume to be living in this continent as idealists in a realist world where it's a world of interests. What is it in for me? And then you assume that, I'm just a good person wishing peace. Idealism doesn't work in the global multipolar, in a system of today. It doesn't work unfortunately, it doesn't work. It's not good news for us as the continent, but we need to step up and define what are our interests. And I really credit the President, Museveni, for this, clearly telling these foreign companies that if you want to take advantage of the second rush for our natural resources, can we focus on the basic upstream, extract and do the primary processing? Let's get a few jobs, then move some few refinery kind of jobs to your country. But as it stands now, technically China owns like 90% of our critical minerals in terms of offshore rights. And it's China that takes away all our raw materials to China, and China bringing back to the continent. You see, the prominence...
So are we walking the talk?
I think
we might say the right things.
I think we're not even walking the talk. Unfortunately, we're not even walking the talk.
Okay, let me allow Louis and Dr. Susie to make a quick comment, and then I'll come to...
Yeah. Charles, just for information, one amazing statistic that I just really stumbled upon recently was between 2010 to 2016, 320 embassies have been opened within Africa. Yes. Very shocking. But India, I think, has around 18%. 18 embassies, not 18%. Then I think Turkey is also becoming a regional player, around 42 embassies. Now, what are they looking for? I have a friend who went to do a scholarship in Turkey, and, well, he has been there for some time, and this is what he was telling me. He was saying, Louis, these guys work on your mind in their university, so that by the time you come back here, you think like them. Now, look here. When I was in Makerere, okay, the internet...
You think like them or think for them and about them?
For them and like them. Soft power. Actually, it's soft power. But then you ask yourself, have we gone, just in Uganda here, how many such discussions do we have? When I was at Makerere, okay, I left in 2018, these discussions were not as big as they are. You get? So it shows you that even our political consciousness, because these things come with political consciousness, we have low levels of political consciousness, and this percolates all the way down to the ordinary person. So what we need is robust, I think, awakening, because you can't have 320 embassies opening and getting people trained, people like you. I said with this person at Chisui back in the day. Speaking your language. He's speaking my language, but he's actually representing their interests without even knowing that he's representing their interests. So as Africans, and I will keep saying, somehow we need to generate that elite consensus. I don't know how, but on the things we can agree on, let's do.
Thank you. Dr. Mwanga.
Your question? You had a question? Or can I just take off from there?
You to pick it from the rest of the discussion. I can put a question to you.
Picking from the last 2-3 speakers, I am still of the mindset that we are going round in circles in terms of what we need to do. We don't have a problem with identifying what we need to do. The how is the problem. The East African community, what is it? That would give us a great deal of leverage as a bloc. Recently, we had a symposium, the Nyerere Symposium, and it was about borderless East African region. What will it take? Who is interested? What has been done so far? And we were aware that the drivers and dynamics of the new scramble for Africa remain the same. We've got an abundance of economic potential. We have economic opportunities. We are strategically well placed geopolitically, and of course we have an abundance of resources. That we're aware. How to get people from thinking to doing and being able to come up with that elite consensus. Building that elite consensus, I think, has nothing to do with the fact that people don't know what they can do or what it can do for them. Rather, we are stuck in the realist agenda, whereby it's about me as a state. It's not about us. It's how well can I grow and advance. When people go to the UN and have negotiations, when they go to Russia, when they go to all these different countries, do they speak with one voice? No. You have sidebars where people will take others into confidence and say, if you come, we'll give you this bargain. If you come, we'll do this for you. Not because they're talking as one, as an African voice, but as individual states looking out for the interests of their own state as opposed to anybody else. I think that the thing that maybe we need to transcend or get past is this idea of sovereignty. And when you talk about idealism, Pan-Africanism is an ideal, yes, it was an ideal, but it also provided a platform whereby you could build a consensus around something. Whether it was right or wrong at that particular time, whether the Nkrumahs, the Nyereres, and so on, and Sekutures, the fact is that they had a consensus as on what it would take for them to be able to move to the next level.
Let me open this up to the audience. Do I have a microphone? Can I? Yes. First bring it to General Kulaija here. I don't need to put a new question to you. You already had the question, so I want you to shoot from.
I'm glad Dr. Mwanga has ended where I wanted to start from. You see, any human being to have value, you must have something to aspire for. Something that is bigger than you, the individual. And if we take the angle many of you are proposing, then you have a competition of the small men, if I may use the word. You want to compete with each other instead of galvanizing your strength as one. And because we are small, therefore, we mean nothing in the international community. Nobody listens to you unless you have a muscle. Now, you rightly put it, Juba, Kenyan banks, Ethiopian hotels. But were Kenyan banks government banks? No. In Somalia, you see the robust business Kenya has, and it's not government. So until you deal with your mindset, and she gave the example of Zambians, what they say, you are not used to hustle. The best you could take to Juba were tomatoes. Was it the government which took them there? How has you created the way? You follow. If you are not willing to follow, and yet you are pursuing a private sector-led economy, you can't turn around and say you are creating a company. That's a contradiction in your policies. We are not shy about our Pan-Africanism. We believe in it because we believe a bigger, free Africa is a more meaningful, a better negotiator in the international system. I will tell you this. Up to 1995 or 6, China was borrowing money from the World Bank at commercial rates. But China utilized the money for what they borrowed it. Here, when you borrow the money, what happens? Today, they have the Exim Bank, an equivalent of the World Bank, lending money. It's about our mindset.
What is wrong with our mindset? You have a whole secretariat within that teaches about things like mindset things.
Let me tell you.
And the last time I checked, you had been a political commissar.
I still am. Once a commissar, you're a commissar. But when you have a preacher without disciples, the message remains hanging. Number one. Number two, when you have nothing you aspire for, I've told you this once and I will repeat it again. Once you have nothing big you aspire for, you are spetted in your mind. You think when you have built a house, then you have arrived. Right? Check even your public service, where you have automatic promotions, no performance indicators. But after 3-4 years, somebody is promoted to the next level. What has he done? You check for his trail, nothing. It is laissez-faire. When we were in Central Africa, Rwenzori water was being drunk in Central Africa. When we left, it stopped going. So this dependency, government, I'm sorry, I do not subscribe to it. Government creates an environment, I must utilize the environment.
Thank you.
Lastly, an important aspect like peace, we have no consensus as we are putting it on how to achieve it on the continent. This region is in a conflict, 3 conflict systems. Horn of Africa, Sudan conflict system, Great Lakes. Who is willing to invest his money in a conflict-ridden region? So what happens? It's the Chichigawad is Bihazi. It's those who have nothing to lose that will come and extract your minerals in DRC. Charles, are you aware there is a place in DRC an African can't step?
Give the microphone to Honorable Leandro. I think he was itching to say something. Did you want to say something, Tom? Yeah. My wonder sometimes, Honorable, is you see African commanders-in-chief gather frequently to discuss these things. I don't know what they discuss at their level, but I see a lot of kicking of the can. When General Kraije begins saying you and excludes himself, I wonder where we shall have that discussion that the you includes himself, includes Charlene, includes yourself, and the young people in this hall.
Yeah, thank you, moderator. I think this panel is a thinking panel. You need to be on your feet really to reflect this very carefully. If you look at the founding fathers of Africa, they tried their best. But before even they tried, I think what you call now the new scramble is just reaching the peak of where we have faltered. It is so absurd and injustice that all our primary books that we went through with in the curriculum actually is one of those mindsets we are talking about. The teaching of history in Africa, the teaching of history in Uganda, that is where things have gone so wrong. In primary schools, I passed it with aggregate 4. But what was I being told? That Speke discovered the source of the Nile. The Basoga were there. Columbus discovered America. How? Of all. There's a big debate in America that Columbus could not have discovered America at all. He only struggled to cross the Atlantic and reach there and found the Americans, the indigenous Americans living there. Are those Americans still living there? They are now in camps. The New America does not. So for me, the narratives that has been generated and the abandonment of the indigenous knowledge, which brings me to knowledge management in Africa today, where you do not even have a copyright of your ideas. Anything else to be relevant, it must be produced and printed somewhere else. I think the scholars in Africa need to rediscover themselves. Because the way we are managing knowledge alone.
You're one of them. The last I checked, you're sitting somewhere in Makerere, doing some scholarly work, and I wonder if you have discovered yourself yet. And the colleagues that hang around you,
No, at present I call myself a recovering scholar because I was so much into the politics, and thanks to Professor Kasaija, who decided that I should come back to the Department of Political Science to get back to what scholars must be doing. And that's what exactly I'm doing. So for me, at the end of it all, if we do not control the narratives in Africa, then we are wrong.
Thank you.
Look, just for the last part of it, look of recent, if you see the level at which researches are being done in Africa, this is what scares me most. The recent discoveries of all these uraniums, even in Uganda here, we do not know the details, but go out there. The whole of Europe knows all what we have here. You know, if you go to Acholi, I didn't know that we have so many minerals. They are all over from Gulo, crossing over to Kitgum, entering Sudan. So for me, it goes back to the basics. Our leaders must reflect and get to know that if we do not invest in researchers, because researchers are the ones that are making some of these countries in Europe grow, we shall be wasting time.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I have only about, I am cheating 5 minutes because Patrick is warning me, my time is out, but I started 15 minutes late, sir. But I will try to keep within the 5 minutes. So let me pick that hand there. Yeah, start from that gentleman there, get these two hands here. There's a hand there. Kindly don't give a preamble, just make your point, ask a question or make a comment and keep it brief. You don't even have to introduce yourself extensively. Yes.
Thank you so much, moderator of today. And,
we agreed you don't thank me. Just put your question and who you're putting it to.
When you are talking about Africa, it's like when you grow in the poor family, and that poor family, when you go into the high levels of education in the university, you think that you can't change anything. If your dad and mom was poor, that is it. But I want to relate into Africa. But not Africa, because there are some countries which don't collide with, like Morocco. Morocco said that it is not part of Africa. So I'm going to talk about East Africa alone. If we can't handle our aspects of socio-economic and political, then we are still backward. Because I'm still seeing the scramble coming. We are going to have the third and the fourth scramble, the partition of Africa. Because politically, we still, during elections, receive the observers here from America and China and India. For what? But for them, when they are having elections, like in USA, we don't go there. Economically, they always, like, they stopped us, like the World Bank stopped Uganda not to get funds from there. But you see, now the Africans have now started fearing not saying on homosexuality, because they know the World Bank, they are going to put sanctions on them. That is
Thank you.
Very
Thank you. I'm afraid
no sensible.
My time is out. I can't stretch this longer. Let me ask, I want to be democratic. Pick one or two more comments. You seeded your microphone because I was coming to you and then he grabbed it and you didn't protest.
It's a little thing.
Eh?
It's little.
30 seconds.
Okay. Thank you very much, moderator. My concern is, how do you relate neocolonialism with the new scramble of Africa?
Thank you. Pass the microphone.
Thank you very much. This is Miro Sadat from Central Lens University. Now, I'm glad that Professor Kasaija acknowledged the fact that we failed to finance our own initiatives. In the morning, we are talking about Somalia, and we were talking about, but what we must know about AMISOM, when it was still in operation, 90% of its operation budget was funded by the AU, the European Union. Also, to add on Professor Kasaija's point on African Union, over 55% of its operation budget is also up to this day funded by the EU, the European Union. Now, there is a book which was written not so long ago. It is called The Revolution Will Not Be Financed. The Revolution Will Not Be Financed. Your former colonizer cannot finance your initiatives. Now.
So what's the question?
The question, I'm coming.
My time is constrained. Please ask the question so that.
Yes. Now, we can't continue getting finances from outside Africa. Do you know why? Because the hand that pays is the hand that rules. So we can't come here and claim that we have independence when we are still getting finances from outside Africa to finance our initiative. The short question that I have is, what is the plan? What plan do we must do, we as students, because we are students here, and also our leaders, what do they must do in order for us to completely finance our own initiatives as opposed as getting gifts and grants from outside Africa, which comes with consequences, by the way.
Thank you. I wish you had come closer down, but as you come down, let me have the microphone. There's a gentleman there? Yes. Okay, he's closer. Sir, I thought actually that question is not a question for your professor here, these two. It's a question, what can we do as students to stop this? Because the challenge is on you, no longer on Professor Mwanga and Professor Kasaija's table. Please, ask your question, sir.
Yes, thank you very much. Yembia Kelvin from Macquarie University. One, when you talk about students and geopolitics, the question is, how many of our lecturers and teachers in secondary are telling students that are studying today about these things of geopolitics? If I'm studying seed technology, am I being told about the geopolitics to do with seeds or to do with medicine or drugs, or am I just being taught the biology and chemistry? How many of the institutions like the Center for Policy and Strategic Studies do we have that are training our scientists or other lecturers in other fields that are not necessarily geopolitical to understand that all these things have a trickle-down effect?
Thank you.
Lastly, during the IMF and World Bank meeting in Morocco, I watched the whole session, and there was the only African country represented there was the finance minister of Zambia. I was requesting any of the panelists there to give us what this means when we have a finance minister of Zambia, a country that we know has been in debt distress, explaining how he has managed to renegotiate debt and being able to get out of that situation with the same creditors that we keep saying are bad.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Taking only two hands, and then we'll end. The gentleman here and someone. Yeah, okay. I can say someone is putting down their hand. No, I don't have the time. I'm sorry, sir, but there has to be someone up there. He's given up his opportunity.
Okay, thank you very much. Our friend here asked what we can do as students. I want to give it a short submission. You as a student, you as a single individual, and your leaders, go back to your roots where you come from, change the mindsets of the people that you live with, just like our general said. Tell that bleaching sister of yours to stop, because they should love their Africa first before they love the whites. You understand? So the moment you change the mindset, money just comes along the way, because money was brought by humans.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me bring it back to the panel here. I'm sorry I can't take more comments because my time is out. Let's conclude. I'll give it a free run from my panelists, starting with Professor Kasaija.
No, I mean, what am I supposed to add here? Look, I think this is a very important discussion. It's a very important conversation. Decolonization of the mind, decolonization of the curriculum, the things we teach, I think they ought to be relevant to the African condition. But that doesn't mean also that we should not know what is taking place outside. But the importance is there's a whole now decolonization of the knowledge movement, where we teach things which are relevant to us. And on the question of finance, I don't think anybody is suggesting here that we need to delink ourselves completely from these people, because it's a partnership. I think they have a role to play, but equally also we have a role to play as the recipients of this funding. Yeah, and I think the African agency, which we are talking about, is in the fact that we can determine, for example, where these monies are, how these monies are spent, and where kind of projects which we want to push. And my last point really is to do with the common position. Let us define what we want in these things. I've been working on the Red Sea. and the Gulf of Eden. The countries in the eastern part of the Gulf of Eden, this is Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, Oman, Jordan, they have defined what they want. For us in the western part, we have not defined what we want. And that's why we are just all over the place.
Thank you.
Anybody can come with a base and put there. So the challenge really is for us to go back the consensus which Louis is talking about.
Thank you.
And it's very, very crucial. Thank you.
Louis, use about 10 seconds.
All right. Thank you, Charles. I'm going to conclude with a question from the gentleman about debt and how Zambia navigated it, because it foreshadows what we're going to have in the future. Zambia's debt restructuring has taken a long time because for a very long time, the global lenders, like the Western world, the France, Britain, US, had the Paris Club, which agreed on how to do restructuring in case of default. But now China does not want to be part of that equation. China wants to follow its own rules of restructuring, and of late they're even doing something called swap lines. Now, Zambia is caught on the crossroads of the conflict between Chinese rules on how to restructure debt and the Paris Club. Now, the IMF cannot lend Zambia to pay off China. So it has taken that long. Now, what we need, and in conclusion, is a rethink of the global financial architecture. As Africans, we may be under-leveraged, let me even say that, not in terms of debt, but in terms of leverage that we have over these people. But at least the interest articulation should be more pronounced. Once we have that interest articulation, then I think the Zambia debt restructuring, which took them, because now it's even Ghana is going that similar direction. So we need to rethink. I didn't like the Morocco conference because the Americans were told, let's reform the IMF quotas according to what is new. But they refused, and they are playing the tactic of, for us to reform the quotas, we should attach it to the country's willingness, like China. They are trying to tell China to restructure debt, which China is not willing to do. So the IMF, this global financial system, the architecture, the World Trade Organization, I think as Africans, I think we can have a common position on some of these things.
Thank you. Ahmed Haji?
I think we need to partner with, we need to think about creative partnerships. Africa going to the G20 is one of them. Maybe we can articulate with others, we can align with others and push our issues if we can't do it as a continent. I think we need to take advantage of our numbers in the UN bloc. I think as a continent we need to come up with a unified, coherent approach on how we're going to negotiate this whole idea of how do we work with others in as far as taking advantage of the available strategic or critical minerals that we have here. Consensus is required. I don't know why we don't have an East African mining bill that will guide most of the strategic critical minerals that we have here. I think for me, the one critical issue that we also need to focus on, African countries need to be very clear on their diplomacy, both at country level, because most of these players are already, they know a lot about us, information, they're in our universities. Right now we see more rivalry actually in our universities. There's this sort of knowledge rivalry that is actually happening. So I think we need to step up and really be alert at all fronts, and I think that's why the agency thing comes in. Job, your next road, or your next future. So you need to pay attention. Don't just box yourself within your particular profession, but take advantage and interest yourself in some of these global happenings, and maybe you'll be the leaders that will push through some of these much needed reforms. Much appreciated.
Thank you. Dr. Mwanga, the last comment.
I'm not going to answer any particular question, but I'm going to respond to what I'm hearing. And one of the things that seems to be very clear is that we are all agreed that there is strength in numbers. There's strength in unity. Yes, to a certain extent, one might call Pan-Africanism idealism, but it is really, really, really critical. And in order for that strength to be activated and used, then we have to go back to the drawing board. It is not too late to talk about, for example, regional blocks and making them stronger, making East Africa stronger, and ultimately, ECOWAS and the others, and in order to be able to negotiate better for the continent. The second thing that I'm drawing from what we've been talking about is that African countries are increasingly recognizing their agency, but they have been unable to navigate the new dynamics, especially in terms of how to maximize the benefits to safeguard not only their sovereignty, but their interest. And therefore, again, to me, it needs for them to go back to the drawing board and think about working together as a collective. Finally, one of the things that I have drawn for the last 3 days when we've had the symposium on Nyerere and this one is the emptiness. So when students tell us that they're not, what can we do? You can start by being able to open your mind, being able to take advantage of these free conversations that not only liberate your mind, but also provide you with a platform to be able to be inquisitive and ask the kind of questions that will probably help you as the leaders, not only of today, but of tomorrow. But I find that students need to do a lot more than that. The debates have to continue, and they have to start with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mwanga, Ahmed Haji, Louis, and Professor Kasaija. Thank you very much to the audience for your participation. Thank you.
Give that panel another round of applause. They have been phenomenal, haven't they? Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for having done justice to that session. Thank you so much. We have learned a lot, and we thought maybe we could continue and learn more. Before I bring in the next moderator for the last session, just imagine how many Ugandans apply for visa to the United States every year. Maybe 70,000, maybe 100,000. How many qualify? Maybe only 2%. But you know what? The visa fees is not given back to you. Can you imagine? We supposedly we are perhaps giving money to the United States here in Kampala to run the embassy because we are every day applying to go to the US. There are small things we have to pay attention to on how we lose money. I don't want to waste your time. Let me invite the next moderator for the next session, the last session, and I'm told Richard is going to make it very precise and concise, not take a lot of your time. May I invite the moderator who will be taking us through the theme of closing the global digital divide, advancing digital inclusion, and economic opportunities for all. Let us, with a round of applause, welcome to the podium Mr. Richard Ndahiro. So Richard, take it over from here.
Good evening. Can you hear me? Yes. So this is a last panel, but I think it will be quite an interesting subject for those of you here with us and those online. We'll try to keep it brief and quite interesting. I would like to invite fellow panelists, Diana Akulu, who is here with me, and another panelist who's online, Renita Nabisubi. If we could please get her connected, and then we'll get started. Renita, can you hear us?
Hello, I heard you briefly.
How about now, Renita?
Yes, I can hear you.
Perfect.
Though I have an echo.
Just a second. Great. Renita, you're still there with us?
Yes, yes I am.
Perfect. So good evening once again. This is the last panel of the day, and hopefully we get through with it, still having your attention. My name is Richard Ndahiro. I work for the United Nations Capital Development Fund, and I'm the country lead for the Digital Economy Program at UNCDF. The panel today, this evening rather, is around closing the global digital divide, advancing digital inclusion and economic opportunities for all. And to discuss this very topical issue today is with me here on the panel is Diana Akulu. Diana, if you could just introduce yourself.
Good evening, everyone. There's an echo. Okay, sorry. My name is Diana Akulu Wanyama. I'm the Intervention Manager, Market Infrastructure at Financial Sector Deepening Uganda. Financial Sector Deepening Uganda is a not-for-profit organization that helps support the livelihoods of the underserved and those who are not financially included. I am glad to be here, and I'm looking forward to the discussion that we have today. I also chair an association called the Digital Frontiers Association. Our mandate is to bring together different players on the ecosystem to support financial inclusion. The different players in this case are banks, telcos, microfinance institutions, and other fintechs and other sectors. So we bring together these different stakeholders to discuss issues to do with digital finance. We look at gaps in the system, in the economy, and then we have roundtable discussions to address them. I'm happy to be here. Thank you.
Thanks, Diana, and we'll have a chance to dig deeper into your expertise. Indeed, online we have Renita. If you could kindly introduce yourself too.
Yes, good evening, Richard. And members and participants, I'm very happy to be here with you. My name is Nabisubi Renita. I am currently working with the Mastercard Foundation, which is a Canadian registered charity working to advance education and financial inclusion. So there at the foundation, I lead the work in the digital economy in Uganda. Maybe I'll just stop it there with Richard. I guess I'll give details as we go along.
Yes, and we'll get to hear more about you and the work you do. But maybe to start us off, that's with you, Renita, to sort of open up the discussion around the digital divide. What is it for you? If you could give us an example for you that stands out as a digital divide or digital exclusion in Uganda today. what would you tell anyone in the audience today about the digital divide?
Yes, I think, thank you, Richard. I will just give, I feel something that everybody can relate to, I hope. For me, I feel right now in our current context, the thing that pains me the most in terms of digital divide is the inability of learners to access the internet for educational purposes. I remember when I was growing up, which was a little bit of a long time ago, literally I lived the experience of access to knowledge being precious. Because when I was in school, and this, I did not calculate my age, but look at the 90s, all throughout the 90s, yeah. If you're in your classmates, you don't understand what your teacher taught you. And then your parents also had no clue. Sorry, not.
Thanks a lot. Let's hear from Diana. What example stands out to you of a digital divide in Uganda today?
Thank you very much, Richard. Well, what stands out for me in terms of digital divide is in the Ugandan context when I think about access to internet, the services you find when you compare between the rural and the urban areas, you find the people in the urban areas have more access to internet compared to those in the rural areas. And similar to what Renita had just shared, according to some statistics, the UCC report, they indicate that only 30% of Ugandans own smartphones. And when you dig deeper into these 30%, where are these 30% located? You will find that they are located in the urban and peri-urban areas. But if you go down to the village, deep in Nakapiri, or Gulu, or West Nile, you find that the number of people who have smartphones is really low. So in terms of access to quality of service, that is really low. So in terms of digital divide, you see that between the rural and urban areas, there is a huge gap in terms of digital divide. Another thing that comes to mind when I look at digital divide is around the cost of internet. You find that you look at the economics of the people, just looking at some of the students here at campus, you find you have your little pocket money meant to do your work, but then you have the cost of bundles, internet bundles, which is being charged almost every day. And sometimes the cost is high and it's not affordable. And when you think about those costs that you have to incur to be able to access quality of service, that is education, or these days we have internet and online banking, to be able to bank or transact online, to be able to access internet and services for your work, you find that really the gap is high because of the cost. So in a nutshell, that's really what stands out for me in terms of digital divide. The rural-urban, the cost of internet, at least in the urban center, we can afford internet to a certain extent. But when you go back deep down into the rural areas, you find that they're not able to afford internet for a number of reasons. They don't even have access to smartphones. And so those are examples that really stand out for me in terms of.
But do they actually need them?
Yes, they do. I would answer it in such a way that, sometimes you don't know what you don't know till you're informed. So there are a number of other factors that come into play because they are not digitally literate, which is also another divide in itself. They're not digitally literate. So when you inform them about the importance of these services, then they'll begin to understand or appreciate the utilization of the smartphone. So we have low digital literacy rates as well in the rural areas.
Okay. And I guess you've already started touching upon the question of what really drives the digital divide, especially in Uganda. But to sort of bring the point home, and the fact that we're seated here at Makerere, to paint for you the issue of divide, and I know most of you, especially the ones seated here, through your, say, leaving primary school, you have to do exams, UNEB, okay? And assume you were to sit in a maths exam, and one side of the class is allowed to take calculators and the other is not allowed to. Can you imagine the difference in performance that would? And bring it to today, okay? I'll assume in your university lessons, some people are allowed to use ChatGPT and some can't, okay? That is to paint the picture of a divide. Now, as we live life today, some people have access to these tools, these digital tools that significantly enhance their capacity to work, to live their lives, and to perform. And some do not. And that's the digital divide. Now, Renita, maybe to bring you in, and the digital divide is not just about the population within countries. The previous panel has been talking about aspects of Africa, Uganda within the region and within the continent and beyond. If you could paint for us the picture of the global digital divide, looking at Uganda compared to other countries or Africa compared to other continents, and how deep that really divides our ability to live lives fully.
So thank you, Richard. I think I gave some examples earlier with some statistics, just looking at the comparison in terms of what, just looking at the ability to access the internet and use it. But over and above that, that's I feel the starting point. So if you can't access it, then what happens after? So once you are able to access it, you can afford that access, then you are also able to have services, right? So one of the, if you just look at the types of services we have, for example, look at digital services as we described them today, what do we have access to now that what you other economies have access to? Well, we didn't really define digital economy in itself, but maybe just to quickly look at what digital economy encompasses so we can have an understanding of these divides that we're looking at, right? So when you talk about the digital economy, and I'm glad you mentioned GPT, to pick a definition of ChatGPT, the digital economy refers to economic activities, transactions, and interactions that are based on digital technologies and the internet. So here, really what we're looking at are economic activities that leverage digital tools and platforms for things like production, distribution, consumption, exchange of goods and services. So in other words, an online economy. That is ideally what we're looking at, right? We can see things which are related to, for example, you can see the ability to make digital payments, right? So you don't need your
So Renita, just to bring it home again to this Kampala Geopolitics conference, is why should Uganda worry?
That's
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, I was saying to bring it to the topic around the Geopolitics conference, why should Uganda worry about being left behind in the digital space, about the digital divide between Uganda as a country and the rest of the world? If you could quickly sort of touch upon that.
Well, that's a good question. You know,
Thanks a lot, Renita. So, Diana, bringing it to Uganda.
I can't hear you. I think you're muted.
Can you hear me now? I was moving on to Diana to also now tell us a bit, and Diana, you had started talking about the digital divide in Uganda, some of the drivers of that. If you could dig deeper into, more drivers, and you had talked about rural and urban, that divide, any other forms of divide, and also touch upon why should that worry us. And for example, for even the urban population we have, are there divides that we see, and why should that worry people in the room today?
Okay, great. Those are really great questions, Richard. I'll talk about the digital divide in Uganda from 4 dimensions. I'll want to look at it, 1, from the geographical dimension, which I'd mentioned earlier, that's the rural-urban divide. 2, I want us to talk about the technology. Now, under technology, there are a number of sections. I would delve deep into it. We look at, under technology, we have access to devices, that is phones, either smartphones or feature phones. Then we'll talk about the infrastructure, internet connectivity and setting up the infrastructure, and then the digital literacy. So back to the geographical location, which I'd already talked about, we already have the rural-urban divide, whereby the majority of the people in the urban areas have access to services. It can be financial services and access to smartphones compared to the rural areas. Then when we look at the technology aspect about access to devices, you find that very many people in the rural areas don't have access to phones. I also want to bring in an aspect of women. When you compare women versus men in terms of access to devices, you find that there is a lower percentage for women to men. So when you look at the smartphone penetration, it's 30%, still growing. I'm hoping that this statistic was at December 2022 from a UCC report. They did a survey and found that 30% of Ugandans have smartphones, and about 2.9 million new subscribers came onto the GSM network. So that is growth in itself. We are now steps there, but still not yet there. 30% is still very low. Based on the global digital economy that Renita talked about, in order for Uganda to be at par or sit at the table with the rest of the countries, we need to have at least a basic, a smartphone, in order for us to interact or study, learn, conduct financial services, and be able to participate in the digital economy. You find that these days in the job market, sometimes you're here in Uganda and you're being employed at the Silicon Valley. There are some people who are being employed in different countries, in Dubai, in California, in South Africa, name it. So in order for you to be able to deliver your services while based here, because now the world is a global village and you can be able to sell your skills and expertise from your country without traveling, we need these enablers, the technology, to be available so that we can be able to deliver these services. So smartphones are really critical. But at the basic, we also need to have the feature phones for the people in the rural areas. Not many people have phones, access to phones. And even when you go and dig deeper into those people who have the feature phones, if you compare men versus women, you find that it is the men who have the phones. So we should not just only look at the technology, but look and ask yourself, why is it that only we have a higher percentage of men compared to women handling these devices? And then things around the gender norms come into place, where research has shown that when people go, when researchers went to the deep villages, they realized that it's mainly the men who take control of the phone for different reasons. Maybe I could touch one of them, the gender norms. There are some studies that showed that some men were scared of giving their wives phones because they felt that it was an enabler for promiscuity and probably affecting the courtship. So when we are looking at these services, we should not only look at limitation to access to phones and percentage, but ask why. You know, you go and dig deep, ask yourself the 5 whys. So studying those norms around that also contributes to the divide. Infrastructure, when I look at infrastructure, we look at it from a perspective of internet connectivity, electricity. When you go to the villages, they don't have electricity. You find that some people have to walk from their homes to the city center to charge their phones. So this is also a divide in itself when you look at the infrastructure. It is not fully set up. When you go deep into those villages, you find that they don't have electricity. Maybe they use solar, but it may not be sufficient enough for them to charge their phones. You also find, when you look at the telecom aspect, you know that you have to set up masts for people to be able to speak on phone, to be able to receive phone calls at a bare minimum. But some villages, a good number of them, don't have these telecommunications masts. That's the backbone infrastructure that will allow them to make those phone calls. So you find that somebody has to walk out of their house to answer a phone call. Or if you want to reach your grandmother in the village, she will tell you to call you maybe at 3 p.m. when she's done with her housework, and she can maybe move some meters away.
But Diana, so some will say, I mean, the infrastructure is not good in rural areas yet because there's no market demand for it. Others will tell you, you know, nobody taught me how to use my smartphone and when to get it. When I thought that it is of value to me, I got it. So why should we worry that this is a problem or is a challenge if the demand is not really there, if the people are not asking for it?
Okay.
Why should this divide worry you?
I believe the divide should worry us because we are looking at, one, economic development as a country. But just to take it back, when you look at the people in the rural areas, they are not actually, there is some economic activity that happens in the rural areas outside the digital system. You find that most of them are into community-based groups, circles. There is some activity. They are farming, they are selling tomatoes by the roadside. And so those activities that they are doing can be digitized and also get them into the digital system. However, we also have challenges of illiteracy, where we need to have partnership, the private sector with government, to help boost the literacy levels in the rural areas so that they can be enlightened to understand the benefits that come with using the digital systems for their transactions. And there are studies that have been done when you really look at what these people are doing, how much they are saving, you know. You find they are saving in, what are they called? Carboxes, yeah? These carboxes. We read stories in the newspaper where someone lost 7 million. It was eaten by an elephant in a granary. So just imagine if that 7 million was in a bank account or if it was in a mobile money system, they would have access to financial services. And also, when you have a digital footprint, if you have a business and you want to grow it, then they can look at your transaction history and give you a loan that helps you grow your businesses. So we need a lot of financial literacy, digital literacy, education in the rural areas so that we can enlighten them to bring all the activities that they are doing into the digital financial services system for economic growth. I would stop right there. There is a lot to talk about.
Just if I could,
let me stop
if I could also chip in here, I guess, and in line with the Geopolitics conference happening, is that if you look at a lot of the conflict that happens in the world or in our countries, it's actually driven by sense of being left behind or some people being excluded from equal participation in what they think is their right to participate in the economy. So as we enjoy all these services powered by digital, okay, as digital powers us to really run our lives so fast, it should actually be a concern that some people are still running in or at the analog speed. Okay, so assume you are supposed to be driving with somebody on the same road, but you are riding at 100 kilometers an hour and they're riding at 10. Eventually, when they find you where you are, you'll have issues with them. And that is actually the issue with leaving some people behind because they cannot access the same means that the rest of us are accessing. And as Diana and Renita have been talking about it, it's in all sorts of spheres of our lives, from learning to trading to studying to making payments. If we are powered differently in the society, some running at a very high speed and others left behind, potentially there's going to be a lot of conflict between these two sides, those that have and those that don't. Renita, to bring you in.
Maybe,
yes.
Sorry, before you move on, in addition to that, But I think also, you mentioned another point that I think when you were discussing with Diana, something around that someone might argue that there is no, if these people can't pay these services, then need for them, right? For me, we also need to look into that aspect to say, sometimes we need to make interventions because it's a system, it's a market system. So if you don't, it's the question of what comes from the other. Sometimes there will be areas where it's a very clear-cut business case. If I set up a master, I put up a tower, people will have people can afford to pay for this and they can quickly get online. But sometimes maybe it's a numbers game. It's a numbers game. You need to get more people online, more people connected. You need to reduce that divide so that then you have enough people in the economy, the digital economy, and then now it makes financial sense for everybody else, and that's what's going to bring that catalytic growth. So sometimes we do need to take a step back and say, where is it that the standard private sector model has failed, and what can we do about it? Because we know that once we have reached a certain number once we reduce that divide, then we will just take off. We'll see the hockey stick effect, so to speak.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Renita. And
so, Richard, I think you're muted again.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Yes. So to stay with you, Renita, and this is a topic I think that is very on the hearts of most of the people in the room here, which is around jobs in the digital economy. So skills and therefore the jobs that people look forward to in the digital economy, and link that to the digital divide that you see in the country and maybe Uganda as we position Uganda within the rest of the continent and the world. If you could talk about that.
Sure. So I think when we talked briefly about what the digital economy encompasses, I think when we look at work in the digital economy, we can see what I think we consider as working directly in the sector. For example, easiest is the development of software applications and provision of various IT services, for example, cloud computing, cybersecurity, the telecommunication services that Dana talked about. So that is directly in the sector. You will employ people to build those masts. You will employ the engineers to design the applications and so on and so forth. You can also look at, for example, creating and distributing online content. Right? We see music, there are lots of music platforms. We know a lot of the international ones, but we see many of them also, many African ones coming online. Look at the way we can now consume Nigerian music and how big that industry has grown. Look at movies, and ebooks and things like that. So those are examples of directly, sort of working in the sector. Then we also have, and alluded to that, we have enabling work now in the other sectors, where now we look at the indirect bit of it, where we say, we talked about the payments, we talked about enabling the buying and the selling of goods and services through websites, social media platforms like Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp. So there we are seeing people who have their businesses. Those businesses are powered by the digital economy, so they're able to sell more. And when they sell more, they're able to employ more people. We also have examples of the gig economy. And so we've seen, the rise of digital platforms and applications and software applications that enable freelance or on-demand work, such as ride-sharing services. Here in Uganda, we have Safe Border, we've got Uber. So imagine that. Do you remember how it was so expensive to get a special hire taxi, right? And so now imagine the number of people that have been able to come on. They might have access to a vehicle, and they can then use that vehicle
to carry passengers back and forth and get paid for it. Something that they may not have been able to do before, because you needed to have a particular spot you needed to be parked in, or you needed to just getting access to the market was just difficult for you. You were parked in, let's say, the whole day you just parked at Kisementi, and there's in the morning Kisementi there are no transactions. But we see these gig platforms that enable you then to connect you to where the need for work is. We've seen. Take the example of Safe Border. We have lots of border riders who before you had to be limited to your physical stage, but now that's not the case. You can connect to any person who is not physically standing in front of you. Being able to market your, if you have a skill, you could look, someone might look for, let's say, a content creator, right? You have platforms that someone needs a content creator and it's just a gig. It's just a gig. They just need you to do, either a project with them, a couple of engagements. So we see platforms like that, for example, Upwork and the like, where you can go post your profile and you have access to these, what we're calling these gigs, which are freelance or on-demand work. So when you look at all of that, we see that. Let me just talk about as well in terms of being able to access markets, right? If you look at the fact that you have the African Continental Free Trade Area that's coming up, right? That's just briefly talking about that, or maybe I'll talk about that. Sorry, I think we'll talk about opportunities. So let's leave that there. But there are chances for you to market your goods across the whole of Africa. Imagine that, and how you would, if you were producing something, what opportunity there is for you to do that without trade barriers, right? When we talked about the direct work. If you see, there's been an increase in the IT industry. And there's been a shortage of software engineers to manage workloads and new technologies. For example, I think according to CNBC News, in 2019, there were 920,000 unfilled IT positions globally. So we have a lot of young people being unable to access work, they are being churned out of university education, TVET institutions, and I think I'll address that. This IT work is not limited to people. You don't have to be a software engineer. It's a term, but you don't actually have to go to university. So we have chances like that where there's this work out there already. Even in the Ugandan market, there's a huge need for that, but also globally there's a need for that. So if we don't have the skill of these young people to address to meet that demand. If you look at the example that Diana gave around the infrastructure, we want you to be able to be here, working where you are in Uganda and accessing these job opportunities. If your internet is not fast enough to connect you, you will never be able to fulfill those work opportunities. A lot of things that are powered by digital as well. We see a lot of global business process outsourcing, and there's been a growth of that market where you would see, you have a standard company and the realization that they cannot be masters of everything in their trade. So they outsource some of those stuff. Might decide, if you have an enterprise, to say, IT is not my thing. Let me focus on my core business, but let me outsource that service to Richard, who is able to deal with IT networks, IT servers, cybersecurity, and so I don't have to worry about it. We see, so that kind of business process outsourcing has been growing, and it's projected to reach about $1 trillion US dollars by the end of 2023. So there are opportunities to get some of that work outsourced into Uganda. So if you look at the divide we're talking about again, we're going to say, if we've been left behind and we don't have connection, we don't have the skills, that work is going to go elsewhere, where people can connect easily, where people know how to provide the services we're looking at. So those are just examples, Richard, in terms of what work opportunities they are and how, yes, indeed, how the digital divide is going to prevent us from accessing those work opportunities.
Yes, thanks, Renita. And before I open it up to some questions, and this is to prepare the audience for any questions you might have, let's get Diana to talk to us a bit about the opportunities, Diana, that you see around closing this digital divide. Could be on the side of infrastructure, skills, or even innovation.
Okay. Thank you, Richard. I see great opportunity, especially here in Uganda, if we look at the technology perspective. If you remember, we've had Ministry of ICT and NITAU running what we call the government backbone, running fiber all across the country. That is a great opportunity. Once we have fiber around the country, you find that everybody, irrespective of your level of education or income levels, you'll be able to access digital services because the backbone has been put in place. I also see online, we see things like still on the infrastructure perspective. I think you've heard of 5G. How many here have heard about 5G, 3G networks? Anyone here? Great, great. I see people in the room. Yeah, that's great. So there's great opportunity there. The government of Uganda has seen an opportunity in that. They've seen that 3G internet is not fast enough for us. So there have been upgrades to 5G. I think 3G, if I'm to get my numbers correctly, Uganda is 70% 3G, compliant. So we are upgrading to 5G and we are looking at accessing services better, faster, and in so doing it will improve on our productivity, give more people access to jobs, and also improve on economic development. I'd also like to speak to government policies. I've had a chance to be a part of the National Financial Inclusion Strategy surveys and initiatives. So government has launched what we call the National Financial Inclusion Strategy. We had one in 2017 and it ended in 2022. I encourage you to go to the Bank of Uganda website, look at that strategy. You will see that government is putting policies to create enabling environments so that people can access these services. So I see an opportunity there. I also see an opportunity with the digital literacy initiatives that are happening. You find there are initiatives to go into the rural areas and educate them on these services. So I see great opportunity there. I also see great opportunities around subsidies, and I know there are some non-government organizations that are partnered with government to support giving funds to people in the rural areas, those who can't afford. They have maybe 50-50 kind of arrangement where you give them a phone and then they pay on credit. So that is also an opportunity that I see for us to narrow or close this digital divide. So Uganda is on that journey. We are not yet there, but at least we can see some strides being done by government, being done by the private sector, and all different actors in the ecosystem to see that we leave no one behind. Irrespective of your income level, education levels, we are working with all sectors to see that this gap is closed. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Diana. And Renita will come to you to speak a bit more about the opportunities, but I'd like to couple that with any questions that might be coming from the audience. If you have any question, yes, we have a question over there. You could introduce yourself, and if your question goes to anyone specific, let us know.
It's a very good evening to you all. Yes, I'm Abdul Hakim. I'm a geographical scientist and a student at Makerere. I would like to draw attention to the fact that, in the first place, before I go there, I appreciate the fact that Uganda has has embarked on the journey of digitization, but I would not love us to ignore the fact that this digitization journey is going to render most or bigger numbers of us unemployed. For example, when you look around the university, most of the students, me inclusive, because I've taken time to use some of these platforms that are using artificial intelligence to replace the work that would have been done by maybe a lecturer, maybe some other technical person that I would have gone to for consultation. So this work is being done by now artificial intelligence. So in this cause, should we assume that, or should we think that as Uganda embarks on the digitization journey, is there room, or have we thought about the people who are going to be rendered unemployed? What do we have in plan for them as we go on, or as we embark on the digitization journey? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we'll take that. Is there any other questions? So we take a couple of them. Yes. It's a question with the lady. And Renita, you'll be taking the question on unemployment due to digitization.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good evening. My name is Nachidori Joan, and I am also a geographical student. My question specifically goes to Ms. Diana. You just spoke of people, I think people depositing money to get funds. So my problem is when we look at specifically M-Kopa, well, you deposit the money, but my question is, how are we going to ensure that even when we are depositing this money slowly by slowly, that even one who is not having this huge sum of money, because these phones are actually expensive, the only difference is you pay for this phone little by little. So is there a way where we could get maybe, are there plans for even the broke Ugandans, because still you wouldn't go to buy an M-Kopa phone of 800 where you have to pay 2,300 every single day for tax in order to use it. So that's my question.
Thank you, Joan. I think there was a third question here. Then we can take the three and start answering.
Thank you so much. Otima Ivan is my name. I just want to make an issue here. When you talk about the digital divide, factors like accessibility, affordability, availability, usability come into play. But most times when we're talking about this key conversation of inclusion, there's an element of leaving out people with disabilities. Maybe I'll ask Diana here, how is the inclusion of people with disabilities factored within the digital space, especially for financial inclusion? Because, for example, even as UCC reaches a lot of international law, that even government websites have not accessible accessibility kind of component within the international telecommunication union, right? If I'm very right. So how does that come to play that government is not even complying with even international law to make sure that even websites where, for example, inclusion of services is critical, the element of people with disabilities cannot access?
Thank you so much, Ivan. And I know specifically that Renita, who's online, is actually working on a program that addresses that. So, Renita, if you could take up the question on jobs in the digital economy and how some of the people are being rendered unemployed. You could also, Renita, feel free to touch upon what you're doing around payment plans for phones and inclusion of people with disabilities, and then we'll get Joan to complement that.
Sure. Right. So I think that's very good questions. Thank you, colleagues from the audience. issue around the digitization journey rendering, making some people get out of work. I think that is definitely true. And if you look at just over time, if you see how always advancements in technology have meant that some crafts, for example, or some professions have been rendered obsolete, and people have had to adapt. If you look at looking at before people used to, actually, in fact, let's take the example of Uganda. Before, a lot of the borders were bicycles, then motorbikes came. So, if you didn't have a motorbike and you were competing with someone who had one, and your service was that of ferrying people back and forth, you then either would have to charge less for your service, and in certain areas you have to bow out of that market. So I think there's a constant need to adapt to the changes in the environment, in the society, and be able to then provide that which is on demand. Now, I think that the gentleman spoke about, for example, artificial intelligence. I think that indeed some jobs will be rendered obsolete. That's true. However, there will be some jobs will be enriched. For example, you gave the example of the lecturer. I feel that you to some extent the lecturer will be empowered through artificial intelligence to deliver I think more relevant content, because the ability to do your research faster, artificial intelligence can help crunch all of that data and help you synthesize it. So it can help you deliver the quality of your lesson better. At the point at which we are now, there are things that still also require emotional intelligence. So some models might not know how to deal with certain situations, and you'd see that then in that space the lecturer is still needed, because they need to understand the context, the student themselves, they need to relate to that student, have that one-on-one interaction with the student, and that at the moment where we are today cannot be replaced. I think for me the question there is to understand what are the skills that can be powered by artificial intelligence. What can we do then to ensure that we upgrade the services we're providing, power them with artificial intelligence, so that we're not rendered irrelevant to the ecosystem. And that I'm afraid it will never go away. It's not only about digitization, it's about just advancements in technologies. So the question there is, we need to be proactive, we need to see how the trend is going, and then we need to skill ourselves, reskill ourselves to continue to stay relevant. There was the question, Richard, about inclusion. I'm very happy that someone in the audience brought it up. When we were talking about some of in terms of the digital divide, that's quite a significant one. In Uganda, I think 12.4% of the population is living with some form of a disability or other, some quite severe and others minor, some visible, others invisible. And we see already, without the complications of the digital divide, already people living with disabilities are just generally excluded. There are fewer opportunities for them, even in a let's say analog learning environment. So when you layer for example, the digital component of it, you'll find that because of the barriers that come due to that disability, many of them are financially disadvantaged. So maybe they can't, and of course, even to do with the social construct and the cultural norms that we have, some of them are unable to access certain services, they're hidden away, and so on and so forth. So when you layer all of those complexities, take them and then you layer the digitization on top of that, you would see that if they're already financially disadvantaged, there will be fewer of them being able to. Already we have few numbers of people accessing phones. Now imagine that just the device itself, they won't be able to afford more than anyone else. If you look at just the even the device itself. For example, if depending on what disability one has, if you are visually impaired, for example, you would need particular software that would help you read the text on your phone. But even the way the services, I think the gentleman mentioned, the way the services are delivered, they're not designed. So the software that is going to translate that text for you needs to have a website that has been designed in a way that it can then crunch the information and then do the interpretation. So if, for example, you have images, if you design a website and you have images and you don't provide a textual description of that image, the software that is going to help this visually impaired person, it needs to read that description. The description is not there, then even if they have the software itself, it will still not be helpful. So that inclusive design at the start we need to be conscious of that and need to do more work around that. Even just the awareness of people living with disabilities about these technologies and their existence. I think a report from the Uganda Communications Commission in 2017 showed that besides cost, people living with disabilities rank lack of awareness about devices and assistive technology and limited training as the biggest barriers to their ICT usage. Now, I can't answer for the government as to what the plans are in terms of making this inclusive design embedded into the government services, but certainly we are seeing from the development sector, but also from the private sector itself, there is now a bit of a drive to try to be more inclusive of young people with disabilities. You will see, I think you notice, for example, on TV, when the news is being read, you'll see sign language interpreters. Companies are trying to make sure that they have some policies in line to enable that transition to work on accessibility for young people with disabilities. We are working at the foundation. We have a program where we're supporting, it's called the We Can Work program, where we want to support that inclusion, not so very much in the digital space, but also in terms of all other aspects, in terms of learning, in terms of work opportunities, in terms of awareness, to try and see how we can bridge that divide. Back to you, Richard. I think maybe I will give a chance to Diana, perhaps, and maybe yourself to answer the last question.
Yes, over to Diana.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to touch on the question about the people who are being unemployed. Yes, I just want to support Renita's submission that with the coming of technology, of course, certain jobs will be rendered irrelevant, just like with the coming of computers. If you remember this course called stenography, those are the courses that our parents did, or typewriters, they're no longer relevant. So what does that mean? That we need to reskill and upskill ourselves in order for us to be relevant. There are new courses. These days, there are new professions. Someone can tell you, I am a content creator. Who knew that profession would exist 10 years ago? We have data analysts, data scientists. All those jobs are coming up because of technology and digitization. So I encourage us to reskill and upskill ourselves. Then there is the chat GPT that has come in that is now disrupting even the computer technology. There is someone who mentioned that in the world where we are going, when it comes to the job economy or the digital economy, those who are using chat GPT will take the jobs of those who are not. So what does that mean? That embrace the new technology that has come in and use it. You find that your output, your quality of work will improve. So you will not necessarily lose a job, but because you are using this virtual assistant to improve on the quality of your job, then you will not be rendered jobless. So I believe there are even new jobs that are going to come up. Somebody will teach you how to use chat GPT, I don't know. Some new jobs will come up. So the old jobs will die, and then there will be new jobs to come up. So what does that mean? We have to keep on upskilling and reskilling ourselves. I believe learning is a lifelong thing for us.
Before you go to the next question, just to also give my view on that is, jobs will go, but like she said, today, if you look at any job category online, there are some jobs that we know exist today that won't be in those job categories. Me who works at the UN, they will ask you, please choose your profession, and you can look at everything that is in there, and because some of us work in some new spaces, you don't find where you fit. So there are many new jobs that have come up. The question is, and this is really a problem in our country today, or our countries, is, are you training to become job ready for the jobs that will come up? As you study as a student today, as you teach as a lecturer today, are you getting job ready for tomorrow? And that's, I think, the biggest issue. How do you get job ready for tomorrow, knowing that tomorrow might change? Of course, these are complex things to think through, but it requires a different mindset about acquiring knowledge. I think Diana has talked about continuous upskilling, becoming a lifelong learner. It's like that you have the basics, but you build on those basics to adapt to what next is needed in the short to medium term. Let's get to the other questions around affordability and, mainly affordability.
Okay, so speaking to affordability, I know that the government is putting in place systems or structures to support with mobile phones. If you recall, I think about a year ago or 6 months ago, there was a factory that was launched by the president, if you remember in the news. The factory manufactures mobile phones. So I believe that these are initiatives that the government is putting in place to make sure that these devices are sold at a cheaper cost. So I'm not sure, I don't know how much those phones are, but I believe that if the phones are manufactured here, then the cost will go down drastically by either 50 or 60%. So that way, I believe that the smartphones will be affordable and even more people will have access to these devices. So I believe that is an issue that can be handled from that perspective. There are also policies that are being put in place, mainly to support the grassroots person, or what we call Omuntu Awansi. There is an anti-competition law that is coming up, so that helps address the issue of pricing, the thing that you were talking about. So government will be able to regulate some of these costs that are high for the end user, so that they can be, so that we can close the digital divide. On the issue of disability, I believe Renita has spoken to it well. I just want to add that it's about also incorporating persons with disability into the education system. Once that is handled from the education perspective with the enabling laws and policies, then we are on a journey to closing the digital divide for economic growth, productivity, and better livelihoods.
Yeah, thank you. I know there was a hand, but I think we are really short of time and quite cognizant of the fact that it's getting late. Just to touch upon a last one on affordability, then I can accord Renita and Diana 1 minute to close us off. So on affordability, specifically about the issue of payment plans, this is something that's quite new on the market. And we think one of the ways of getting prices to get to where they need to be is to get competition to do what it does, which is bring down prices. So I think over time, and these are some of the programs we're working on in our specific areas of work, of getting more providers on the market to provide payment plans for devices. And when that starts to happen, competition, I think, will drive some of these prices down. Just like we've seen many other costs of data, airtime, even phones. The prices have gone down if you look at the last maybe 5 years. It's just that they have not gone to the right maybe price points for everybody to afford. But with time and competition, I think we'll see these prices going down. Renita, if I may start
maybe
with
Richard,
you.
sorry,
Yes.
before you leave that point as well. I think those are very good points that both you and Diana have raised. But I think as well, there is need to also look at, because I think embedded in that question was really the cost of that. I think the cost of that credit, because I think the colleague in the audience mentioned how over time, once you repay the bits and pieces every day or every month, over time you paid. She gave an example of a much bigger figure than the original cost. And I think also to speak to that is because there will always be someone who either can't afford, even when the prices drop, we will still have people who might not be able to afford that price, or who don't have the cash flow to be able to access the asset right there and then. And so now, in that model that the colleague gave, is the issue of the pricing of that credit. And I think it's part of that, Richard, will be resolved when we find, because what drives the cost of credit? It's the risk of it not being repaid. That's one bit that comes into play there. The operations to deliver that credit. So how are you giving it out? How are you collecting? How does that impact the cost of giving it? Because you have to factor in the cost of the operation itself. And then, of course, there is the cost of that finance. Initially, you need to have the money available to lend. What does it cost to have that money? So those are all factors that I think it might be difficult right now to look at. The cost of capital is the cost of capital, and it is there are many factors, then I won't get into that. But in terms of the ability to assess the risk of the person, because the riskier you are, the more expensive it is for you to get that credit. So if we're able to become more efficient and more powered again by these digital technologies, if we're able to become better at assessing that risk of that person, then we could see some percentage points dropping on that interest rate for that access to asset financing, so to speak. Back to you, Richard.
Thanks, Renita. Your 30 seconds, parting shots.
That's very tight. I think all I can say is that I'm very passionate about this. There are lots of opportunities with digital, lots of things that can help us really impact the lives of people, reduce poverty through the opportunities to earn through either directly in the digital economy sector or indirectly. And I feel that there are lots of things that we can do. Some of them we've talked about. Very key is the need to skill better our young people, to change the mindset, to be more adaptable. For example, we need to skill our teachers in teaching these young people. We need to expose our teachers to what is available in the digital space, so that the young people that we are churning out also are aware right from an early age, and they just don't find these things when they go out to work. We need to be just basically more aware of, in fact, where the rest of the world is going. When we talk about the digital divide, I'm very passionate, I'm very excited about the African Continental Free Trade Area that is coming. But if we talk about Ugandans who are doing business today in Uganda, have you looked at what that means for you? It means that before you had taxes preventing other providers from bringing their products and services into your space, in your market where you sell. And those taxes are going to be, those trade barriers are going to be removed. So that market will be bombarded with products. Now, how are you making sure that even you, here in Uganda, you can sell in those other markets? We're looking at 55 countries coming online, being able to trade with those countries. How are you using the digital economy to help you so that you don't have to go into every single one of those countries to sell your services? So just really, Richard, wrapping it up, for me, opportunities, and we need to leverage them.
Yeah. Thanks, Renita. And for those who have seen Renita mark her face, her job is to create jobs in the digital economy. So we'll hold her accountable. in the near future for what she created. Diana.
Thank you, Richard. This has been a very wonderful discussion, and I'm passionate about digital finance and digital inclusion. I just want to say my parting shots are, let's continue having these discussions. Let's have forums like this. Let's meet with different stakeholders, because different people have different parts to play in this, in closing this digital divide, and we'll be able to close the gap. I just want to talk about something around when we have these discussions, then it leads to transformation. If you recall, when we look at the telcos, right now in Uganda, MTN and Airtel, there was an outcry for the public about the cost of transacting between networks, you know. Different telcos. Within the telcos, the prices were low, but right now, because of the discussions that we've had, because of involving the different players, government, private sector, and even the telcos themselves, to sit together in one room to discuss this issue called high price, we now have mobile money across all networks at 1,000 shillings. Before, if you recall, it was tiered and the price was so high. So it's because these initiatives came as a result of these conversations. So let's continue discussing these things. Upskilling, that goes without saying, and reskilling ourselves. And let's get into research and development. Who knows? If someone from Makerere could come up with a mobile phone that doesn't use internet, or a smartphone at a low cost that can bring transformation in this country. So let's do research, let's innovate, let's have these conversations, and we will bring economic growth, economic development for each one of us, as well as furthering what we call financial inclusion. We'll have our grandmothers in the villages, our relatives in the villages being able to participate in this digital economy, and thus closing the gap.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Diana. And just to thank the audience for keeping with us for this long. I know this started quite early in the morning, and we are now close to 7:30, so thanks a lot for your participation, for your presence, and also thanks to the organizers for this topic, which I think is very, very pertinent. Again, to say Uganda follows more of a liberal economic policy system, but when it comes to digitization, so once you have all the policies in place, and maybe once you put in place what you call the foundational infrastructure, private sector will take over. Private sector is driving a lot of the digital economic growth in Uganda. But then the question comes to, what about those other exceptions to what mass market might be? And the exceptions are your rural people, your women, people living with disabilities, and that's where the biggest divide shows up. And that's why, as Diana was mentioning, the need to keep talking about these exceptions to what might be seen to be the general rule, or exceptions to what private sector growth might be prioritizing, and therefore bring such discussions forth, and for those concerned to start to tackle them as needed. So thank you so much. Let's have a good evening.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. It's been a wonderful discussion. And to the online
Hey,
community.
Richard, no clap. Am I just not hearing it from the audience? Is that happening? Thank you. There. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for soldiering on till this time.
So thank you so much, Richard, Diana, and Renita, for a great discussion. Guys, and thank you so much for holding on to this discussion. Very, very great discussion, coming in at a very tight schedule of a timeline, but I know we have been able to have very, very great discussions. So let's continue tomorrow. We will be starting at 9:30 for our next session tomorrow early morning. So Have a good night, and Jenny Mercies back home. See you tomorrow.
Thank you. Goodbye.